Chapter 3197. Wu Fan. Blue Merchant's heart sank. He had a bad premonition. Indeed, Blue Maple continued, the Lan family has already agreed to the imperial tutor's proposal. They want to marry cousin Lan Ling to brother Wu Fan. Today, we are here to take cousin Lan Ling away. These words made Lan Ling tremble. Wu Fan, your son-in-law, greets father-in-law. Wu Fan stepped forward and clasped his fist at Blue Merchant. Blue Merchant waved his hand and a wave of soul power stopped Wu Fan from bowing. I did not agree to marry my daughter to you. I am not worthy of being called young Master Wu. Ha, father-in-law, you must be joking. Miss Lan Ling and I will be getting married soon. What's the harm in calling her a few days earlier? Wu Fan smiled. I have said that I did not agree to marry my daughter to you. Blue Merchant's face darkened. Third uncle, the higher-ups of the Lan family have already agreed to this marriage. You have to agree even if you don't want to. Blue Maple said coldly. Ha, what a joke. I was expelled from the Lan family long ago. I am no longer a member of the Lan family. What right does the Lan family have to decide my daughter's marriage? You can leave now. Forgive me for not sending you off. Blue Merchant waved his hand and ordered them to leave. Blue Merchant, you are the one who was expelled, not Lan Ling. Today, even if you don't agree, we will take Lan Ling away. Blue Maple's voice was cold. He had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Ling heir will not come to the holy capital, Blue Merchant said. Ah, Blue Merchant, do you think we are stupid? Blue Maple burst into laughter. His gaze landed on Lan Ling as he said, don't think that we can't tell just because you've changed your appearance. We've been monitoring your every move ever since you stepped into the holy capital. She is Lan Ling. Blue Maple pointed at Lan Ling. I am Lan Ling. So what? I will never marry Wu Fan. Get out of here. Lan Ling was unable to restrain her anger. She finally couldn't help but shout. How dare you speak to young Master Wu Fan like that? Blue Maple shouted. Scram. Blue Merchant shouted as well. His face was extremely cold. Blue Merchant, don't be so shameless. Young Master Wu Fan is the son of the Imperial Advisor. His talent is unparalleled, and he is one of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital. When the Holy Courtyard of the Great Void Imperial family opens this time, he will definitely be able to enter the top 10 and obtain the right to establish his own family. For him to take a fancy to Lan Ling is her great fortune. Do you understand? Blue Maple shouted. I don't need such good fortune. Lan Ling shouted. Hee hee, what a stubborn character. Wu Fan maintained a smile on his face. At this moment, he said, however, I like this kind of character. I will tell you clearly that the woman that I, Wu Fan, have taken a fancy to must be mine. Today, you have to leave even if you don't want to. Men, take her away. Wu Fan waved his hand. Behind him, a middle-aged man stepped out and walked towards Lan Ling. Blue Merchant took a step forward and came in front of Lan Ling. He shielded Lan Ling behind him. His glabella shone and a strong soul power surged out. It turned into a palm and blasted towards the man. The middle-aged man's body shook violently and he retreated. With me here today, no one can take Ling heir away, Blue Merchant said. Hee hee, do you still think you are the Blue Merchant of the past? Your star core has been destroyed. What's the use of having a little soul power? Heck, take them down. The smile on Wu Fan's face disappeared. It was replaced by a cold, murderous intent. Boom. Behind him, another 2 burly men stepped out. Together with the previous one, there were 3 of them. They rushed towards Blue Merchant. The 3 burly men exuded a violent aura. The 3 burly men were all at the 7th Heaven Divine King realm. Get lost. Don't force me to kill you, Blue Merchant shouted. Arrogant. Kill anyone who tries to stop you, Wu Fan ordered. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 burly men exuded a terrifying aura. Their bodies were like mountains as they pounced towards Blue Merchant. Their violent aura surged towards Blue Merchant like stormy waves. Blue Merchant's glabella shone and a vast soul power appeared. It turned into a sword light and slashed out. The 3 burly men's attacks collapsed instantly. They retreated 100 meters away. There was a sword wound on each of their chests. Blood flowed out from it. "How can your soul power be so strong?" one of the burly men shouted in shock. Blue Merchant's star core had been destroyed, but he still had such strong combat strength. Both Blue Maple and Wu Fan were astonished as well. "Blue Merchant, how dare you hurt my men? You're courting death. Wu Shui, take him down. If he resists, kill him," Wu Fan shouted coldly. Behind him, a man in a crimson robe rushed out. He waved his hand and waves of blood rolled out. It turned into a crimson saber and slashed towards Blue Merchant. This man was at the 9th Heaven Divine King realm. He was at the peak of the Divine King realm. His combat strength was terrifying. "Kill!" Blue Merchant shouted. He was enraged. His soul power turned into a sword and slashed out again. Boom! The sword light and the crimson saber collided. There was an earth-shattering explosion and the entire area shook violently. When the two of them collided, a pillar of light shot up into the sky and pierced through the clouds. Someone is fighting. What terrifying fluctuations! It's a fight between peak divine kings. Instantly, the people in the area were alarmed. They flew over and hovered in the air, watching from afar. "That seems to be the son of the Imperial Preceptor, Wu Fan." "That's right. There's also Blue Maple from the Lan family." "Who are they dealing with?" "Blue Merchant. It's Blue Merchant." Someone shouted as he recognized Blue Merchant. "What? The one from back then? Was he the one who attacked just now? Wasn't his star core destroyed? How can he still have such combat strength?" The people in the area started to discuss among themselves. When they recognized Blue Merchant, they were even more shocked. The crimson-robed man trembled and took a step back. However, after the crimson-robed man retreated, he let out a roar and charged towards Lan Shang. His divine power surged like a tidal wave, and a star core could be vaguely seen burning in his dantian like the sun. The vast divine force turned into terrifying saber light and slashed towards Blue Merchant. The crimson-robed man's strength was definitely not weaker than the Jin family master and Qin family master of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. The moment the crimson-robed man attacked, the 3 burly men moved as well. However, the 3 burly men did not charge towards Blue Merchant. Instead, they charged towards Lan Ling. The 3 burly men were 7th-layer Divine King Realm cultivators. Their divine force was as strong as a mountain as they charged towards Lan Ling. Facing such experts, Lan Ling did not have the slightest strength to resist. Lan Ling was about to fall into the hands of the 3 burly men. "You're courting death." Lan Shang was infuriated. His soul power surged and turned into a terrifying sword light, bursting forth. One of the sword lights blocked the crimson-robed man's attack while the others charged towards the 3 burly men. Blood splattered and the 3 burly men were slashed apart. Chapter 3198. Blood splashed everywhere. The 3 middle-aged men at the 7th King God realm were cut into halves by Lan Shang's soul sword. They died on the spot. "Let's go." After killing the 3 middle-aged men, Blue Merchant took Lan Ling and soared into the sky. They wanted to leave this place. "Don't let them escape," Wu Fan shouted. The bloody man soared into the sky and slashed out many blood-red saber lights. There were 7 saber lights in total. They attacked Blue Merchant from different directions. Even Lan Ling was surrounded by them. If Blue Merchant continued to run, Lan Ling would be hit by the blood-red saber lights. Lan Shang's figure suddenly stopped, and the killing intent on his body surged. His eyes shone like 2 stars. That was the result of his extremely condensed soul strength. His forehead glowed, and his surging soul strength condensed into a huge palm that slammed out behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The 7 blood-red saber lights couldn't withstand a single blow from the palm formed by Wu Fan's soul strength. They collapsed instantly. The palm didn't stop. It continued to hit the man in the blood-red robe. The man in the blood-red robe screamed in agony as he was blown away. He retreated for tens of thousands of meters before falling to the ground. Many people scanned the area with their spiritual consciousness. They realized that the man in the blood-red robe was no longer breathing. His soul strength had been destroyed. Many people gasped in shock. The man in the blood-red robe was an expert of the 9th king god realm. He was killed just like that. Didn't Blue Merchant have his stellar core destroyed? How could he still be so strong? Normally, once a person's stellar core was destroyed, his divine power would be depleted. Even if he still had a little soul strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything. However, Blue Merchant could kill a 9th king god realm expert with one blow. It went against common sense. After killing the man in the blood-red robe, Blue Merchant took Lan Ling and continued to fly. They wanted to leave this place. Stay! A cold voice resounded. There was an old man behind Wu Fan. He hadn't taken any action before. However, at that moment, he made his move. He opened his mouth and roared. His divine power boiled, and like a long river, it soared into the sky and swept Lan Shang into it. Blue Merchant unleashed a palm strike with all his might, colliding with the river of divine power. Rumble! It was as if an earthquake had taken place, causing the void to tremble violently. Blue Merchant's body shook violently as he brought Lan Ling back tens of thousands of meters. The old man stepped forward. No one saw how he moved, but in the next moment he appeared 100 meters away from Blue Merchant. His speed was unbelievable. Divine Lord! Blue Merchant said with a solemn expression. The others were shocked as well. This old man was a Divine Lord realm powerhouse. Wu Fan was indeed the only son of the Imperial Tutor. He had a Divine Lord by his side at all times. Blue Merchant, you dared to kill an expert from the Imperial Tutor's residence. No one can save you. Quan Lu. Break Blue Merchant's limbs and seal his soul. Bring Lan Ling back to the Imperial Tutor's residence. Today, I want to make her my woman. Let's see who can stop me. Wu Fan said domineeringly. Blue Merchant had dared to kill an expert from the Imperial Tutor's residence. In Wu Fan's heart, he had already sentenced Blue Merchant to death. Boom. The old man was called Quan Lu. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. The vast aura turned into a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Blue Merchant. Ling, back off. Blue Merchant's glabella shone brightly. His soul power covered his body to resist the pressure. At the same time, he ordered Lan Ling, father. Lan Ling was worried. The old man was a Divine Lord realm expert. Could Blue Merchant fight him? Back off. Blue Merchant repeated with a heavier tone. Lan Ling could only back off obediently. Let us go. Blue Merchant looked at Quan Lu. You still want to leave? Dream on. Today, don't even think about leaving. Wu Fan's voice was extremely cold. You better not force me. Otherwise, I'll destroy you all. Blue Merchant's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Blue Merchant, don't try to intimidate others. Your star core has been destroyed. I don't believe you can still be a match for a Divine Lord. Lan Feng shouted. Quan Lu. Wu Fan ordered. Boom. Quan Lu attacked. His body burned like a star. His divine power surged and condensed into a giant python that pounced on Blue Merchant. The giant python streaked across the void. The space shook violently. The vast pressure caused the surrounding people to retreat in fear. Blue Merchant's eyes were solemn. His soul power condensed into a giant hand that grabbed forward. However, the giant python swung its tail and hit the giant hand. The giant hand shook violently and shattered. Blue Merchant's body retreated. A cripple wants to fight against a Divine Lord. You're courting death. Wu Fan sneered. After forcing Lan Shang to retreat, Quan Fei's God Force continued to surge out, and the giant python once again attacked Lan Shang. Blue Merchant tried his best to resist. However, he was no match for Quan Lu. He was suppressed and was in a precarious situation. Blue Merchant is nothing to be afraid of. Brother Wu, I'll take Lan Ling down. Tonight, you can train her well. Lan Feng laughed proudly. His body flashed and he charged towards Lan Ling. You, get lost. Lan Ling saw Lan Feng approaching. She shouted angrily and slashed at Lan Feng with her sword. Lan Feng smashed Lan Ling's sword light with his palm, causing Lan Ling to retreat continuously. You think you can stop me? Surrender. Lan Feng placed one hand behind his back and strode towards Lan Ling. Lan Ling gritted her teeth and activated her divine power. A beam of divine light flew out from her divine power and merged with her combat sword. Swoosh! Lan Ling slashed at Lan Feng again. Sword Chi whistled. The power of this attack was several times stronger than before. Secret technique of origin? Lan Feng roared in disbelief. A combat sword appeared in his hand. He unleashed his divine power and slashed. Clang! Their sword light collided. Lan Feng's cultivation and awakened divine power of origin were higher. Even though Lan Ling had awakened her secret technique of origin, she was still no match for Lan Feng. Her sword light dissipated and she retreated again. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. You actually awakened your secret technique of origin. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Lan Feng roared in his heart. He was extremely jealous. He had wholeheartedly wanted to awaken his secret technique of origin, but he couldn't. Back then, he wanted to seize Lu Ming's divine power source bead to awaken his secret technique of origin, but he couldn't do so in the end. Now, Lan Ling had awakened her secret technique of origin. He was envious, jealous, and hateful. Interesting, interesting. The more talented a woman is, the more exciting it is to play with her. Wu Fan saw that Lan Ling had awakened her secret technique of origin. His eyes shone brightly and he became more and more interested. So what if you've awakened your secret technique of origin? Do you think you can stop me? Surrender now. Lan Feng roared and unleashed his full strength. Lan Feng's strength was indeed shocking. Lan Ling couldn't block his attack at all. Her body flew out and she vomited blood. She was severely injured. Then, Lan Feng condensed a large hand and grabbed Lan Ling. He wanted to capture Lan Ling in his hand. I'm going to fight it out with you. Blue Merchant saw this scene and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He roared in anger. His glabella shone brightly. Then, a small person rushed out from his glabella. Chapter 3199. Blue Merchant's glabella shone brightly and a small person walked out from his glabella. This small person looked exactly like Blue Merchant. The small person emitted light and a vast soul power spread out in all directions. You're crazy. The Divine Lord Realm Old Man was shocked. Kill! Lan Shang let out a long howl. That tiny person actually transformed into a sword of light. Swoosh! The light sword cut through the void like a ray of immortal light and charged towards the Divine Lord Realm Old Man. The Divine Lord Realm Old Man shouted and set up 18 layers of defense in front of him. However, when the light sword slashed through, the 18 layers of defense were instantly pierced. The light sword did not stop and flew through the Divine Lord Realm Old Man's glabella. The Divine Lord Realm Old Man's body stiffened. His eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. Then, his body fell straight to the ground. There was no longer any aura on his body. A Divine Lord Realm powerhouse was killed just like this. There weren't any wounds on the surface of his body, but his soul had already been thoroughly annihilated. No, impossible. Wu roared. Wu Fan let out a low growl in disbelief. That was a Divine Lord. Although he was only a first-level Divine Lord, Blue Merchant's star core was already destroyed. How could he kill a Divine Lord Realm expert? Swoosh! At this moment, a sword light flew out from the Divine Lord Realm Old Man's glabella. It was the sword light condensed by Blue Merchant's soul. However, this sword light was many times dimmer than before. If it was a star before, it was now a candle flame. It flew back to Blue Merchant's glabella. Blue Merchant's body trembled and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Although he had killed the Divine Lord Realm Old Man, he had also suffered heavy injuries. That move just now was executed by Blue Merchant by burning his soul power. Although he had killed his opponent, his soul power had been exhausted at an alarming rate. Even his lifespan had been greatly reduced. Let go of Ling. After Blue Merchant killed the Divine Monarch Old Man, he charged towards Blue Maple and sent a palm strike towards Blue Maple. At this moment, Blue Merchant's killing intent was cold. He was completely enraged and wanted to kill Blue Maple. Since he had already killed a few people, he didn't mind killing Blue Maple. Blue Maple was already in a daze. He was so frightened that he even forgot to dodge. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Save me, save me. Blue Maple screamed hysterically. Just as Blue Merchant's palm was about to hit Blue Maple, a terrifying force suddenly came from afar. A saber light slashed toward them at a shocking speed. Boom! The blade light chopped down on Blue Merchant's big hand. The Blue Merchant spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure retreated rapidly. Rumble! A terrifying tremor came from that direction. It was as if a magnificent army was charging over. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Then, everyone saw a group of soldiers in armor walking over in the air. There were only a dozen soldiers in this group. However, the aura that they exuded was extremely terrifying. Especially the few people walking at the front. Their auras were even more terrifying than the Divine Monarch Old Man. Divine Monarchs? Without a doubt, the few people walking at the front were all Divine Monarchs. They were even stronger than the first-level Divine Monarch Old Man. It's the Imperial Guards, someone said in a hoarse voice. The Taishu dynasty had a vast territory. However, there were also many enemies. Hence, they had never stopped preparing their weapons. The number of soldiers was uncountable. They had many terrifying soldiers guarding all directions. However, among all the soldiers, the Imperial Guards were undoubtedly the strongest. They were in charge of guarding the Taishu holy capital. Those who could join the Imperial Guards were the strongest of the strongest. They had unlimited potential. Many famous people in the Taishu dynasty had come from the Imperial Guards. The speed of the Imperial Guards was very fast. In an instant, they were close to Lan Shang. A strong pressure pressed down on Lan Shang, causing him to retreat continuously. Captain Wu, it's you. That's great. When Wu Fan saw the Imperial Guards, he was elated. Master Wu Fan, what's going on? The leader of the Imperial Guards asked. Seeing this scene, Blue Merchant's heart sank. Captain Wu, this Blue Merchant is lawless and his methods are vicious. He continuously killed people from the Preceptor's mansion. He even killed a Divine Monarch. We must take him down and punish him severely. Wu Fan roared. What? He killed a Divine Monarch? The Imperial Guards were shocked. They looked at Blue Merchant. They naturally knew Blue Merchant. However, wasn't Blue Merchant's star core destroyed? How could he kill a Divine Monarch? Captain Wu's eyes shined. He looked at Lan Shang and said, so it was Soul Force. Lan Shang, your talent is truly admirable. But today you have killed people in the holy capital, and even killed a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. This is a violation of the law. You must come with us. Lan Shang sighed. He knew that he wouldn't be able to leave today. He had killed a Divine Lord powerhouse and had already exhausted all of his soul force. In fact, he had consumed a great deal of his soul force and was no longer able to fight. Moreover, the strongest people in the Imperial Guards were even stronger than the old man. Even if he didn't exhaust his soul power, he was no match for them. I can go with you. However, this has nothing to do with my daughter. I hope you can let her go. Blue Merchant looked at Lan Ling and said, No, father. You can't go with them. Lan Ling shouted. The prison of the Imperial Guards was one of the most terrifying places in the Taishu dynasty. Not many people could come out after entering. Ling, leave quickly. Blue Merchant shouted. Leave. Today, none of you can leave. Wu Fan's cold voice sounded. Captain Wu, take down Blue Merchant. I will deal with his daughter. After saying that, Wu Fan walked towards Lan Ling. You dare. Blue Merchant was furious. He circulated his remaining soul power and was about to attack Wu Fan. However, Captain Wu waved his hand and a chain flew out, binding Blue Merchant. No matter how Blue Merchant struggled, it was useless. The difference in strength was too great. Captain Wu also sighed in his heart. As an Imperial Guard, he had his duty. Blue Merchant had killed people in the Saint Capital. Moreover, he had killed a monarch god. He had to take down Blue Merchant and bring him to the Imperial Guard's prison for investigation. Moreover, the Imperial Tutor had great power and influence over the Imperial Guards. If he disobeyed Wu Fan's orders, he wouldn't have an easy time in the future. Haha, Blue Merchant, you still want to fight with me? Dream on. I will take good care of your daughter. Wu Fan sneered and walked towards Lan Ling. He waved his hand and tried to grab Lan Ling. Wu Fan was one of the Saint Capital's 10 heroes. He was stronger than Lan Feng. Lan Ling couldn't resist at all. After a few moves, she was enveloped by Wu Fan's hand. Lan Ling was about to fall into Wu Fan's hands. Chapter 3200. Wu Fan used his god power to form a giant hand and surrounded Lan Ling. It looked like it was about to grab Lan Ling. Blue Merchant's eyes were filled with despair. Back in the day, he was unparalleled and his name shook the holy capital. Even Wu Fan's father, the current imperial tutor, had to greet him with a smile. But now, even a few juniors could bully him. What was even more tragic was that he couldn't even protect his own daughter. A tiger would be bullied by a dog. At this moment, a gust of wind blew over. This gust of wind was extremely strange. It was like a spring breeze and had no power. However, when it blew against the giant hand that Wu Fan had formed, his hand immediately dissipated. On the other hand, Lan Ling was pulled back by a force. She kept moving away from Wu Fan, Blue Maple and the rest. "Who is it?" Wu Fan shouted angrily. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. "Young man, don't go too far. Where it's possible to let people off, let them off." An old voice rang out. Following which, an old man walked out from the crowd. This old man looked very old. His beard and hair were snowy white. His face was full of wrinkles and his eyes were cloudy. He slowly walked out. He looked like he was walking slowly, but his speed was shocking. Before anyone could react, he had already arrived beside Lan Ling. "Old man, was it you who attacked just now? How dare you meddle in my affairs? I think you must be tired of living at your age." Wu Fan shouted. "Young man, you have a big temper. Let me calm you down," the old man said plainly. Then he slapped across the air. No one saw how the old man attacked. They only saw the old man wave his hand. Then, a crisp slap resounded through the crowd. Wu Fan screamed in pain as his body flew out. He spun a few hundred rounds in the air before coming to a stop. Everyone realized that half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. His teeth were flying everywhere. It was a horrible sight. Old man, how dare you hit me? Captain Wu, attack and cripple this old man. I want to feed him to the dogs." Wu Fan screamed hysterically. However, he didn't notice that Captain Wu's face was very serious, and even had a trace of shock. Captain Wu took a few steps forward, then bowed and cupped his fists towards the old man. "Senior, are you the 1000 Old Heavenly King?" As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Everyone who had heard of this name widened their eyes and stared blankly at the old man. In the entire Taishu dynasty, there was only one person who could be called this, and that was the previous Heavenly King of the 1000 Saints' Heavenly King residence, one of the 27 Heavenly Kings' residences. Among the 27 Heavenly Kings' palaces, there were some who were strong and some who were weak. The difference in strength between the strong and the weak was huge. As for the 1000 Saints' Heavenly King residence, it was ranked in the top 3 among the 27 Heavenly King residences. Holy 1000 Old Heavenly King was the grandfather of the current Holy 1000 Heavenly King. He was a legendary figure who had lived for countless years. No one could tell how old he was. However, there was one thing that was universally acknowledged, and that was the strength of the 1000 Holy Old Heavenly King. He was one of the top existences in the Taishu dynasty, and was one of the few people who stood at the peak. Some people said that if the 1000 Holy Old Heavenly King residence was still in charge of the 1000 Saints' Heavenly King residence, then the 1000 Saints' Heavenly King residence would not be in the top 3, but first. However, the 1000 Holy Old Heavenly King had not appeared for countless years, and many people thought that he had fallen. Could he have appeared again? Blue Maple's and Wu Fan's eyes widened as they revealed astonished looks. "Oh, I didn't expect that after not appearing for so many years, there would still be people who remember an old man like me." The old man smiled slightly, which meant that he agreed with Captain Wu's words. "I was fortunate enough to meet the old Heavenly King once in the past, and I have never dared to forget it. I didn't expect to see the old Heavenly King again today. It is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes." Captain Wu said respectfully. The old Heavenly King smiled and looked at Blue Merchant. I didn't expect that the hero of the generation back then would end up like this. How sad. The thousand holy old heavenly king sighed. Old heavenly king, long time no see. How have you been? It's a pity that I can't salute you now. Blue Merchant said. Everyone's eyes flashed. Obviously, Blue Merchant and the thousand holy old heavenly king knew each other. No need to be so polite. The thousand holy old heavenly king waved his hand casually and sighed. Back then one was you and the other was Jingyu. You were the two people I thought the most highly of. But now, one has fallen and the other has been crippled. How sad. Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to interrupt. Jingyu was a taboo in the Taishu dynasty, especially in the Taishu's sacred capital. No one dared to mention him. Only people like the thousand holy old heavenly king dared to say that. Blue Merchant lowered his head and didn't say anything. The few of you, Lan Shang has met me once before. Can you let him go? The thousand holy old heavenly king looked at Captain Wu. Captain Wu hesitated. No. At this moment, Wu Fan shouted again. He cupped his fists at the thousand holy old heavenly king and said, Old heavenly king, I respect you because you are my senior. I didn't dare to say anything when you reprimanded me, but... Wu Fan pointed at Blue Merchant and said, Blue Merchant killed a few experts from the Imperial Preceptor's residence in the Saint Capital, including a divine lord. He has already violated the rules. This rule was set by the previous Saint Emperors. In the Saint Capital, unless it is under certain circumstances, no one is allowed to kill. Senior, although you have a high status, you can't violate the rules of the Saint Emperors, right? There was a rule in the Taishu sacred capital that no one was allowed to kill. However, it was okay to fight with each other. It was okay to injure or cripple the other party, but no one was allowed to kill. If one wanted to kill someone, they would have to do it under certain circumstances, such as entering the life and death arena. This rule was set by an ancient Saint Emperor many years ago, and it had been in use for so many years. Thousand holy old heavenly king's eyes flashed. Wu Fan was shocked and retreated until he was behind Captain Wu. Thousand holy old heavenly king was too famous. Even his father, the Imperial Preceptor, had to be polite to him. He was afraid that thousand holy old heavenly king would kill him in a fit of anger. The rules of the Saint Emperors were useful to ordinary people, but they were useless to people like thousand holy old heavenly king. Old heavenly king, I have a duty to fulfill. Please don't make things difficult for me. Captain Wu cupped his fists again. He had no intention of letting Blue Merchant go. Old heavenly king, you don't have to make things difficult for me. Let them take me away. I just want to ask old heavenly king to save my daughter. Don't let her fall into their hands. Blue Merchant said. He naturally knew that thousand holy old heavenly king was not afraid of the rules of the Saint Emperors. However, he still had a bunch of disciples and grand disciples. If thousand holy old heavenly king forced his way in, he would implicate the thousand holy heavenly king residents. AI, don't worry. Your daughter will be fine. Thousand holy old heavenly king sighed. Indeed, he had to worry about the safety of the thousand holy heavenly king residents. Chapter 3201. No, I have to take Lan Ling away too. Wu Fan shouted. What law did that girl break? You want to take her away? Holy old heavenly king asked. She's my fiancée. Of course I have to take her away. Wu Fan bit the bullet and said, Bullshit, since when did Ling become your fiancée? The matter between you and the Lan family has nothing to do with me and Ling. I've had nothing to do with the Lan family for a long time. Blue Merchant shouted. Oh, so you're forcing a deal? How dare you? Holy old heavenly king's eyes flashed and a terrifying aura spread out. Even though he was hiding behind Captain Wu, Wu Fan sat down in midair and almost peed his pants when he was suppressed by the aura. He had a feeling that holy old heavenly king could kill him with just one look. Captain Wu's body trembled and he took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with horror. It was just an aura, but it made him feel like he could not bear it. He knew that the gap between him and holy old heavenly king was too big. Also, what do you plan to do with Blue Merchant after taking him away? Holy old heavenly king looked at Captain Wu. Captain Wu swallowed his saliva and said respectfully, "I'll handle it impartially. I'll report it to the Holy Emperor and await his punishment." "You'd better do that. I don't want anyone to interfere with the Imperial Guards. Otherwise, I'll go to the Holy Emperor and ask him." Holy Old Heavenly King glanced at Wu Fan. His meaning was obvious. He hoped that the Imperial Guards would handle the matter impartially and did not want the Imperial Tutor's residence to interfere with Blue Merchant. "Don't worry, Holy Old Heavenly King. This will not happen," Captain Wu said hurriedly. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He knew that if he did not handle this matter well, his future would be bleak. Wu Fan's face turned ugly. He had planned to use some underhanded means to kill Blue Merchant. However, it seemed that Captain Wu would not let him do so. "Senior, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Captain Wu cupped his fists and gave his subordinates a look. Then he led Blue Merchant away. Wu Fan glared fiercely at Lan Ling before he left with Blue Maple. "Senior, please save my father." Lan Ling begged the Old Heavenly King with tears in her eyes. "Don't worry. The Holy Academy of the Great Void Imperial Family is about to open. In the 100 years before and after the opening of the Holy Academy of the Great Void Imperial Family, the Imperial Guards in the Holy Emperor Palace generally won't touch prisoners. I'll think of a way after a while. Let's go." After the Old Heavenly King finished speaking, he waved his hand and brought Lan Ling back to the place where the Blue Merchant and the others originally lived. Lu Ming naturally had no idea what was happening outside. He wholeheartedly cultivated under the sacred heaven Jade Annulus, comprehending all kinds of divine powers. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, he had cultivated for 35 days under the sagely heaven Jade Wall. His time was up. Lu Ming opened his eyes and ended his cultivation. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. After 35 days of cultivation, he had gained a lot. Originally, he had a total of 3 kinds of divine powers. After awakening the origin divine power factor, he still had 5 kinds of divine powers that were 99% awakened. However, after 35 days of cultivation, the other 5 kinds of divine powers had all broken through and awakened the origin divine power factor. In this way, his 8 kinds of divine powers had all awakened the origin divine power factor, causing his strength to soar. This sacred heaven Jade Wall is really amazing. It can steal the fortune of heaven and earth. Wouldn't the geniuses of the Bone Sword tribe be super terrifying? Lu Ming thought to himself. If they cultivated under the sacred heaven Jade Wall every day, wouldn't the people of the Bone Sword tribe be super powerful? However, on second thought, that might not be the case. This was because the sacred heaven Jade Wall required a large amount of energy to maintain this effect. Also, not everyone would have the same effect as Lu Ming when cultivating under the sacred heaven Jade Wall. The more talented one was, the better the effect. If one's talent was poor, the effect would naturally be poor. Also, Lu Ming speculated that if the origin divine power factor was awakened too many times, for example, after awakening it twice, the effect would be greatly reduced. Lu Ming had personally verified this point. After awakening all 5 types of divine grade God force, Huang Xiaolong still had 2 days left. In these 2 days, he spent his time comprehending the sovereign's God force. He hoped that he could take another step forward and awaken his origin God force twice. However, the improvement of the sovereign divine power was not particularly shocking. The reason why the other 5 kinds of divine powers improved so much was that they had not been awakened before. Once they were awakened, the effect of comprehending them would be greatly reduced. Otherwise, the sacred heaven Jade Wall would be too heaven-defying. No matter how strong the Bone Sword tribe was, they would not be able to keep it. Mid-Autumn Moon had 1 more day than Lu Ming. Lu Ming waited quietly. A day passed quickly and Mid-Autumn Moon also finished cultivating. After Mid-Autumn Moon finished cultivating, the two did not stay and left the Bone Sword tribe. On the way, Mid-Autumn Moon, how's your cultivation? Lu Ming asked. My other divine powers have awakened the origin divine power factor. Young master, how about you? Mid-Autumn Moon blinked and asked. All awakened? Good. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Mid-Autumn Moon's divine powers were almost the same as his. This meant that Mid-Autumn Moon's other divine powers had also awakened the origin divine power factor. Same for me. Lu Ming smiled. The two chatted as they walked towards their residence. When they returned to their residence, they saw Lan Ling in a daze. Miss Lan, where's Lan Shu? Lu Ming asked. Father, he. After being asked by Lu Ming, Lan Ling's big eyes were filled with mist and tears almost fell out. What's wrong with Lan Shu? Lu Ming's heart trembled. He had a bad feeling. Father, he was taken away by the Imperial Guards. Lan Ling said. As she spoke, tears rolled down her cheeks. At this moment, Lan Ling was no longer the arrogant Lan Ling, but a helpless and weak girl. Taken away by the Imperial Guards? What happened? Lu Ming hurriedly asked. Immediately, Lan Ling told him what happened that day. Blue Maple Wu Fan, damn it. Lu Ming growled, emitting a cold murderous intent. All these years, although he called Blue Merchant Lan Shu, in his heart, he had already regarded him as his teacher. Now, Blue Merchant had encountered such injustice. He was furious and wanted to kill his way to the Imperial Guards and save Blue Merchant. Lu Ming took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. With his current cultivation, if he killed his way to the Imperial Guards, any Imperial Guard would be able to kill him with a slap. Where's the holy old heavenly king? Where is he? I'll pay him a visit. Lu Ming continued to ask. Little guy, are you looking for me? A voice suddenly sounded behind Lu Ming. It was very close. Lu Ming was shocked. There was someone behind him, but he didn't feel it at all. He hurriedly turned around and saw an old man smiling at him. Chapter 3202. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood that this was the old heavenly king. Greetings, senior heavenly king. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Qiu Moon also bowed together with Lu Ming. No need to be so polite. The old heavenly king waved his hand, and a gentle force lifted Lu Ming. Then, the old heavenly king stared at Lu Ming with bright eyes and nodded. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Lu Ming was a little confused for a moment. Senior, may I know how to save Lan Shu? If there's anything you need, I'll do my best. Lu Ming asked. There is a way to save Blue Merchant. The old heavenly king said. There is a way? What is it? Lu Ming, Lan Ling, and Qiu Moon's eyes lit up. Only you three can do it. The old heavenly king said. Lu Ming and the other two were puzzled. The three of them were just juniors. Their cultivation base was not high. Compared to the colossus of the Taishu dynasty, they were not worth mentioning. How could they save Blue Merchant? The opportunity to save Blue Merchant is when the Taishu Imperial Sacred Courtyard is held. The old heavenly king continued to explain, every time the Taishu Imperial Sacred Courtyard is held, those who enter the top 10 will be qualified to establish their own family. However, those who enter the top 3 will not only be qualified to establish their own family, but also can make a request to the heavenly king. As long as the request is not too harsh, the heavenly king will usually agree to it. So, as long as one of you enters the top 3 when the Taishu Imperial Sacred Courtyard is held, you can propose to the heavenly king to release Blue Merchant. This condition is not too harsh. I believe the heavenly king will agree to it. Enter the top 3. Lu Ming and the other two's eyes lit up, but then dimmed. During this period, they had already seen some terrifying geniuses. There were too many experts. Not to mention the top 3, even if it was the top 10, Lu Ming would feel a lot of pressure. He was not confident. The top 3 were many times more difficult. Lan Ling, in particular, clenched her fists and trembled. She knew very well that even if she had awakened her origin source secret technique, with her strength, she had no hope of entering the top 10, let alone the top 3. She felt hopeless. To be honest, with your current strength, not to mention the top 3, you might not even be able to enter the top 10. The old heavenly king attacked mercilessly. Top 3, what should we do? There's only a few decades left. Unless I can break through to the divine king realm in a few decades, I'll have a chance. But how can I do that in a few decades? Lu Ming's mind raced. If he were to cultivate step by step, he would definitely not be able to break through. What should he do? For a moment, Lu Ming had no idea what to do. This old man can give you a chance. At this moment, the old heavenly king spoke again. What opportunity? Lu Ming and the other two showed a glimmer of hope. A jade bottle appeared in the old heavenly king's hand and said, "Inside this jade bottle, there's a large formation that this old man has set up. It's very beneficial for the cultivation of the divine king realm. Go in and cultivate. As for how much you can gain, it depends on your own fortune." Lu Ming and the other two naturally agreed without hesitation. The old heavenly king's cultivation was unfathomable. The formation that he set up must be extraordinary. However, this old man reminds you that you will have to face extreme pain when you enter the jade bottle. You must be mentally prepared. The old heavenly king said, "It's okay, a little pain is nothing." Lan Ling clenched her fists. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu had determined looks in their eyes. If you want to gain, you naturally have to pay a price. A little pain was nothing. Senior, let the two of them go in first. I still have something to do, I'll go in later. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. According to the old heavenly king's words, his cultivation might break through if he entered the jade bottle to cultivate. If Lu Ming continued to break through, he would reach the divine king realm. However, Lu Ming still had two types of divine force in his dantian, the golden dragon divine force and the multi-eyed divine force. These two types of divine force were not divine-grade divine force. Lu Ming wanted to break through to the divine king realm with all of his divine-grade divine force. Otherwise, it would be best to disperse these two types of divine force. Once they formed a star nucleus, it would be difficult to change them after breaking through to the divine king realm. For example, Autumn Moon used to have two types of divine force that were not divine-grade divine force. Before she broke through to the divine king realm, she had dispersed them. In any case, after breaking through, he could cultivate other divine-grade divine powers. However, if he broke through with a divine-grade divine power before breaking through to the God King realm, it would be very difficult for him to find a divine-grade divine power with similar attributes to his own. Lu Ming had two paths in front of him. One was to disperse the multi-eyed divine force and the golden dragon divine force. The other was to find a divine-grade divine force that corresponded to the two types of divine force. After cultivating for so long, it would be a pity to disperse them. Lu Ming planned to find a divine-grade divine force with similar attributes to the two types of divine force. Lu Ming did not find any in the Nine-Ju Heavenly King residence. However, this was the Great Void Holy Capital. There should be a divine-grade divine force with similar attributes. All right, the two of them can go in first. The old heavenly king nodded his head in satisfaction. He then pulled out the cap of the jade bottle. From the opening of the jade bottle, a faint divine light spread out. At the same time, a suction force enveloped Autumn Moon and Lan Ling. Autumn Moon and Lan Ling's bodies involuntarily flew towards the opening of the jade bottle. Their bodies became smaller and smaller until they disappeared into the opening of the jade bottle. How much you can gain will depend on yourselves. This is all I can do to help. The old heavenly king said softly as he closed the jade bottle. Senior, I'll be heading out for a while. I'll be back soon. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the old heavenly king. He then left his residence and headed towards the largest market in the Great Void Holy Capital. Since the Great Void Holy Capital was so prosperous, the market was also bustling. There were all sorts of treasures available. Lu Ming specifically looked for shops that sold all sorts of divine skills, secret techniques, and divine skills. After inquiring about a few clans, Lu Ming finally found two kinds of mystical techniques. One of them was called the Divine Eye Heaven Incantation, which was a divine-grade divine power similar to the multi-eyed divine power. The second one was called the Primordial Dragon Mantra. The Primordial Dragon Force that was cultivated was also of the divine grade, similar to the Golden Dragon Force. After finding the two types of divine skills, Lu Ming was overjoyed. After flipping through them, Lu Ming memorized the two types of divine skills and returned to his residence. Senior, I'm ready. Lu Ming said. All right, go in. The old heavenly king took out the jade bottle and pointed it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a suction force acting on him as his body flew towards the opening of the jade bottle. After Lu Ming entered the jade bottle, he felt a strong force pulling him downwards. Soon he landed at the bottom. He looked around and did not see Autumn Moon and Lan Ling. Presumably, they were scattered and not in the same place. Chapter 3203. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and divine light filled the air, sweeping toward Lu Ming. Divine lights from all directions shrouded Lu Ming in an instant, forming a terrifying wind pressure. Bam! Lu Ming almost fell to his knees from the wind pressure. Pain. Instantly, Lu Ming felt a tearing pain all over his body. His skin, muscles, and bones felt like they were about to be torn apart by the wind. Endless pain drowned him. Block it, block it. Lu Ming roared and circulated his divine power with all his might. The 10 divine power vortexes in his body spun rapidly. 10 types of divine power gushed out and covered his body, resisting the wind pressure from the outside world. However, the divine power vibrated and was constantly being worn down. Lu Ming then used the 9 layers of crimson gold armor and ice chains, but they were all useless. They were completely worn down. The wind pressure continued to act on him. Endless pain came. Lu Ming growled. He could only stabilize his mind and resist the endless pain. But in the next moment, Lu Ming made a discovery. As he resisted, there was a strange energy in the surroundings that seeped into his body and merged with his divine power. It made his divine body and divine power slowly strengthen. The wind pressure formed by the divine light could even seep into the depths of his divine power and temper his cyclone. As a result, the divine power in the cyclone continued to condense, becoming more and more solid. The cyclone was slowly approaching the star core. Although this kind of improvement was not very fast, it was many times faster than cultivating step by step outside. Moreover, it was improving all the time. This kind of improvement could be seen and felt. Over time, the rate of improvement would be astonishing. Just like that, Lu Ming endured it and tempered himself in this kind of pain. The jade bottle was a furnace, and Lu Ming was like a weapon being tempered. Not only him, but Lan Ling was also going through the same thing in the autumn moon. Day after day, time flew by quickly. Later, Lu Ming found that not only could his divine body and divine power be tempered, but even his soul was being tempered. Although the improvement was far less than the divine body and divine power. However, every bit of improvement in the soul was rare and precious. First, I'll cultivate the divine eye heaven art and the Archean dragon mantra. Lu Ming's heart moved. He used these 2 divine techniques to cultivate these 2 divine powers with the help of the external tempering. Lu Ming only needed to cultivate the first level. Lu Ming was very familiar with the cultivation of divine techniques. Not long after, he cultivated the divine power of 2 types of divine-grade divine techniques. After a while, Lu Ming ignited the divine fire and integrated the multi-eyed divine power and the golden dragon divine power into the divine fire. After the fusion, the 2 divine powers began to strengthen these 2 divine powers. In such an environment, these 2 divine powers improved very quickly. After a few years, these 2 divine powers grew to the half-step God-King realm. They were the same as other divine powers, but they did not awaken their divine power origin factor. When these 2 divine powers reached the half-step God-King realm, the next step was to break through to the God-King realm. Just like that, day after day, year after year passed. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had cultivated here for 30 years. Over the past 30 years, Lu Ming cultivated day and night, enduring the pain all the time. His body, including his soul, seemed to have been reforged and looked brand new. 30 years of perseverance, day after day, was exchanged for great gains. In his dantian, the 10 divine power vortexes were condensed to the extreme. They emitted a sparkling light like 10 suns. Boom! Suddenly, the 10 divine power vortexes let out a rumbling sound, and then a powerful energy burst out, forming circular shockwaves that rushed out in all directions. Lu Ming's body surged with a powerful aura. This was the aura of a god-king. He broke through. After 30 years of arduous cultivation, the 10 types of divine powers in Lu Ming's dantian had finally transformed from divine power vortexes into star cores. The 10 star cores floated in his dantian, shining brightly. At the same time, From all directions, waves of powerful energy converged towards Lu Ming. In this jade bottle, other than the array, there was an endless stream of energy. These energies poured into Lu Ming's body and were refined, turning into divine power. In his dantian, the 10 star cores became more solid. Lu Ming's realm also slowly stabilized. Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to cultivate. Time passed year after year. After an unknown amount of time, a suction force suddenly acted on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming involuntarily flew upwards. In the next moment, the surroundings changed. Lu Ming looked around and found that he had returned to the courtyard where Blue Merchant had lived. Beside him, Autumn Moon and Lan Ling were also there. The two of them were also looking around. All right, there are still 3 months before the Great Void Imperial Academy opens. You should familiarize yourselves with your current realms. An old voice sounded. It was old Heavenly King Qiansheng. Thank you, Holy Thousand King. Lu Ming cupped his fists in gratitude. This time he had gained a lot. The 10 divine grade divine powers in his body had all transformed into star cores. He had entered the God King realm. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the peak of the first heaven of the God King realm. Compared to before his breakthrough, his divine power was much stronger. His strength had skyrocketed. You're welcome. Familiarize yourselves with your new realms. Holy Thousand King waved his hand and kept the jade bottle. In the next moment he disappeared. He was really elusive. How's your progress? Lu Ming looked at Autumn Moon and Lan Ling. Young master, I've broken through. Autumn Moon's crisp voice sounded. Then, a powerful aura spread out from her body. Third heaven of the God King realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Autumn Moon's progress was amazing. Before entering the jade bottle, Autumn Moon's cultivation base had just reached the second heaven of the God King realm. Now, she had reached the third heaven of the God King realm. She was not far from the fourth heaven of the God King realm. One should know that Autumn Moon had mastered 8 divine grade divine powers. It would be difficult for her to improve. This was definitely a big gain. In addition, Autumn Moon had mastered the God-killing light and the God's blade. This time, when the Great Void Imperial Academy opened, she would definitely give everyone a big surprise. Boom. On the other side, Lan Ling's body also emitted a powerful aura. Third heaven of the God King realm. Lan Ling had also broken through to the third heaven of the God King realm. She had been in the first heaven of the God King realm before, but now she had broken through twice. However, it was normal. Lan Ling had only cultivated one type of divine power. It was much easier for her to break through compared to Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. It was normal for her to break through to the third heaven of the God King realm. Lu Ming, let's exchange some pointers. This time I will defeat you. Lan Ling's eyes were bright as she looked at Lu Ming. Her cultivation base had reached the third heaven of the God King realm, and she had awakened the Origin secret technique. This had boosted Lan Ling's confidence. All right, let's exchange some pointers. Lu Ming smiled. Chapter 3204. This time, the 3 of them had experienced a surge in their cultivation, but they didn't have the time to experience it properly. It was inevitable that they wouldn't be able to use it smoothly. That was why Holy Old Heavenly King had released them a few months earlier to let them experience it properly. Sparring with each other would undoubtedly allow them to control their own strength better and faster. Lan Ling's body emitted a powerful aura as she fully released her third-layer Divine King Realm cultivation. Clang. The sound of a sword rang out as Lan Ling drew her sword. A dazzling sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Its speed and power were shocking. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand as he circulated the 10 types of divine power in his body. It surged towards the long spear like floodwaters. At the same time, Lu Ming activated the battle character's secret art to quadruple his fighting strength and swept out his spear. Clang! The long spear and the sword light collided, causing a violent explosion. Then, Lan Ling's sword light shook violently as her body was pushed back. How is your strength so strong? Lan Ling was shocked. In the Divine King realm, the gap between each layer was huge. She was 2 layers higher than Lu Ming, but Lu Ming didn't use his Origin secret technique. In a head-on clash, she was no match for him. You're not strong enough. Lu Ming shook his head. Take this. Lan Ling snorted. A ray of divine light appeared in her hand, emitting an ancient fluctuation. It merged with the battle sword in her hand. Origin's secret technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Lan Ling to have also awakened her Origin's secret technique. Lan Ling thrust her sword towards Lu Ming again. After using her Origin's secret technique, the power of Lan Ling's sword soared. The God's Gate appeared above Lu Ming's head and suppressed Lan Ling. The God's Gate collided with Lan Ling's sword light. The result was the same as before. Lan Ling was pushed back by Lu Ming. Again! Lan Ling gritted her teeth and charged towards Lu Ming again. The two of them exchanged a few moves. Lan Ling was completely at a disadvantage. She wasn't Lu Ming's opponent. Although Lan Ling was at the third layer Divine King realm, she had only awakened her Origin Divine Power's Origin secret technique. On the other hand, Lu Ming had mastered 10 types of divine powers. 8 of them had awakened the Origin Divine Power factor. In addition, he had triggered the Battle Word Sutra to increase his combat power by 4 times. Although the difference between the Divine King realm and King realm Divine King Secret King realms Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming could make use of these advantages to close the gap of 2 cultivation levels. Of course, if Lan Ling's divine power factor had been awakened twice, it would be difficult for Lu Ming to equalize the difference. He might have to use the ancient god body. All in all, Lan Ling's strength had increased a lot. With her current fighting strength, she could kill an ordinary 4th-layer Divine King Realm warrior. If it was before Lu Ming had broken through to the King Realm, it would have been difficult for him to deal with her. But now, it was easy for him. After a dozen moves, Lan Ling's Origin secret technique had exhausted her Origin secret technique. She stopped the fight. Then, Lu Ming and Chiu Moon exchanged moves. Chiu Moon had reached the 3rd-layer Divine King realm. She was truly terrifying. The two of them had exchanged dozens of moves, but there was no clear winner. Of course, the two of them were holding back. They didn't use their trump cards. Lu Ming was surprised by Chiu Moon's strength. He estimated that even if he used his trump cards, he wouldn't be able to defeat Chiu Moon. Then, the 3 of them took turns to exchange moves. Soon, they were able to control their Origin secret technique and their Origin secret technique. At this time, there was still a month before the opening of the Great Void Imperial Academy. At this time, Lu Ming had another great breakthrough. Lu Ming had awakened the Origin secret technique of the Sovereign secret technique. The Origin secret technique had awakened a second time. Originally, the Origin secret technique of the Sovereign secret technique had been at the peak of the first awakening for many years. This time, Lu Ming's cultivation had increased sharply. He had entered the King realm, and his understanding of the various Origin secret techniques had increased by a large margin. In addition, he had become more familiar with the usage of his Origin secret technique. Naturally, the Sovereign secret technique had awakened a second time. All of this happened naturally. The second awakening of the Sovereign secret technique had undoubtedly raised Lu Ming's fighting strength to another level. Top 3. Lu Ming clenched his fists. His gaze was resolute. This time, he had to enter the top 3 and rescue Blue Merchant. On this day, the 3 of them did not continue to spar. Instead, they left their residence and went out for a walk. They wanted to find out more about the current situation. Of course, the main point was to find out which Origin secret technique of the current Origin secret technique had the most potential to enter the top 10. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious. As soon as they went out, they realized that the Great Void Holy City had become even more lively. The Great Void Holy City was vast and its surface area was shocking. However, walking on the streets still felt like there was a sea of people. Various races walked on the streets. It was very lively. Soon, they heard a lot of useful information. This was because countless people were guessing which Origin secret technique of the Sovereign secret technique would enter the top 10 this time. This time, the Origin secret technique of the Sovereign secret technique has gathered. However, the ones most likely to enter the top 10 are still the 10 talents of the Holy Capital. That's right. In the past, the 10 talents of the Holy Capital had the highest chance of entering the top 10. Of course, there are exceptions. This time, there are definitely exceptions. This is because the various heavenly king palaces have also produced many terrifying origin secret techniques. For example, the Holy Maiden of the Thousand Saints Heavenly King Palace, Qian Xingxian. She is extremely talented and her combat strength is shocking. She has a chance of entering the top 10. There is also the Unparalleled Heavenly King Palace, which is ranked first among the 27 Heavenly King Palaces. They have also produced a terrifying origin secret technique. He is definitely not weaker than Qian Xingxian. What is even more shocking is that he is from the Great Zhou Heavenly King Palace. Haven't you heard of the Unparalleled Swordsman, Di Jinni? This person was born in a small world. However, he killed his way up and displayed his unparalleled talent. It is said that in that small world, this person is known as the Shocking Sword Emperor. This shows how powerful he is. Don't forget about another person. That is the War God family of the Nine Blades Heavenly King Palace. It is said that this generation of the War God family has produced a terrifying person. He is said to be the most talented person in the history of the War God family. He is known as the reincarnation of the War God family. He is going to lead the War God family to its former glory. He is extremely terrifying. Lu Ming and the other two walked around and heard information about the terrifying origin secret technique of the talents of the Heavenly King Palace. Di Jinni? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Among all the origin secret techniques, he was the most interested in this person. This was because, like him, Di Jinni had also killed his way out of a small world. I wonder which one of them is the white-haired youth that we met back then? Lu Ming thought of the white-haired youth that he had met in the Bone Sword tribe's secret realm. That white-haired youth had terrifying combat strength. Moreover, he had mastered the origin source ancient characters. His strength was unfathomable and he was definitely someone who could enter the top 10. The three of them walked around and collected the records of the origin secret techniques of the talents that people thought highly of. They planned to study them. Chapter 3205. Big news, big news. The number 1 prodigy of the War God family, Chu Qingkong, is challenging one of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital, Deadly Spear Yuan Jie. Suddenly, a piece of news blew up in the streets. What? Chu Qingkong is challenging Deadly Spear Yuan Jie? Is this for real? Countless people were shocked. Chu Qingkong was the strongest prodigy of the War God family. He was known as the man who had surpassed the War God. And Deadly Spear Yuan Jie was one of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital. The core area of the Taishu dynasty was vast. It was far above the various heavenly kings and had given birth to countless prodigies. Among the countless prodigies, those who could be ranked as one of the 10 heroes were definitely terrifying existences. The two of them were going to fight in advance. It was hard not to cause a commotion. But where is their challenge? When is it? In half a day at the Qilin battle stage. In half a day. Quick, there's not much time left. Let's go to the Qilin battle stage. Let's go. Instantly, countless people swarmed towards the Qilin battle stage. The transportation arrays to the Qilin battle stage were also full. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling also headed towards the Qilin battle stage. Two prodigies who were expected to enter the top 10 would fight in advance. This was a good opportunity to see each other's strength and compare it with their own. How could they miss it? When the three of them finally arrived at the Qilin battle stage, they realized that it was already packed with people. Countless people were surrounding a vast fighting ring. Around the battle stage, there were 4 huge Qilin statues guarding the 4 directions. This battle platform was very famous in the great illusionary divine region. It was said that even godly lords could fight on it without damaging the battle platform at all. Ordinary people who wanted to fight on this battle stage were not qualified. The battle stage would not open and was covered by a large array. However, with Chu Qingkong and Yuan Jie's fame, they were still qualified to fight on this battle stage. Who do you think is stronger between Chu Qingkong and Yuan Jie? Many people were waiting and chatting as they guessed the strength of the two. It's hard to say. However, I have seen Yuan Jie in action. His spear is deadly and his combat strength is terrifying. Even if he is a divine king, it's a piece of cake for him to kill someone of a higher realm than him. I wonder how powerful Chu Qingkong is. Chu Qingkong is known as the strongest genius in the history of the War God clan. He should not be weak, right? I've never seen him in action. Everything is fake. Who doesn't know how to brag? That's true. There was a lot of discussion at the scene. Some people favored Yuan Jie, while others favored Chu Qingkong. Look, that's the Thousand Sage proclamation from the Thousand Sage Heavenly King Manor. Suddenly, someone looked in a certain direction. There was a woman with a long skirt that fluttered in the wind. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her appearance was not inferior to Autumn Moon or Lan Ling. The peerless goddess, Xian Shengxian, was a very popular genius. Also, the heaven-startling sword emperor, Di Jian. Another person exclaimed. In another direction, a silver-haired young man stood in the air, his white robes fluttering in the wind. It's him. He's Di Jian. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This young man was the white-haired young man that he had met in the Bone Sword tribe's secret territory. He was the one who controlled the Origin ancient characters. It turned out that this person was Di Jian. Like Lu Ming, he was a peerless genius from a pocket dimension. Following that, people kept exclaiming because they recognized many peerless geniuses. Several of the 10 prodigies of the Holy Capital had come. Obviously, these people were very concerned about Chu Qingkong and Yuan Jie's strength and regarded them as potential opponents. Time flew by quickly. Yuan Jie is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked in a certain direction. In the sky, a black-robed young man with a long spear on his back walked over step by step. This person was Deadly Spear Yuan Jie. Yuan Jie's eyes were sharp, and his body emitted a terrifying killing intent that was as cold as a knife. Wherever he passed, the crowd automatically made a path for him. Open the battle stage. A loud roar reverberated throughout the scene. A burly man in charge of guarding the Qilin battle stage began to control the array. The array lit up and the array that enveloped the Qilin battle stage was opened. Yuan Jie stepped out and landed on the Qilin battle stage. "Ha Yuan Jie, you're right on time." At this moment, a loud laugh came from another direction. Another young man walked over. This young man was extremely burly and wore a black armor. A domineering aura filled the air. Chu Qingkong. Everyone knew that Chu Qingkong had arrived. Chu Qingkong walked in the air and landed on the Qilin battle stage, facing Yuan Jie. You're the only one among the 10 prodigies who uses a spear. Coincidentally, I also use a spear. Everyone is comparing the two of us. I'd like to know how strong your spear technique is. Chu Qingkong spoke in a loud and domineering voice. He'll take your life. Yuan Jie said coldly, and his killing intent intensified. Haha. If you can take my life, I can only blame myself for not being skilled enough. But to be frank, you don't have the ability to do so. Chu Qingkong smiled, looking very confident. Whether I have the ability or not, we'll know in a battle. Yuan Jie's voice was still cold. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent aura erupted from his body. A spear light soared into the sky and pierced through the sky. The 4 Qilin statues around the Qilin battle stage roared. Then, a light barrier spread out and covered the Qilin battle stage. In this way, no matter how fierce the battle was inside, the energy would not leak out. The long spear on Yuan Jie's back flew out. He held it in his hand and pointed it at Chu Qingkong. Make your move. Chu Qingkong's eyes were filled with a strong battle intent. A long spear appeared in his hand and a powerful aura was released. Peak of the 3rd layer of the King God realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Chu Qingkong and Yuan Jie's cultivation were both at the peak of the 3rd layer of the King God realm. They had not broken through to the 4th layer of the King God realm. There was a big gap between the 3rd layer of the King God realm and the 4th layer of the King God realm. It seemed like many of the top geniuses were at the 3rd layer of the King God realm. Seeing this, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. These people's cultivation was not too strong. Lu Ming had a higher chance of winning. If these people's cultivation had reached the 4th layer of the king god realm or the 5th layer of the king god realm, coupled with their talents, it would be too terrifying. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he would not be a match for them. However, it made sense. Those who were able to participate in the Great Void Imperial Family's Sacred Institute were not too old. The older ones had already entered the Great Void Imperial Family's Sacred Institute. Therefore, these people's cultivation would not be too high. Boom! Chu Qingkong and Yuan Jie's auras clashed in the air, resulting in a loud explosion. Suddenly, the two of them moved at the same time and charged at each other. The crowd could only see two spear lights rushing at each other. They were so fast that it was hard to see them clearly. Chapter 3206. The two spear lights collided with each other, then retreated and continued to charge at each other. Clang, clang, clang. Dense sounds of collisions echoed throughout the entire area, and the rumbling continued. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Then, both of them retreated and stood in the air. They were evenly matched. The spectators held their breaths in concentration. They all knew that the exchange just now was only a test between the two, and they did not use their full strength. What followed next was the real battle between the two of them. Deadly 18 spears. Yuan Jie said in a cold voice. An ancient and desolate aura emanated from his body. That was the aura of the Origin Divine Power Factor, and it was extremely dense. Second awakening of the Origin Divine Power Factor. Lu Ming could tell at a glance. This was within Lu Ming's expectations. At this level of cultivation, it was far too difficult to awaken the Divine Power Origin Factor a third time. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lu Ming didn't know if any of the geniuses had awakened their divine powers 3 times. Even if there were, it would be extremely rare. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, spear light bloomed in Yuan Jie's hand. Streaks of pitch-black spear shadows shot toward Chu Qingkong with terrifying killing intent. Fast, it was extremely fast. The life-seizing spear was known as the life-seizing spear. Its greatest power was its speed. Life-reaping spear. Interesting. War God strike. Chu Qingkong said coldly. The armor on his body emitted a dazzling light. As he waved his spear, a huge war god appeared in the sky. This war god was riding on a warhorse. The warhorse stepped into the air and swept its huge spear horizontally, blocking Yuan Jie's spear shadow. There was no doubt that Chu Qingkong's divine power had also undergone a second awakening. The two of them engaged in an intense battle, but for a time, they were still tied. There's no need to test him. Let's go all out and not waste time. Chu Qingkong stepped forward and clenched his fist in the air. The spear in his hand disappeared and was replaced by another ancient stone spear. Tyrant God Spear. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This was Chu Qingkong's secret skill of origin, which was exactly the same as Lu Ming's secret skill of origin. It was also the tyrannical God Spear. Chu Qingkong's aura became even more violent as soon as he used the secret skill of origin. Boom! The enormous spear light pressed down on Yuan Jie. Life-steal flash. Yuan Jie let out a long howl. His body began to flicker rapidly. Every time he flickered, a ray of spear light would be thrust at Chu Qingkong. Origin Source Secret Technique. This was also an Origin Source secret technique that belonged to Yuan Jie. This was their true strength. At the peak of the 3rd sky of King God Realm, the god power of the Origin had awakened for the 2nd time, and he had awakened the secret technique of the Origin. This kind of competence was enough to crush the other geniuses easily. Unending river of spear Dao. Chu Qingkong waved his spear and a long river appeared around him, surrounding him. This long river was actually completely composed of endless spear lights. War God Strike. With a single glance, Lu Ming could tell that this was a move from the War God Strike. It was extremely powerful. With Lu Ming's current comprehension of the War God Strike, he was still unable to use this move. Chu Qingkong and Yuan Jie were both using their best moves. The intense battle dazzled the eyes of the onlookers. How terrifying! This kind of combat strength is enough to kill an ordinary 5th sky of King God Realm expert. Indeed, a King God Realm expert can kill an opponent 2 levels higher than him. How terrifying! Many people were discussing in astonishment. The two of them continued to exchange dozens of blows, but there was still no clear winner. Yuan Jie, is this all you've got? Then you'll be defeated. Suddenly, Chu Qingkong let out a long howl. His body swelled rapidly, turning into a giant that was a few hundred meters tall. His aura was obviously stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This was a powerful secret technique. It was not the ancient god body, but it was similar to the ancient god body. It could increase one's strength by leaps and bounds. Boom! Chu Qingkong used this secret technique. With a thrust of his spear, Yuan Jie's spear lights were shattered. Yuan Jie's body shook violently and he was forced to retreat. Yuan Jie was at a disadvantage. After gaining the upper hand, Chu Qingkong launched a torrential attack. After more than 10 blows, Yuan Jie finally gave in. His body crashed into the light shield at the edge of the fighting ring. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his aura weakened. Defeated, Yuan Jie, one of the 10 heroes of the holy capital, was defeated by Chu Qingkong. Yuan Jie, your strength is only SOSO. I won't kill you today. Get lost. Chu Qingkong waved his hand in a domineering manner. Yuan Jie's face turned ugly. At this moment, the array of the fighting ring opened. Yuan Jie rose into the air and left the place. Yuan Jie was defeated. What a surprise! Although Yuan Jie is ranked at the bottom of the 10 heroes, he was defeated by Chu Qingkong. Chu Qingkong is really terrifying. No wonder he's the strongest supreme talent in the history of the War God clan. With his strength, he should be able to make it to the top 3. It's possible. I just don't know how strong the other supreme talents are. I have a feeling that this battle will be very exciting. Many people were discussing. Among the crowd, some powerful supreme talents, such as Xian Shengxian and the other 10 heroes, had a solemn look in their eyes. Only Di Jinni looked calm. Let's go, Lu Ming said and left with Qiu Autumn Moon and Lan Ling. After watching the battle between Yuan Jie and Chu Qingkong, Lu Ming had a rough idea of his strength. After returning to their residence, the three of them continued to cultivate while waiting for the opening of the Great Void Imperial Academy. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The day of the opening of the Great Void Imperial Academy had finally arrived. Rumble! On this day, a continent appeared in the sky out of thin air. Yes, a platform appeared in the sky. It was so big that it really looked like a continent. Countless people rose into the sky and flew toward the continent. That was because the location of the opening of the Great Void Imperial Academy was on this continent. Lu Ming, Qiu Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling flew to the continent. The continent was very flat and boundless. It was so huge that it could accommodate billions of living beings at the same time. There were many armored soldiers guarding the 4 corners of the continent. They were the experts of the Imperial Guards. They blocked everyone outside. There was a large empty space in the middle. The supreme talents who are participating in the opening of the Great Void Imperial Academy can enter the center. The spectators can stay outside. Those who violate the rules will be punished by military law. In the sky, a burly man in armor spoke. His voice spread throughout the area and made many people's hearts beat faster. He was a general of the Imperial Guards. His strength was extremely terrifying. No one dared to violate the rules because that would be courting death. Immediately, the young supreme talents flew out from the crowd and toward the center area. Look, that's Qian Shengxian. And Di Jinni. And Chu Qingkong. Ah, Chu Qingkong, I love you. Many infatuated girls shouted excitedly when they saw Chu Qingkong. After the last battle, Chu Qingkong's popularity had skyrocketed. Many people thought that Chu Qingkong would definitely enter the top 10 or even the top 3. Chapter 3207. And Su Weifun. More and more people screamed. The screams at the scene grew louder and louder. Many girls were screaming with tears and snot running down their faces. Su Weya and Yijifan were the most outstanding of the 10 heroes of the holy capital. They were considered to be in the top 3. These geniuses were all dragons among men. They were talented and handsome. Most importantly, they had strong backgrounds. Every one of them had countless supporters and fans. He's really popular. Lu Ming was speechless. After this battle, young master will definitely be more popular and have more supporters. Qiu Yu said with a smile. I don't need that many supporters. I only need you as my supporter. Lu Ming said to Qiu Yu. This scene caused Lan Ling to feel extremely displeased. She let out a cold snort, took a step forward and flew out. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu smiled at each other and flew out as well. One by one, the young elites flew to the center of the platform. There were so many of them that no one knew how many there were. This is too many. Lu Ming was speechless. Lu Ming didn't know how many people there were, but he estimated that there were at least 10 million. Yes, 10 million. The number of participants was truly terrifying. It's normal for there to be so many people. The Taishu Royal Sacred Institute is the sacred place for all the young cultivators of the Taishu dynasty. The elites of the 27 Heavenly Lord mansions, the General's mansions, and the Marquis mansions will all participate. Plus, countless elites of the Taishu dynasty will gather. Lan Ling said. Lu Ming nodded. The Taishu dynasty's territory was too vast. Although there were many people, some of them were still eye-catching in the sea of people. For example, Qian Shengxian of the 10 Talents of the Saint Capital and the strongest elite from the Wushuang Mansion, Shuihen. There were also Di Jianyi and Chu Qingkong. These people stood in the crowd while the others stayed far away from them, not daring to approach them. As for Lu Ming, he was submerged in the vast sea of people and was completely inconspicuous. After half an hour, no more young geniuses flew out. Countless geniuses sized each other up. Next, they would all be competitors. Of course, most of the gazes were still on the few people who attracted the most attention. The Sage Emperor has arrived. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the sky and entered everyone's ears. The scene suddenly quieted down. It became silent. Roar, roar, roar. In the distance, dragon roars could be heard. Then, everyone saw 9 divine dragons pulling a war chariot over. Each of the divine dragons was extremely huge. They were tens of thousands of feet long, and their auras were extremely dense. 6-clawed divine dragons, and they are all 6-clawed divine dragons that have reached the Divine Lord realm. Sensing the 9 divine dragons pulling the carriage, Lu Ming's pupils contracted. These 9 divine dragons all had 6 claws on their abdomens. Each one's aura was unfathomably deep. They were shockingly all Divine Lord realm existences. On the chariot behind the 9 divine dragons sat an emperor. This was the ruler of the Taishu dynasty, the current Sage Emperor. The Sage Emperor looked to be in his 60s, and his hair was white. Given the cultivation of the Sage Emperor, if he looked to be in his 60s, his actual age was probably shockingly old. Just by sitting there casually, the Sage Emperor exuded endless majesty. Behind the Sage Emperor were the ministers of the Taishu Sacred Emperor. They were all the higher-ups of the Taishu dynasty, such as the state teacher, the current crown prince, the various princes. Of course, Lu Ming didn't know any of them. Greetings, Sage Emperor. Countless people bowed to the Sage Emperor. Rise. The Sage Emperor waved his hand and said, The time has come. Let's begin. The rules are the same as before. Those who enter the top 10 can establish their own families. Those who enter the top 3 can make a request of me. The Sage Emperor's words were very concise. Then, a middle-aged man in his 50s stepped out. It's the state teacher. Many youths whispered, State teacher. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This person was the state teacher, the teacher of the current crown prince and a powerful figure in the Taishu dynasty. Because of Wu Fan, Lu Ming would most likely be on the opposite side of this person. Moreover, the biggest suspect in Jing Yu's death was the crown prince. If that was really the case, Lu Ming and this person would be enemies in the future. Therefore, Lu Ming couldn't help but observe for a while. The state teacher looked very majestic, but there was no pressure on him at all. He stood there like an ordinary person. Lu Ming knew that his cultivation was too far away from the state teacher, which was why he felt that way. I will be the host of this meeting. This meeting of the Sacred Academy will be divided into 4 rounds, stepping on the Milky Way, comprehending Shenhuang, striking the bell and stabilizing the divine throne. The state teacher's voice resounded throughout the hall. Stepping on the Milky Way, comprehending Shenhuang, striking the bell and stabilizing the divine throne, many people murmured and pondered about the meaning of these 4 sentences. At this moment, the state teacher took a step forward and went to the depths of the sky. He waved his hand and his palm emitted a bright light. Then, a Milky Way appeared out of thin air. The Milky Way ran through the starry sky. It was vast and there seemed to be stars in it. The first round is to cross the Milky Way. As long as you can cross the Milky Way successfully, you will pass. Let's begin, the state teacher announced. So it's that simple. Let's go. Let's go. Suddenly, many figures rushed into the sky. Tens of millions of different creatures rose into the sky. The scene was extremely spectacular. In a flash, many people came to the other side of the Milky Way and then rushed into it. When these people rushed into the Milky Way, their bodies trembled violently. Some of them screamed and couldn't stabilize their bodies. They flew downstream. It seemed that there was a powerful force in the core of the planet that was constantly attacking those who entered the Milky Way. Fortunately, those people were only swept away and were not seriously injured. However, some people managed to block it and rushed forward quickly to the other side of the Milky Way. Go, go, go! More young people rushed into the Milky Way. Among them, some people were particularly eye-catching. For example, the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital, Di Jinni, Chu Chengkong, Qian Shengxian, and the others turned into streaks of light and flew forward at an astonishing speed. It seemed that the power of the Milky Way didn't affect them at all. Soon, they flew across half of the Milky Way. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling were also about to fly toward the Milky Way. However, Lu Ming felt a few cold murderous intents sweeping toward him from time to time. Lu Ming looked around and noticed some people. A few young men in golden robes glanced at Lu Ming coldly. Without thinking, Lu Ming knew that they were from the Jin family. There were also a few young men in black robes. They looked at Lu Ming unkindly from time to time. Judging by their auras, they should be from the abysmal heavenly king residence. Humph, let him go now. I'll deal with him later. Let's cross the Milky Way first. A tall young man from the Jin family said coldly. This person was one of the 4 heroes of the Jin family. He was an extremely powerful existence. Chapter 3208. The 4 most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation of the Jin clan were called the 4 heroes of the Jin clan. This title was imitated by the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital. However, the tragedy was that the other 3 heroes of the 4 heroes of the Jin clan had all died at the hands of Lu Ming. Now, only one of the 4 heroes of the Jin clan was left. It was the one in front of them, Jin Dun. Jin Dun was the strongest of the 4 heroes of the Jin clan. Previously, he had been training outside with the goal of shocking everyone when the Great Void Imperial Family's Sacred Academy opened. When he heard about the atrocities that Lu Ming had committed against the Jin clan, he was furious and swore to kill Lu Ming to avenge the other 3 heroes of the Jin clan. However, now was not the time for revenge. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. After casting a few cold glances at Lu Ming, the few members of the Jin family flew toward the galaxy. Lu Ming smiled faintly. With his current cultivation, he could not be bothered with the small fries of the Jin clan. Their figures moved, and they also charged toward the galaxy. Once Lu Ming entered the galaxy, he felt a strong force hitting him. It was from the upper reaches of the galaxy. It was like a raging wave. The force was shocking. However, this force was nothing to Lu Ming now. He covered his body with divine power and isolated himself from the outside force. He quickly flew forward. On the autumn moon, Lan Ling easily blocked this force and flew forward. Before they were halfway there, the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital, Xian of 1,000 Shengxian, Emperor Jinni, and the rest had already flown to the other side and successfully crossed the galaxy. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry. This was only the first stage. Only by walking to the end could he have the last laugh. Ah, give me a hand. I don't want to be eliminated. No, I can't fail in the first stage. Some of the youths roared and charged forward with all their might. However, they couldn't resist the power at all and were swept down into the lower reaches of the galaxy. Some people came out from the lower reaches of the galaxy and ran back. However, the result was the same. They were swept away for the second time. Only a small number of people were able to resist that power and keep moving forward. Lu Ming, Mid-Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling were very relaxed. Moments later, they had successfully crossed the Milky Way. Their speed was neither slow nor fast. Many people were still struggling. Some people were fast while others were slow. They waited quietly. Some of the slowest people took 3 days to cross the Milky Way. At this point, the first round had ended. Lu Ming glanced over and was secretly speechless. In this round, at least 90% of the people were eliminated. There were originally tens of millions of them, but at least 9 million were eliminated in an instant, leaving only a little over 1 million. Lu Ming finally understood why they had to use this method. There were simply too many geniuses who had signed up for this competition. If they were to use a one-on-one competition, who knew how long it would take? Using this method, those with weak cultivation and insufficient strength could be eliminated very quickly. Those who didn't pass the Star River will be eliminated. Leave the central area immediately and go outside. The Imperial Preceptor gave the order. Those who were eliminated sighed, but they didn't dare to disobey the Imperial Preceptor's order. They could only fly outside. They were originally participants, but now they were just bystanders. When all the eliminated people left the central area, the Imperial Preceptor waved his hand and the Milky Way in the sky disappeared. Then, a mirror appeared in the Imperial Preceptor's hand. The mirror flew out and rapidly expanded. Soon, it turned into a huge mirror and floated in the air. One could see that there were countless small plates on the mirror. In the small plates, there was a round bead the size of an egg. The round beads in these small plates are the seed of black-yellow. This round is called Enlightenment of Black-Yellow. As the name suggests, it's to comprehend the black-yellow. Go up and grab the seed of black-yellow. You'll enter a mysterious space. Use your imagination to your heart's content and comprehend whatever you can. Finally, as long as you can make the seed of black-yellow germinate, you'll pass. Of course, you only have half a month, the Imperial Preceptor announced. Then he waved his hand and signaled the start of the competition. Everyone flew up the mirror. There were countless small plates on it. Lu Ming and the others randomly chose a small plate. Lu Ming sat cross-legged beside a small plate and reached out to grab the seed of black-yellow. Suddenly, Lu Ming's vision turned black. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself in a sealed space. The space was not big. It was less than 10 meters in length, width, and height. In the space, there were wisps of chi of black-yellow floating around. Looks like this stage tests one's perception and imagination. Lu Ming carefully looked at the chi of black-yellow in front of him and began to comprehend. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming was still trying to comprehend. Outside, countless people's eyes were fixed on the mirrors and the geniuses. They saw that all the elites were holding the seed of black-yellow and were motionless. We have to pass this round. We have to pass this round. This time, someone from the general's residence must enter the Great Void Imperial Sacred Academy. This time we have to pass. Many onlookers watched nervously. There were countless people who came from all over the place. The various Heavenly Kings' residences, the Marquis residences, the generals' residences, and many other forces came to watch. For example, the 9 Extinction Heavenly Kings' residence, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King, and the patriarchs of the various major families came. The patriarchs of the various major families also stared at the elites of the various major families. They were extremely nervous. This was because they knew that if one wanted to enter the Great Void Imperial Sacred Academy, there was no need to go through the 4th round. Only by passing the 2nd round would one be able to enter the Great Void Imperial Sacred Academy. Therefore, this round was the most crucial. Time passed quickly. Soon 10 days had passed. Suddenly, the sound of glass cracking could be heard. The seed of black-yellow in the hands of one of the young men cracked. Then, a tender sprout appeared. As time passed, the tender sprout slowly grew. He did it. My disciple did it. Someone laughed. That young man had successfully germinated the seed of black-yellow, which meant that he had passed this round. This young man seemed to have broken the silence. Next, cracking sounds could be heard continuously. More people's seed of black-yellow cracked, revealing a tender sprout. Of course, more people did not germinate the seed of black-yellow. The strangest thing was that the 10 heroes of the holy capital, Di Jiani, Chu Chengkong, Qian Shengxian, and the others did not germinate the seed of black-yellow. What's going on? Those who are obviously weaker have germinated the seed of black-yellow. Why didn't the 10 heroes of the holy capital germinate the seed of black-yellow? I don't know. Every time the Imperial Sacred Academy opens, the content of the test is different. I don't know what's going on either. Maybe it's because they're well prepared. Otherwise, it's impossible that no one succeeded. Many people were discussing. As time passed, more and more people succeeded. However, Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling did not succeed. Chapter 3209. 20 days had passed. At this time, those who succeeded had the mysterious yellow seed's tender shoot continuously growing. The tallest one had the mysterious yellow seed grow to a full meter long. Good preparation is the key to success. Good preparation is the key to success. Someone exclaimed. They realized that the later they germinated, the more talented they were, and the longer their buds grew. Of course, they had to germinate before the 30th day. Otherwise, they would have failed after the 30th day. From the 20th day onwards, those who germinated the black-yellow seed were the true elites, and the buds grew longer and longer. The tallest one was 5 meters long, like a small tree. On the 26th day, the black-yellow seed in Lan Ling's hand finally cracked. A bud grew out and started to grow crazily. Soon, it grew to about 6 meters. It was verdant and looked like a real tree. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's black-yellow seed did not germinate. Time passed quickly, and it was the 30th day. It was the last day. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the 10 heroes of the holy capital, Di Jiani, and the others. Crack, crack. Almost at the same time, the black-yellow seeds in the hands of the 10 heroes of the holy capital, Di Jiani, Chu Chengkong, and the others cracked. Of course, that included Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. After their black-yellow seeds cracked, the buds started to grow crazily. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters. Soon, it exceeded the previous maximum of 6 meters and continued to grow. Look, Yuan Jie's buds have stopped growing. They've stopped at 6. 5 meters, someone exclaimed. Sure enough, they saw that one of the holy capital's 10 prodigies, Yuan Jie's sprout had stopped growing. It was only 5 meters tall. As for the others, they were still growing. Of course, after that, there were people whose buds stopped growing. Look, Di Jiani's black-yellow seed is growing so fast. Chu Chengkong and Su Weia are also very fast. Many people cried out in shock because they realized that these people's Xianhuang sprouts were growing too quickly. They had already surpassed 9 meters and were charging towards a height of 10 meters. Their mysterious yellow tender sprouts are so ferocious. The normal. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, full of shock. Not only them, but the others who saw this scene were also very shocked. These two people were, of course, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. The mysterious yellow tender buds in their hands also grew at a shocking speed. Its speed was no slower than Di Jiani, Chu Chengkong, and the others. Nest, who are these people? This is too awesome, I've never seen it before. This stage tests one's perception and imagination. Such speed, perception, and imagination are astonishing. Every time the Great Void Imperial Family Sacred Academy's examination, a dark horse like this would appear. Many people were discussing in shock. It's them. In the crowd, the 9 Absolutes' Heavenly King revealed a look of joy. The Wu family's patriarch and experts, who were on good terms with Lu Ming, also looked happy. Lu Ming is amazing. Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong also came to watch, their faces full of admiration. As for the Jin family, Qin family, and Winged family, they were gnashing their teeth. This kid, the 9 Sabers' Heavenly King, also looked at Lu Ming, his eyes emitting a cold, murderous intent. Gradually, many of the mysterious yellow tender buds of the 10 heroes of the holy capital stopped growing. The 1,000 Shengxian also stopped growing, and the mysterious yellow tender buds stopped growing at 10 meters. Then, Chu Qingkong and Autumn Moon's mysterious yellow tender buds stopped growing at almost the same time. Their mysterious yellow tender buds stopped at 12 meters. Who is this little girl? What terrifying talent! She can actually tie with Chu Qingkong. Chu Qingkong is known as the strongest supreme talent in the history of the war god family. There is no doubt about his talent. This little girl also has such talent. Terrifying. The most terrifying ones are that kid and Di Jenny. The scene was noisy, and many people could not remain calm. Now, only Lu Ming, Di Jenny, and Su Wuya were still growing their mysterious yellow tender buds. Su Wuya was known as the leader of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital. His combat strength was unparalleled, and no one could beat him. Now, not to mention combat strength, there were 2 people who could match Su Wuya in terms of comprehension and imagination. After a while, Su Wuya's mysterious yellow tender buds grew slower and slower, and finally stopped at 13 meters. Only Lu Ming and Di Jenny's mysterious yellow tender buds were still growing. In the end, both of their mysterious yellow tender buds stopped at 15 meters. 15 meters was 2 meters taller than the cliff of nothingness, which was 13 meters tall. This was shocking. Di Jenny, a peerless swordsman from the small thousand world, has such talent. Terrifying. This kind of person can be said to be the main character of the small thousand world. However, there are many of them. There are only a few who can rise after entering the great thousand world. The key is, who is the other person? He also has such talent. It's really shocking. Everyone sighed. I know. He is Lu Ming from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Suddenly, there was a voice. Obviously, it was from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. He is a supreme talent from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Brother 9 Extinction, congratulations. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion has such a supreme talent. Suddenly, there were heavenly kings from other heavenly king mansions who looked at the 9 Extinction Heavenly King and congratulated him. Humph, he only has better comprehension and imagination. In the end, it still depends on his combat power. If his combat power is not enough, everything is in vain. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King snorted coldly and was very unhappy. Who is the divine king genius who defeated the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion as a heavenly god? The 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion replied faintly. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion suddenly stopped talking. Everyone was discussing as they waited. 30 days had not passed. Lu Ming and the others had not woken up and did not know their results. In addition, there were many people whose mysterious yellow tender buds had not sprouted. The forces that those people belonged to were sighing. Those who had not sprouted were probably doomed to be eliminated. They did not think that those people were well prepared. Even Di Jenny and the others' mysterious yellow tender buds had sprouted. How could those people be more well prepared than Di Jenny and the others? Those people had not sprouted because they could not let the mysterious yellow tender buds germinate. Very soon, 30 days had passed. All right, 1 month has passed. This round is over, the Grand Master said. He then waved and a gust of energy spread out. Suddenly, Lu Ming and the others left the space and woke up. After they woke up, they looked at their mysterious yellow tender buds. Mine sprouted. Ah, mine sprouted. Mine sprouted too. Those who saw their mysterious yellow tender buds were elated. Mine did not germinate. How could this be? Damn it, D***it. Many people who did not germinate roared and lamented. They had all kinds of emotions. Chapter 32:10. The 10 heroes of the Holy Capital, Di Jenny, Chu Qingkong, and the rest looked calm. They glanced at their own buds and then looked at the others. So tall. When their gazes swept past Di Jenny and Lu Ming's fantasy sprout, their pupils could not help but widen, revealing a shocked expression. Their buds were 15 meters tall and stood out from the crowd. It was hard for them not to attract attention. That's terrifying. 15 meters tall. It has surpassed Su Wuya. Di Jenny is still acceptable. Who is that person? How can he compete with Su Wuya? I don't know. Many supreme talents looked at Lu Ming curiously. That included the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital, Di Jinni, Qian Shengxian, and the rest. Di Jinni was especially surprised to see someone who could compete with him. His eyes lit up and he seemed to be surprised. Humph, it's just a high level of comprehension and imagination. A person's ultimate achievement is not determined by these two factors. It depends on his cultivation and combat strength. Chu Qingkong snorted. He was very unhappy. This time, he was full of ambition. He was originally prepared to suppress all the outstanding heroes. In his opinion, in the Taishu dynasty, Su Wuya was the only one who could make him feel pressured. The others were not worth mentioning. However, this time, in the second round, he met several people who had surpassed him. This made him extremely irritable and murderous. Especially when he looked at Lu Ming, his murderous intent intensified. Lu Ming glanced at him calmly. Alright, this round is over. Those who did not make the black-yellow seed germinate have failed. Leave the central area. The Grand Master said. Those who failed could only leave helplessly. There were originally over 1 million people, but now there were only about 100,000 left. Let me tell you a piece of news. If you pass this round, you can join the Taishu Imperial Family's Sacred Academy. The Grand Master continued. This piece of news immediately ignited the crowd. The geniuses who passed cheered excitedly. As for those who failed, their faces were ashen. Especially those who failed in the second round, they were extremely vexed. They were just one step away from entering the Taishu Imperial Family's Sacred Academy. Although you can enter the Great Void Imperial Academy, there is still a third and fourth round. The Imperial Preceptor continued, of course, if you want to withdraw from the third or fourth round, you can still join the Great Void Imperial Academy. Now, does anyone want to withdraw? No one moved by themselves. What was the purpose of joining the Great Void Imperial Academy? One of the reasons was that there was a good cultivation environment in the Taishu Imperial Academy. Another reason was that he could enter various departments and be entrusted with important tasks. He would rise step by step and eventually become a pillar of the Taishu dynasty. He would become a great figure in the Taishu dynasty. The next 2 rounds would be the time for them to perform. If they performed well, they would not only be favored by the Sage Emperor, but also by the marshals and generals of the other armies. In the future, they would have a much better chance of developing themselves in these armies. If he backed out now, he would definitely be looked down upon by others. Therefore, no one backed out. Since no one is quitting, let's proceed to the third round. The State Preceptor waved his hand, and the mirror and the black-yellow seed disappeared. Following that, a huge bronze bell flew out from his hand. As soon as the bell flew out, it quickly grew in size and eventually filled the entire sky. Then, stone platforms appeared around the bell and floated in the air. There were at least 100,000 stone platforms. Each of you choose a stone platform and get on it. The State Preceptor said. Then, the crowd randomly chose a stone platform and flew onto it. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling's stone platforms were next to each other. Alright, I will now announce the rules of the third round. The rules of this round are called the Sky Striking Bell. It's very simple. You will attack the bell. In the end, the remaining 10,000 people on the stone platforms will enter the next round. The State Preceptor announced. Attack the bell, and the remaining 10,000 people on the stone platforms will enter the next round? What kind of rule is that? Many people were puzzled. Let's begin. You will start. The State Preceptor pointed at a young man. The young man's expression changed. Then, he looked at the bell in front of him with a solemn expression. A powerful aura emanated from his body. Boom! The young man threw a punch. A huge fist print blasted toward the bell in front of him. However, when the fist print hit the bell, it did not cause any ripples or sound. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. What's going on? Many people were puzzled. There was no movement. How could anyone be eliminated? Suddenly, someone felt that the bell seemed to vibrate slightly. Then, a burst of energy burst out and rushed toward the young man just now. The young man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly blocked, but when the energy hit him, his body trembled violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was sent flying out of the stone platform. Eliminated. Once he left the stone platform, he would be eliminated. Let me tell you, if you don't ring the bell, you will be eliminated by the force of the bell. The state preceptor explained. Everyone came to a realization. It turned out that they had to ring the bell. Let me try. A young man spoke. A battle axe appeared in his hand. He channeled his divine power and exerted his full strength. The battle axe slashed toward the bell. A huge battle axe light slashed toward the bell. Clang! This time, the battle axe light hit the bell and made a loud sound. The bell vibrated and emitted a bright light. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed. That was because the battle axe light was repelled by the bell. However, the direction of the battle axe light changed. It did not fly toward the young man just now. Instead, it flew toward another young man. The young man's expression changed drastically. He roared and unleashed his divine power. He punched out with both palms. A huge palm print flew out, trying to block the battle axe light. The battle axe light and the palm print collided, making a loud sound. However, it was obvious that the battle axe light was stronger. After a few breaths, it broke through the palm print. When the palm print collapsed, the young man who blocked it with his palms suffered a huge impact. His body could not help but be sent flying out of the stone platform's range. As soon as he flew out of the stone platform's range, his face turned pale. Flying out of the stone platform was equivalent to being eliminated. Eliminated. The state preceptor waved his hand. The young man sighed and left the place. Now you can see it. If you don't have enough strength to attack the bell won't ring. Instead, you will be sent flying out of the stone platform by the bell's force. If you have enough strength to ring the bell, the force of your attack will be repelled by the bell. Of course, it will be repelled toward the others. If you can't withstand it and are sent flying, you will be eliminated. The state preceptor explained a few more words. Everyone came to a realization. So that was the rule. If you can't ring the bell, you will be eliminated. If you can ring the bell, you will have to guard against the attacks of others. No one knew who the rebound of the bell would hit. Chapter 32:11. When the crowd looked at the 10 heroes of the holy capital, Di Jianyi, Xian Xingxian, and Chu Qingkong, their expressions became more serious. If they were unlucky, their attacks would be reflected back to them. Who could block it? We can only rely on luck. Some people sighed helplessly. They only hoped that the strongest supreme talents would not use their full strength when attacking the bell. Otherwise, not many people could block it. This round will depend on strength and luck. Let's continue. The Grand Master said. Next, more people attacked. A young man attacked with all his might. However, before the bell rang, he was sent flying by the rebound force of the bell. They continued to the next one. One by one, they attacked. However, less than half of them could make the bell ring. Those who could make the bell ring would have their attacks reflected back to their opponents. Some people would be sent flying off the fighting ring. However, those who were stronger could block the attack. Clang. Another young man rang the bell. The bell buzzed and deflected his attack. A sword light was sent flying towards one of the 10 prodigies of the holy capital. This genius of the 10 prodigies of the holy capital was called Han Shao. His strength was also shocking. He extended a hand and slapped out. The sword chi flying towards him changed direction and flew towards another young man. Not only did he block it, but he also changed the direction of the attack to form a second attack. However, the attack did not increase. The young man who was attacked was shocked. He tried to block it, but he could not block it and was sent flying. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw this. It seemed that this round of attacks was not only random, but could also be controlled. As long as one was strong enough, they could change the direction of the attack and attack the enemy they wanted to attack. Suddenly, some of the supreme talents who had grudges against each other started to size each other up. Cold light flashed in their eyes. Lu Ming saw that Jin Dun, one of the 4 heroes of the Jin clan, and the supreme talent of the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion were looking at Lu Ming with evil intentions. From then on, all the supreme talents on the stone platform became more alert and focused. Next, the people continued to attack. Soon, a few hundred people were eliminated. Finally, an attack flew towards Jean Dun, the genius of the Jean clan. Jean Dun shouted. His body emitted a golden light, and his hands turned pure gold. He displayed the hand of void severing and continuously slapped forward. With a series of explosions, the attack that was flying towards him was not only blocked by him, but also changed direction and flew towards Lu Ming. This Jean Dun was obviously targeting Lu Ming, wanting to send Lu Ming flying. Anyway, Jean Dun's competence surprised Lu Ming. He had the cultivation base of the third sky of King God Realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to change the direction of the other's attacks. His cultivation was much stronger than the other geniuses of the Jean clan. This attack flew towards Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming threw a punch and a few 9-clawed divine dragons condensed continuously. They flew forward and collided with the attacks that were directed at him. However, he managed to block them. He had some strength. Many people were surprised, but they weren't too surprised. After all, Lu Ming had won first place in the second round and was ranked with Emperor Jin. It wasn't surprising that he had such strength. Let me. At this moment, a young man spoke. Yuan Jie is going to attack. Someone exclaimed. Many people became nervous. Yuan Jie was one of the 10 greats of the holy capital. How strong was he? If his attack was reflected, it would be terrifying. How many people could withstand it? Many people started to pray that Yuan Jie's attack wouldn't be reflected on them. At this moment, Yuan Jie attacked. However, he didn't use his full strength. He just casually pointed his finger, and a spear light shot out from his finger towards the bell. As expected, the bell rang, emitting a dazzling light. Then, the spear light was reflected back towards a young man. That young man became nervous. He exhaled, and all the divine power in his body burst out. His strength was at its peak. Second sky of King God Realm, awakened divine power. Many people were surprised. This young man was also very strong. He had awakened divine power and his cultivation base had reached the second sky of King God Realm. Among all the sky prides, he could be ranked in the upper middle. Wave parting palm. The young man shouted, and both of his palms struck out. Waves of palm energy formed a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Boom, 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 boom. The palm energy collided with the spear light, and there were continuous explosions. In the end, the spear light was blocked. The young man took a few steps back, but he didn't get out of the stone platform. Phew. The young man let out a long breath and relaxed. The others also felt lucky for the young man. It was obvious that Yuan Jie had only casually struck out. Otherwise, the young man wouldn't have been able to block it. The attacks continued. Soon, it was Qian Shengshuan's turn. Everyone became nervous again. In their hearts, Qian Shengshuan was a peerless genius on par with the 10 greats of the holy capital. However, Qian Shengshuan didn't intend to use his full strength. They couldn't control who their attacks were aimed at, so there was no point in using his full strength. What if his attacks were aimed at one of their own? Therefore, Qian Shengshuan only casually struck out. Her attack was reflected, and it was aimed at a young man. That young man wasn't as strong as the one who had been attacked by Yuan Jie. Even though he had used all his strength, he couldn't block it and was thrown out of the stone platform. Next, every time it was the 10 greats of the holy capital's turn to attack, everyone became nervous. However, they were just casually attacking, so their attacks weren't particularly strong. Some people managed to block the attacks, while others didn't. As time went by, the number of people around the bell decreased. At first, it was 100,000, then 90,000, then 80,000. Clang. The bell rang again. This time, it was an attack from a genius in the third King God Realm. Although he wasn't as strong as the 10 greats of the holy capital and Chu Qingkong, he was still very powerful. The attack flew directly toward Chu Qingkong. The corners of Chu Qingkong's mouth curled into a sneer. He condensed a spear with his divine power and swung it. The attack was sent flying in another direction. That direction was where Lu Ming was. With a terrifying whistling sound, the attack flew towards Lu Ming. Many people fixed their gazes on Lu Ming. This was an attack from a genius in the third king god realm. Although he hadn't used his full strength, could Lu Ming block it? This guy. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Obviously, Chu Qingkong had recognized him after he had killed several geniuses of the Chu family. That was why he had sent the attack towards him. Chapter 32:12. Lu Ming clenched his fists and punched out continuously. Dragon roars resounded in the air. The dragon power was vast and mighty. Numerous 9-clawed divine dragons were formed. A total of 18 9-clawed divine dragons appeared and rushed towards the attack. After a series of explosions, the attack was finally blocked. He still has some strength. Someone said. His strength is not bad, but he didn't use his full strength to attack the bell. He only used a portion of his strength. It's not enough to prove how strong he is. That's true. Dang. Ding. The bell continued to ring. Following that, there were people who were eliminated and people who succeeded. The number of people continued to decrease, approaching 10,000. Finally, after half a month, out of the original 100,000 people around the bell, 90,000 had been eliminated, leaving only 10,000. Good, this round is over. The imperial teacher waved his hand and the bell quickly shrunk and was put away by him. This round was over. Next, the 10,000 of you will enter the fourth round, which is also the last round. In this round, you will decide the top 10 and the top 3. The imperial teacher's voice spread across the field. Some people's eyes lit up. Top 10, top 3. This was the goal of many people, especially the top 10 prodigies of the holy capital. Let me first explain the rules of the fourth round. It's very simple. Take a look. The imperial teacher said and waved his hand again. A round ball flew out and quickly expanded in the air. This time, the imperial teacher was in charge. Therefore, he had already prepared all the treasures needed for the fourth round. Inside this round ball is a world. It was set up by an array master. It's vast and the territory is very large. In the fourth round, the 10,000 of you will enter this world together. The imperial teacher explained. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they will enter this world together and have a chaotic battle to determine the winner? The imperial teacher seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts and said, the rules are not as simple as you think. After entering this world, you will need to absorb battle chi. Battle chi? Many people were confused. That's right. Take a look. The imperial preceptor moved his finger and a figure appeared in the air above the sphere. This figure was wearing a crimson battle suit. The battle armor on this figure is formed by battle chi. The battle armor is divided into 8 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and gold. Red is the lowest and gold is the highest. When you first enter this world, everyone will be wearing the same red battle armor. After absorbing more battle chi, the battle armor will evolve and become more advanced. Let me tell you, the battle armor can increase your strength. The higher the level the battle armor, the greater the increase in strength. This will play a crucial role in the competition. The imperial teacher continued. Imperial teacher, how can we absorb battle chi? Someone couldn't help but asked. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw that the armor could increase their combat strength. In other words, if they were weak now, they might not necessarily lose. In the fourth round, if they could obtain a higher level battle armor, wouldn't it mean that they would be able to defeat the stronger ones? This is what I'm going to say next. In this world, there is a type of battle beast. As long as you kill this battle beast, you will be able to absorb battle chi. The higher the level of the battle beast, the more battle chi you will obtain after killing it. Moreover, there is a type of battle tower. As long as you destroy this battle tower, you will be able to obtain a large amount of battle chi. The last one is to kill other participants. After killing them, you will be able to obtain half of their battle chi. Most importantly, in this world, you won't really die if you kill someone from the back. You will only be teleported out, which means you have failed. After hearing the imperial teacher's explanation, everyone finally understood. The fourth round was actually a chaotic battle. It was just a chaotic battle for battle chi. In the beginning, you will have 3 months to accumulate battle chi. After 3 months, in the central region of this world, 20 divine thrones will open. You will have to rush to the central region and fight for the 20 divine thrones. As long as you can get the divine thrones, you will be in the top 20. The final battle will be between these 20 people. At the beginning, according to the amount of battle chi you have obtained, a preliminary ranking will be made, from the 1st to the 20th. After that, the last person, who is the 20th, will start to challenge those who are ranked higher. Each person is only qualified to challenge once. If you win, you can continue to challenge others. If you lose, you will not be able to continue to challenge others. Of course, if you lose, you will still have another chance to challenge others. In the end, the top 10 and top 3 will be determined. Alright, that's all for the 4th round. Take your time to digest it. Some of you have consumed a lot of energy in the 3rd round, so you will have 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, the 4th round will begin. After the imperial teacher finished his announcement, he returned to the sacred emperor's side and did not say anything else. The geniuses pondered carefully to digest the rules. Suddenly, a powerful aura shrouded Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his head and saw a burly young man walking toward him. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. Chu Qingkong. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Chu Qingkong stood in front of Lu Ming with a ferocious look in his eyes. You must be Lu Ming, the one who killed a few geniuses of my Chu clan. Very well, your life is mine. You're going to kill me? I'm afraid you're not worthy enough. Lu Ming replied in a calm tone in a domineering manner. The onlookers, as well as the other geniuses, looked at Lu Ming and Chu Qingkong with curiosity in their eyes. It seems like Chu Qingkong and that Lu Ming have a grudge against each other. Chu Qingkong is from the 9 Sabers Heavenly Emperor Palace, while this Lu Ming is from the 9 Extinction Heavenly Emperor Palace. These 2 Heavenly Emperor Palaces are like fire and water. It's normal for them to have a grudge against each other. Speaking of which, the results of the 9 Sabers Heavenly Emperor Palace and the 9 Sabers Heavenly Emperor Palace are quite impressive. They have produced quite a few outstanding geniuses. Indeed. The crowd discussed, but most of them were looking forward to it. The battle between geniuses had always been fierce and tragic. Naturally, the crowd was looking forward to it. You're talking big. Don't think that you're so full of yourself just because you showed some talent in the 2nd round. In my eyes, your talent is nothing. Moreover, the talent you showed in the 2nd round was not all about talent. It was just a kind of comprehension. Talent represents a lot. Chu Qingkong said coldly. Although Lu Ming had come first in the 2nd round, he did not think that his talent was inferior to Lu Ming's. Talent was not only about comprehension, but also about physique, bloodline, and so on. He was the descendant of the divine god of battle and had unparalleled talent. He was confident about that. Are you trying to comfort yourself? Lu Ming said calmly. He was implying that Chu Qingkong was deceiving himself and comforting himself. Chapter 32:13. What's the use of your sharp tongue? Although I can't really kill you in the 4th round, don't let me see you. Otherwise, I'll make sure you, miserably. Chu Qingkong said coldly. Lu Ming had killed Chu Baxing and Chu Batin. He had to kill Lu Ming. Looks like this kid has offended Brother Chu. At this moment, a cold laugh sounded. Another group of people walked towards Lu Ming. It's Wu Fan and Lu Feng. Someone said seriously. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly as he looked over. Lu Ming had seen one of them before. It was Lu Feng. Beside Lu Feng was a young man in luxurious clothes. This young man had a dignified appearance. Lu Feng was half a step behind him. Needless to say, this young man was the son of the imperial advisor, Wu Fan. Thinking that Blue Merchant had been captured by the imperial guards because of Wu Fan, Lu Ming could not help but feel murderous. Wu Fan and Lu Feng, if these 2 had a chance, Lu Ming would not let them go. Lu Feng, this kid is Lu Ming? Wu Fan said coldly. Yes, that's him. Lu Feng said, Kid, how dare you touch my woman? Very well, I'll make you regret being born. Wu Fan said coldly, full of ferocious murderous intent. Lu Feng heard that Blue Merchant had betrothed Lan Ling to Lu Ming when he was in the 9 Extremes Heavenly King residence. When he came back, he told Wu Fan about it. Wu Fan was naturally furious. That was why he had come to find Lu Ming. Then he looked at Lan Ling with a burning gaze. Wu Fan, if anything happens to my father, I'll kill you. Lan Ling shouted and stared at Wu Fan angrily. Kill me? Is that so? I'll wait. Wu Fan smiled faintly and looked at Lu Ming again. Kid, you've done something you shouldn't have. Your fate is sealed. Just wait. Then he turned and left. Chu Qingkong sneered and turned to leave. When many people looked at Lu Ming, they were full of pity. Lu Ming had offended Chu Qingkong, Wu Fan, and Lan Feng at the same time. Wasn't he doomed? Lu Ming's expression was very calm. He had achieved what he had today by stepping over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He had reached where he was by stepping over the corpses of other geniuses. If Wu Fan and Chu Qingkong didn't know what was good for them, he would just have a few more Heaven's Pride corpses under his feet. The scene quieted down. There were some people who were exhausted in the third round, and they all consumed divine pills to recover. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling were also waiting quietly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Alright, time's up. Let the fourth round begin. The Imperial Tutor's voice rang out once again. The floating ball emitted a dazzling radiance. Go! Many people moved and rushed into the sphere. Time was tight. They only had 3 months. The earlier they entered, the earlier they could start absorbing battle chi and strengthen the power of their battle suits. That way, they could gain some advantages. In an instant, tens of thousands of people rushed into the sphere and disappeared into it. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling also blended into the crowd and rushed into the sphere. When everyone rushed into the sphere shone even brighter. Then, images appeared around the sphere. The images were of the geniuses who had just entered the sphere. There were thousands of images, projecting the world in the sphere. Back then, the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King had set up a formation to allow people to enter and fight for the divine power source bead. He could also project the images inside, but only one image could be projected. However, there were thousands of images. Almost all of the world in the sphere had been projected. In these images, many geniuses had already started to move. They were hunting a type of battle beast. Everyone's gaze fell on some of the top geniuses in the images. For example, the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital, Chu Qingkong, Emperor Jinni, and the others. These people had also started to hunt battle beasts. According to this rule, if the top geniuses meet in advance, won't some of them die in advance and be eliminated from the competition? Someone raised a question. For example, if someone was unlucky enough to enter the top 10 but met the person with the strongest combat strength in advance and was eliminated in advance, wouldn't that be a waste? Don't worry, this formation has been set up in advance. When the Holy Capital's 10 heroes, Di Jinni, Chu Qingkong, and Qian Shengxin enter, they will be automatically separated into different areas. They won't meet in the beginning. The Grand Tutor explained. Everyone was enlightened. As soon as Lu Ming entered the sphere, he found himself on a mountain peak in the next moment. There was no trace of Autumn Moon or Lan Ling around. Obviously, after entering this world, they had all been separated. This was also to prevent geniuses from gathering together and teaming up. For example, the Grand Tutor's residence had many geniuses who had entered this round. If these geniuses all gathered around Wu Fan, it would be unfair. Therefore, after entering this place, they were all randomly separated. This battle suit. Then, Lu Ming looked at the battle suit on his body. His body was covered with a layer of crimson battle suit. This battle suit had a strange power that acted on Lu Ming's body. When Lu Ming attacked, his strength would be enhanced. However, the enhancement was not much. Lu Ming tried to activate the battle's secret art to increase his combat strength by 4 times. He found that the battle suit's enhancement could be stacked with the battle's secret art's enhancement. This is the lowest level of crimson battle suit, so it doesn't increase my strength by much. If it reaches a higher level, such as blue, purple, or even gold battle suits, it will definitely increase my combat strength by a lot. It might even allow me to defeat someone stronger than me. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he pondered. Lu Ming could not miss out on such a battle suit. This time, there were many experts among the geniuses. The top 10 geniuses of the holy capital, Di Jiani, Chu Qingkong, and Qian Shengxian had gathered together, giving Lu Ming a lot of pressure. Lu Ming was confident that he could enter the top 10. However, if he wanted to enter the top 3, he was not completely sure. This kind of battle suit would determine his success or failure. Let's hunt some battle beasts to increase the level of the battle suit. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He then turned into a beam of light and flew in a direction. Soon, Lu Ming saw a few battle beasts strolling in a valley. Lu Ming directly charged in. The battle beasts roared and charged towards Lu Ming, bursting with powerful battle chi. However, their cultivation was only at the half-step Divine King realm. Lu Ming pressed down with his spear, and the battle beasts collapsed and turned into battle chi that rushed towards Lu Ming. They flew into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that the color of the battle suit on his body had deepened a little. However, it was not much. Half-step Divine King battle beasts add too little battle chi. I need to find stronger battle beasts. Lu Ming muttered and continued to soar into the air. Next, Lu Ming began his leveling up journey. Chapter 32:14. After an hour, Lu Ming had killed dozens of battle beasts. However, the color of his battle suit didn't darken much. That was because the battle beasts he had killed along the way were all at the half-step King God realm. Am I at the edge? I haven't encountered any of the others. The battle beasts are all low level. As for the battle tower, I haven't even seen a hair of it. Lu Ming was speechless. He suddenly sped up, dashing forward. He didn't even care about the battle beasts at the half-step King God realm. Not long after, a furious roar was heard. A giant battle beast dashed toward Lu Ming with a powerful aura. A King God realm battle beast. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. A spear light shot out from his finger, flying forward. The battle beast at the first layer of the King God realm exploded, turning into a flow of battle chi and entering Lu Ming's body. The color of the battle suit on his body suddenly deepened. A King God realm battle beast can provide more battle chi. Lu Ming smiled. From now on, the number of King God realm battle beasts increased. These battle beasts couldn't threaten Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming went on a killing spree. 2 hours later, when Lu Ming had killed 2 more King God realm battle beasts, his battle suit emitted a dazzling light. Its color changed, turning into an orange battle suit. However, the color was light, just a light orange. Lu Ming gave it a try and discovered that the orange combat suit was indeed much more effective in increasing his combat power than the red combat suit. Let's continue. Lu Ming smiled and continued his journey of hunting beasts. However, after the battle suit reached the orange level, it was harder to upgrade it. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming had killed more than 100 first layer of the King God realm battle beasts. However, his battle suit didn't upgrade. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes brightened. A tall tower appeared in front of him. Lu Ming flew over. It's the battle tower. Lu Ming was delighted. According to the imperial tutor, the battle chi provided by the battle tower was much higher than the battle beasts. Destroying a battle tower could provide a lot of battle chi. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He directly flew over and shot out his spear, sweeping the stage. Boom! The fighting stage shook violently, but it didn't shatter. This battle tower is really tough. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His spear strike just now had an absolutely astonishing power, but it still hadn't shattered the battle tower. Then, Lu Ming fired a few more shots. Although the battle tower shook violently, it still didn't shatter. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a murderous intent enveloping him. He subconsciously executed the 9 Heavens Garuda technique and left the place in a flash. Clang! A beam of sword light passed through the place where he had been standing and bombarded the battle tower, causing it to shake again. Lu Ming's gaze swept to the side like lightning. A black-robed young man stepped through the air. You're Lu Ming, right? This battle tower is mine. Now, get lost. The black-robed young man waved his hand and said. This young man was also wearing an orange battle suit. His cultivation level was the same as Lu Ming's. I seem to be the one who discovered this battle tower first. Lu Ming said indifferently. So what if you discovered it? It's mine now. If you don't want to get lost, your battle chi will also be mine. The black-robed young man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In the second round, although Lu Ming had displayed great talent, his cultivation level wasn't high. He was only in the first heaven of the king god realm. As for the black-robed young man, he was only in the second heaven of the king god realm and had awakened his divine origin force factor once. He didn't take Lu Ming seriously at all. Clang. The black-robed young man merged with his sword and turned into a dazzling beam of sword light, attacking Lu Ming. However, in the next moment, the beam of sword light shattered and the black-robed young man appeared. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. His chest was pierced by a spear. "Get out!" Lu Ming said in a low voice. His spear shook and the black-robed young man's body was torn into pieces. However, at this moment, runes appeared in the void and covered the black-robed young man's corpse. In a flash, it disappeared. In the next moment, the black-robed young man's body appeared in the sphere outside of this world. His face was filled with fear. He couldn't even withstand one attack from Lu Ming and was killed. He got killed so quickly. He must have met some expert. Some people looked at the black-robed young man. More than 10,000 people had entered the battle tower. There were only a few thousand projections in the sky. They couldn't capture everything. Previously, the projection didn't show the scene of Lu Ming killing the black-robed young man. The black-robed young man harumphed coldly. He didn't say anything and flew to the side to watch the battle. In the spherical world, after Lu Ming killed the youth in black, a majestic battle aura flowed into his battle suit. The battle suit on his body shone brightly at once. Although it was still an orange battle suit, it was a deep orange color. The color was a lot richer than before. Killing other people really did give him half of their battle chi. If his battle suit was upgraded to blue or purple, then how much battle chi would he get from killing someone? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Then he thought of a plan. Looks like I'll have to change my plan. Lu Ming muttered and then continued to attack the battle tower. After Lu Ming attacked over 100 times, the battle tower finally exploded. It turned into a majestic energy that rushed toward Lu Ming and gathered on his battle suit. Lu Ming's battle suit's color became even richer. It was incomparably resplendent. The change in quantity led to a change in quality. His battle suit's color finally changed to yellow. It had become a yellow battle armor. Lu Ming smiled. This battle tower's battle chi was truly astonishing. It was a lot more than the battle chi provided by the black-robed young man. Lu Ming tried the enhancement of the yellow armor. He then left the place and continued to hunt for battle beasts. There's a bunch of them over there. Not long after, Lu Ming found a valley where a bunch of battle beasts had gathered. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He immediately attacked. Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the valley. A powerful aura rushed out from the valley, covering the sky and covering the earth. It's a 7th King God Layer cultivator, run. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He turned around and ran. There was a 7th King God Layer battle beast here. With Lu Ming's current strength, he would definitely die if he encountered such a battle beast. Luckily, the battle beast didn't chase after him. Lu Ming smoothly escaped. It seems like the battle beasts in this world aren't easy to kill. There are some terrifying existences here. Lu Ming thought. A 7th King God Layer battle beast was definitely invincible among the geniuses this time. In fact, it was true. In this world, there weren't only 7th King God Layer battle beasts, there were also Peak King God Layer battle beasts. Some people were unlucky enough to encounter such a battle beast and were sent out of this world. Next, Lu Ming was more careful and continued to hunt for combat beasts. Chapter 32:15. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed. After 1.5 months of hunting and battling with other geniuses, Lu Ming was now wearing a cyan battle suit. The cyan battle suit could increase Lu Ming's combat strength by a lot. Lu Ming's strength had increased by a lot. At this time, the competition was getting more intense. Lu Ming encountered more geniuses. Once they met, they would fight. Boom, boom. Lu Ming was flying when he suddenly heard a loud explosion in the distance. Apparently, there was a battle going on. Lu Ming flew over and saw a huge battle tower standing between the heavens and the earth. What a huge battle tower! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The battle tower in front of him was bigger than any of the battle towers that Lu Ming had encountered. According to Lu Ming's experience, the bigger the battle tower, the more battle chi it would provide. At this moment, several groups of geniuses were fighting for the battle tower. It's him! Lu Ming saw a familiar face at first glance. The last of the 4 heroes of the Jin family, Jin Dun. He was fighting fiercely with the others. Jin Dun's cultivation was at the 3rd king god realm. He had awakened the divine origin force factor once, so he was very strong. However, the other geniuses were not weak either. After dozens of moves, there was no clear winner. They all retreated and distanced themselves from each other. They faced each other. In my opinion, we should attack this battle tower together. Whoever is lucky enough to be the last one to break the tower will be able to obtain the battle chi. Otherwise, if we keep fighting, we won't be able to determine a winner, and will even attract other geniuses. A young man suggested. The others nodded. It was the only way. The battle tower was not that easy to destroy. Only the last one to break the tower would get the battle chi. They could only rely on their luck now. You don't have to discuss it. We want this battle tower. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. 2 black lights flashed and 2 black-robed young men appeared not far away. The 2 black-robed young men emitted wisps of cold aura. Joyo Heavenly King Mansion. Jin Dun's face turned serious. The 2 black-robed young men behind him were from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion. The people from the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Mansion had strange attacking methods. Everyone else was wary of them. You want to monopolize this battle tower? With just the 2 of you, I'm afraid you can't do it. One of the Sky Prides said coldly. Really? One of the geniuses from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion charged at the young man like a ghost. Tornado kick. The young man shouted as he took several steps forward. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind appeared between heaven and earth, sweeping towards the genius of Jiuyu Heavenly King Mansion. The gale sliced through the air, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. Without even looking, one could tell that this gale had a terrifying destructive power. However, the prodigy of the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion moved quickly. When the wind slashed his body twisted rapidly and the destructive force of the wind was negated. After a few flashes, the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion's genius arrived in front of the young man and grabbed him with his ghostly claw. The young man's expression changed, and his leg lashed out like a long whip. Boom! The 2 of them exchanged blows. In the end, the young man's body shook violently and he was forced to retreat. His face turned pale and he almost vomited blood. The 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion's genius was at the same realm as him. They were both in the 3rd layer of the King God realm and had awakened their origin divine force. This meant that their strength was on par with each other. However, the prodigy of the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion had the upper hand when they exchanged blows. After gaining the upper hand, the prodigy of the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion attacked ferociously. Ghostly shadows appeared, wailing and howling. Ghostly chi filled the sky. The prodigy was no match for the prodigy. After a dozen blows, the prodigy of the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion landed a blow on his chest, almost piercing through his heart. The young man coughed out blood and retreated rapidly. Countless people outside also saw this scene. Humph! Someone harumphed coldly. He was the elder of the injured young man. Even more people had grave expressions on their faces. The 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion's attacks were strange. They could directly affect one's soul. Few people of the same level could be their match. Most of the people from the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion were afraid of them. There were also many experts from the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion present. They sneered and looked smug. In the spherical world, after the prodigy of the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion injured his opponent, he continued to attack his opponent. Obviously, he wanted to kill his opponent completely. Everyone, are you just going to watch the show? After he kills me, he'll kill all of you. We'll take you down one by one. The young man roared. Jin Dun and the others' faces darkened. After looking at each other, they dashed toward the prodigy of the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion. The prodigy of the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion turned into a cloud of ghostly mist and retreated quickly to meet up with another prodigy of the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion. Jean Dunn and the others also gathered together and stared at the prodigy of the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion cautiously. The few of them who were fighting a while ago had joined forces now. The prodigy of the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion was giving them too much pressure. Both sides were in a standoff and no one made a move. It seems like a stalemate has formed. I don't have that much time to waste, Lu Ming muttered. He had been hiding in the dark to observe. Initially, he wanted to wait until both sides were injured before making a move. That way, he could easily occupy the battle tower. Now, it seemed unrealistic. Lu Ming stepped out and walked toward the battle tower. As soon as he walked out, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Not only the two prodigies of the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion, Jean Dunn and the rest, but also many people outside. Although there were exciting battles everywhere, there were still many people who noticed this projection. It's that kid Lu Ming. The people of the Jean family revealed a trace of coldness. Jean Dunn appeared in the projection. The Jean family members had naturally been paying attention to the projection. Lu Ming. The others from the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion were also paying attention to the projection. Their faces changed and no one knew what they were thinking. As for Wu Zifeng, Yu Linglong and the others who were close to Lu Ming, they revealed worried looks. Jean Dunn of the four prodigies of the Jean family was much stronger than the other three prodigies. He was not that easy to deal with. Moreover, there were other experts. It's that kid. The kid whose comprehension is comparable to Di Jenny in the second round. In addition, many people also noticed this side. After seeing Lu Ming, they revealed a curious look. They wanted to know how outstanding Lu Ming's performance in the second round was. How strong was his actual combat power? Lu Ming walked step by step toward the battle tower. He was still far away and a few terrifying auras had locked onto him. Lu Ming. Jean Dunn whispered. His eyes were cold and murderous. Lu Ming from the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion. It's that kid who killed the prodigy of the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion. The two prodigies from the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion whispered. The cold ghost aura kept churning and emitting a terrifying sound. Chapter 32:16. Cold murderous intense fell on Lu Ming, but Lu Ming ignored them and continued to walk forward. He said, "You guys are dawdling here. It seems like you don't want the battle tower anymore. If that's the case, then give the battle tower to me." This brat wants the battle tower? Has he lost his mind? A sky pride from the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Mansion sneered. Stop dreaming. Everyone, I have a grudge with this person, so I'll deal with him. I hope you won't interfere. Jean Dunn said. The reason why he said that was because he was afraid that he would be ambushed when he made his move. Don't worry, after you finish him off, we'll discuss how to divide this battle tower. One of the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Mansion's Sky Pride said coldly. Bang. As soon as he said that, Jean Dunn took a step forward and closed in on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, although I can't really kill you here, I can still get some interest. Tell me, how do you want to die? Jean Dunn coldly spoke. His body emitted a resplendent light. His palms shone with a pure golden light. Talk too much. Kill. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with his opponent. With a loud shout, he continuously punched out with his fists. Roar, roar, roar! Dense dragon roars resounded in all directions. 36 divine dragon Laksana emerged and rushed toward Jean Dunn. Lu Ming now controlled 10 types of divine-grade divine powers, especially after the Golden Dragon divine power had been transformed into the Primordial Dragon power. The power of the Divine Dragon aspect technique had also increased by a level. In addition, the battle symbol art had quadrupled his battle prowess, as well as the 8 types of origin God Force factors. His Sovereign's God Force had already undergone a second awakening. With so many factors combined, the power was terrifying. A blood-curdling scream was heard before it was drowned out by the sound of the explosion. When the sound of the explosion disappeared, Jean Dunn was seen floating in midair, his body twitching non-stop. blood kept flowing out of his mouth. It was as miserable as it could be. The geniuses of the abysmal Heavenly King Palace and a few other geniuses were astounded. Jean Dun was dealt with so quickly? The people who were watching the battle from the outside were also stunned. This was completely different from what they had expected. Some people thought that Lu Ming would be suppressed by Jean Dun. Even if there were a few people who thought that Lu Ming could win, it would at least be an intense battle. What was this? The beginning represented the end? How could this be? The lips of the Jean family's patriarch and the Jean family's experts kept trembling. Jean Dun was the strongest warrior of the young generation of the Jean family. He was young, but he had reached the third king god realm. He was the leader of the 4 heroes of the Jean family. The Jean family had high hopes for him. Originally, he thought that Jean Dun would be able to avenge Jean Xing, Jean Yuan, and the others. Who would have thought that he would be beaten up so badly by Lu Ming? Good, brother Lu Ming's ability has improved greatly. This is really worth celebrating. Wu Zifeng clapped his hands and laughed, almost making the experts of the Jean clan vomit blood. What did it mean to be congratulated? Happy Mother*****. At this moment, Lu Ming condensed a giant hand with his god Qi and grabbed Jean Dun. You're so arrogant with this little strength. What 4 heroes of the Jean family? You're just a bunch of good-for-nothings. I'll send you out. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, a powerful energy exploded and bombarded Jean Dun. With a bang, Jean Dun's body exploded. Then runes filled the air. A moment later, Jean Dun's figure appeared outside the spherical world. Damn it! Damn it! Jean Dun roared, but his eyes were also filled with fear. This time, he was lucky that they were in the spherical world. If they were in another place, he would have been killed by Lu Ming, just like the other 3-4 heroes of the Jean family. After killing Jean Dun's battle Qi was absorbed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cyan battle armor shone even brighter. Absorbing battle Qi like this is really cool. Lu Ming smiled. When he looked at the other geniuses, his eyes were burning. Why aren't you getting lost? Do you want to die too? Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, we've indeed underestimated you. I didn't expect your strength to have reached this level. Even so, if we want to kill you, you'll die without a doubt. A genius from the abysmal heavenly mansion said coldly. Then, 2 geniuses from the abysmal heavenly mansion rushed toward Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming was strong, they were not afraid. The abysmal heavenly mansion's cultivation method was strange. It could affect the soul and had always been able to defeat the strong. Moreover, there were 2 of them. The 2 of them rushed toward Lu Ming like 2 ghosts. Waves of ghost fog appeared and shrouded Lu Ming. At the same time, ghost claws grabbed at Lu Ming. On the side, the other geniuses' eyes flickered. They also attacked at the same time. Their target was still Lu Ming. The green battle suit on Lu Ming's body was extremely rich in color. At a glance, one could tell that it contained a large amount of battle Qi. If they could kill Lu Ming, they would obtain a large amount of battle Qi. It would definitely be more than the battle Qi of a battle tower. Therefore they attacked together. They wanted to rely on their numbers to get rid of Lu Ming. Just in time. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His body swelled rapidly as he displayed the ancient god body. He turned into a green-armored ancient god and swept out his spear. The 2 geniuses from the abysmal heavenly mansion bore the brunt of the attack and were engulfed by the spear radiance. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided. At the moment of collision, a strange energy rushed into Lu Ming's body from the attack of the 9th Heavenly King Mansion, wanting to bombard Lu Ming's soul. However, Lu Ming's soul was protected by the frightening feather painting and was completely fine. The soul attack had no effect on Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming's combat strength was still as terrifying as ever. The 2 geniuses from the abysmal heavenly mansion were horrified. They quickly retreated and their auras weakened. How can you not be affected? The 2 geniuses from the abysmal heavenly mansion shouted in disbelief. Kill! Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with them. He shook his long spear and continuously displayed the space-piercing move. In an instant, dozens of spear radiances shot out and enveloped the 2 geniuses from the abysmal heavenly mansion. In addition, a few other geniuses were also within the range of the spear radiances. A total of 5 young men were killed by Lu Ming before they could even let out a scream. 5 balls of rich battle chi flew into Lu Ming's body and merged with Lu Ming's body. The color of Lu Ming's battle suit became even richer. Lu Ming felt that it was not far from evolving into a blue battle suit. I should be able to upgrade to a blue battle suit after destroying this battle tower. Lu Ming smiled and attacked the battle tower. Not long after, the battle tower exploded and turned into a rich battle chi that merged with Lu Ming's battle suit. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's combat suit emitted a dazzling glow. Afterward, the color of the combat suit that was extremely rich began to change. It turned blue. A light blue battle suit covered Lu Ming's body. A blue battle suit. Very good. My strength has increased by a lot. Lu Ming smiled. Chapter 32:17. After feeling the effects of the battle armor on his body, Lu Ming looked around and said, "You still haven't appeared? How long are you going to wait?" As soon as Lu Ming's voice fell, the surrounding auras fluctuated. Looks like you've already noticed." A sneer sounded, and then 2 young men stepped out from the right side of Lu Ming. At the same time, 3 young men stepped out from behind Lu Ming. The people on the right and the back were clearly from 2 different factions. "You've already arrived, right? You haven't made a move because you want to reap the benefits." Lu Ming said indifferently. "That's right, now all the battle chi is gathered on you. As long as we kill you, we can get half of your battle chi. Isn't that very convenient?" On the right, a burly young man spoke. This young man was extremely tall, with a stocky back and a bare waist. He was a bear man. "You're very confident," Lu Ming said. "I have to admit that your strength is beyond my expectations. Your strength should be about the same as mine. Unfortunately, you're alone while we have so many people." The bear-man young man said. "About the same as you? Ha." Lu Ming chuckled and did not explain further. "Ikuan, let's attack together. Let's see who's lucky enough to kill him." The bear-man young man looked at the 3 young men behind Lu Ming. These 3 young men had a layer of scales on their arms, and their eyes flickered with a ferocious light, full of wildness. They were the prodigies of the bear-man race. The Taishu sacred dynasty had a boundless territory and occupied countless planets with life. There were many races within it. Although they were all small races, except for the Bone Sword race, which had once been ranked on the primitive race list, none of the other races had entered the list. The Bearman race and the Bearman race were such races. "Okay, let's attack together." Ikuan spoke and took a step forward, closing in on Lu Ming. At the same time, the 2 young men of the Bearman race also pressed towards Lu Ming, releasing powerful auras. Experts, they were all experts. Among them, the aura of the leader of the bear race and Ikuan was the most terrifying. His cultivation base was at the 3rd king god realm, but he was emitting an ancient, desolate aura. Origin divine power factor, 2nd awakening. Lu Ming immediately sensed the opponent's approximate strength. This time, let's see how Lu Ming deals with it. Outside, someone spoke. 3rd king god realm, and he has awakened the god origin twice. This kind of force is the best among all the young geniuses this time. He is only second to the 10 young geniuses of the Holy Metropolis. That's right. Can Lu Ming handle 2 geniuses of this level? At this moment, even more people's gazes were focused on Lu Ming and the others' projections, revealing looks of curiosity. Inside the sphere, the bear youths were the first to attack. Their leader was called Xiong Bao. With a roar, his body transformed into a giant bear that was dozens of meters tall. Although he wasn't as tall as Lu Ming's ancient god body, his aura was still extremely terrifying. Boom! Xiong Bao slapped at Lu Ming. A giant bear paw covered the sky, pressing down on Lu Ming. At the same time, Ikuan and the others also attacked. Several crocodile tails with dense scales lashed out at Lu Ming, causing the air to explode. Divine Power Dharma Image. Lu Ming punched out, causing dragon roars to resound. He directly condensed 36 divine dragon images that rushed towards Ikuan and the others, temporarily blocking their attacks. Above Lu Ming's head, an ancient stone gate appeared. The Sovereign's Gate. Lu Ming grabbed the sovereign's gate and smashed it at Xiong Bao. The sovereign's gate smashed into Xiong Bao's paw. Xiong Bao screamed miserably as his paw exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Origin's secret technique. Xiong Bao screamed miserably and retreated, wanting to escape. However, Lu Ming quickly followed, and the sovereign's gate continued to press down. Boom! Xiong Bao's body directly exploded, and he died on the spot. It wasn't just him. The other bear race's genius beside Xiong Bao also exploded, dying on the spot. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Yi Kuan and the others turned pale with fright. They crazily retreated, almost scared out of their wits. Don't you think it's too late to retreat now? Lu Ming icily said. The sovereign's gate became 30,000 meters large and pressed down on Yi Kuan and the others. The sovereign's gate released a powerful suction force that enveloped Yi Kuan and the others, causing their speed to sharply drop. Following that, the sovereign's gate continued to press down. Bang! Yi Kuan might have done his best to block, but he was still unable to withstand a single blow. His body was directly torn apart. Following that, the sovereign's gate once more pressed down, and the other two bear race's geniuses also died. In just a short while, Lu Ming had killed 5 experts. Xiong Bao and Yi Kuan's battle chi was especially shocking. Lu Ming had absorbed half of it, and Lu Ming's light blue battle robes began to turn darker. Just one more wave of battle chi and it'll be enough. I can't absorb too much. Lu Ming pondered. He had his own plans. If he absorbed too much battle chi now, it would affect his plans. Lu Ming soared into the air and left. Outside, an uproar had already broken out. Countless people were shocked by Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming had actually been able to easily kill experts like Yi Kuan and Xiong Bao. It had to be known that such an expert was only second to the Holy Capital's 10 greats. He could be ranked second. Didn't that mean Lu Ming's strength could already be ranked first? If Lu Ming's cultivation base was also at the 3rd heaven stage of the God King realm, then it would be fine. But Lu Ming's cultivation base was only at the 1st heaven stage of the God King realm. That was terrifying. Some people were shocked, some were impressed, some were jealous, and some were pensive. Not bad. A dignified voice came from the 9 dragons pulling the war chariot. It was the Sage Emperor. The Sage Emperor had spoken again. Countless people revealed envious expressions. The Sage Emperor's words were clearly praising Lu Ming. Clearly, Lu Ming had attracted the Sage Emperor's attention. The Sage Emperor had lived for who knew how long, and he had seen countless heavenly geniuses. It was extremely rare for him to praise someone. Every time the Taishu Sacred Academy opened, there were very few people who received such treatment. Most of the time, there was not even one. Regardless of what everyone was thinking, the battle in the spherical world was still ongoing. Some people were constantly looking for battle beasts to kill, slowly accumulating battle chi. As for those with stronger cultivation bases, they no longer hunted battle beasts. Instead, they focused on other people, especially those with high-grade battle robes. They were often the target of many people. For example, Lu Ming had been besieged by several groups of people in just a few days. The main reason was that the color of his battle robes was too eye-catching. Wherever he went, the blue light would spread far and wide. How much battle chi did a blue battle robe contain? Naturally, it would attract people's attention. But in the end, those people all turned into battle chi and were absorbed by Lu Ming. Chapter 32:18. Lu Ming stood at the peak of a mountain, a cold smile hanging at the corners of his lips. He could clearly sense that not far behind him, there was a group of people following him in the dark. Evidently, they had their eyes on Lu Ming. I don't mind taking your battle chi if you're stupid enough to come and seek your death. Lu Ming smiled and sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. He closed his eyes and started to cultivate. There was still more than a month to go. Lu Ming didn't want to waste any time. This kid is cultivating here instead of hunting for battle beasts to increase his battle chi. Strange. Someone from the group of people who were hiding in the dark said curiously, I guess he thinks his battle chi is enough. Should we take action? A few of them were discussing. Wait a minute. This person can upgrade his battle suit to blue. He's not ordinary. Let's wait a little longer. The leader of the group said. Could he be an expert? I think he's only in King God Realm First Heaven. No matter how strong he is, he can't be that strong. Another person said. No matter what, it's better to be safe than sorry. Let's wait a little longer. The leader of the group was more cautious. What they did not know was that in another direction, there was also a group of people approaching Lu Ming. They were hiding in the dark and observing. Evidently, they were attracted by Lu Ming's blue battle suit. This group of people was also more cautious and didn't rush to take action. Not long after, in the distant sky, a few rainbows flew over rapidly and landed in the sky not far away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming! A cold voice was heard. Lu Ming opened his eyes and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Blue Maple! One of the few youths that came later was Blue Maple. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to upgrade your battle suit to blue rank. This is beyond my expectations. Blue Maple said with a murderous look in his eyes. Wu Fan isn't with you? Lu Ming asked. I can still kill you without Wu Fan. You escaped last time. Let's see how you can escape this time. Blue Maple's voice was extremely cold. His killing intent towards Lu Ming was incomparably strong. In his opinion, Lu Ming's God Power Source bead should be his, but it was swallowed by Lu Ming himself. It was simply a waste of heaven's treasures. If he did not kill Lu Ming, he would not be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Blue Maple didn't know that the members of the Lan family were all very displeased when they saw this scene. They wanted nothing more than to shout at Blue Maple and ask him to run. They had seen Lu Ming's fighting strength before. He was definitely at the peak of the second tier, and could even be considered first tier. Blue Maple was definitely not a match for Lu Ming. Unfortunately, they could only be anxious. There were also people who were very anxious. They were the two groups of people hiding in the dark. Oh no, it's Blue Maple. Although Blue Maple hasn't awakened his origin secret technique, the secret techniques that he cultivates are still very powerful. Don't let him beat us to it. Let's make a move too. Otherwise, if Blue Maple makes a move, that kid will be dead for sure. We won't have a share of the loot. Let's go. The two groups of people couldn't wait any longer. They were afraid that Blue Maple would beat them to it and kill Lu Ming. They wouldn't have a share of such a dense battle aura. They couldn't help but rush out. Suddenly, three groups of people appeared in three different directions of the mountain peak, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. Blue Maple's eyes flashed coldly. Apparently, he didn't expect there to be so many people around him. Since you're all here, let's make a move. After killing all of you, I still need to cultivate. Lu Ming said indifferently. He looked as if he didn't put Blue Maple and the others in his eyes. Blue Maple was so angry that he wanted to laugh. Arrogant and ignorant. But Blue Maple made his move immediately. A bright blue sword gleam slashed toward Lu Ming. Its power was terrifying. Now, Lu Ming could feel that Blue Maple's cultivation was also in the third heaven of the King God realm. He had awakened his origin divine power factor twice. When they were in the 9 extinction heavenly king palace, Lu Ming couldn't resist such strength. But now? Let's go. Don't let Blue Maple beat us to it. When the other two groups of people saw Blue Maple making a move, they became anxious and attacked one after another. The leaders of the two groups of people were extremely powerful and belonged to the second tier. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to compete with Blue Maple. Let's get rid of them together. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly as the Gate of Domination appeared above his head. The Gate of Domination shook and a terrifying power burst out, destroying the attacks around him. The Gate of Domination attacked one of the groups of people. Bam! The leader of the group was killed by the Gate of Domination and died on the spot. After killing him, the Gate of Domination turned and attacked the leader of the other group of people. That prodigy didn't even have time to react before he was killed by the Sovereign's Gate with ease. Blue Maple's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Those two were elites who were on par with him. However, they were unable to put up any resistance in Lu Ming's hands and were killed directly. How could this be? Back in the 9 extinction heavenly king residence, Lu Ming was just a piece of trash that he could kill easily. How many years had it been? How could he have reacted so quickly? The remaining two groups of youths were scared to death and ran away. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to chase after them. His gaze landed on Blue Maple. He had purposely left Blue Maple alive so that he could kill him slowly. Blue Maple was shocked and retreated. What's with that expression? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Come on, kill me. Lu Ming stepped forward with a mocking look on his face. Lu Ming, how dare you touch me? I'm from the Lan family. If you dare to touch me, not only you, but also Lan Ling and Blue Merchant will die miserably. Blue Maple said coldly. Seeing that he wasn't a match for Lu Ming, he started to threaten Lu Ming. It would have been better if he didn't mention this. Once he did, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. Boom! The gate of domination came crashing down. Break for me! Blue Maple shouted. His body emitted a strong blue light. His sword shot up to the sky and slashed at the gate of domination. Blue Maple was very strong. He was also in the third heaven of the King God realm and had awakened his origin God power factor twice. He was stronger than the other two. Although he didn't control the origin God power factor, he had cultivated a few terrifying secret techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been confident that he could enter the top 10 after awakening his origin God power factor. Unfortunately, he had met Lu Ming. The gate of domination came crashing down and Blue Maple's sword light exploded. Crack! A powerful force slammed into Blue Maple's body. Blue Maple screamed in agony as the bones in his chest broke. His body flew out and almost exploded. Protect the young master. The other geniuses of the Lan family rushed towards Lu Ming without caring about their lives. Anyway, they wouldn't die in this world. The geniuses of the Lan family didn't dare to run away. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. They were destined to be killed by Lu Ming easily. Lu Ming took a step forward and stepped on Lu Maple's face. Chapter 32:19. Lu Ming stomped on Blue Maple's face. Blue Maple screamed in agony as his body fell to the ground like a meteorite. He crashed heavily into the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Blue Maple lay in the human-shaped crater, his body twitching non-stop. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Tragic, too tragic to look at. Damn it. Damned bastard. Outside, the experts of the Lan family were furious when they saw this scene. They wanted to slap Lu Ming to death. Lu Feng was the #1 prodigy among the younger generation of the Lan family. He was the face of the Lan family. However, he was in such a miserable state. His face had been trampled on. This was equivalent to everyone in the Lan family being trampled on by Lu Ming. Good, Lu Ming is bold. Well done. He can't beat Blue Maple, so he used the power behind him to threaten him. How shameless. What kind of genius is he? Someone cheered loudly. Naturally, he was the enemy of the Lan family. When the experts of the Lan family heard this, they vomited blood. Inside the spherical world, Lu Ming's body descended rapidly. He was about to stomp on Blue Maple's face again. Lu Ming, I won't let you off. Blue Maple roared. A powerful aura surged from his body. Then, with a boom, his body was torn apart. Blue Maple had self-detonated. He did it to prevent himself from being tortured by Lu Ming. Blue Maple self-detonated. His body appeared outside the spherical world. Lu Ming, Blue Maple growled. His face was ferocious like a wild beast. Although his injuries would heal once he exited the spherical world, he still felt his face burning. Lu Ming's kick had left a deep impression on him. His murderous intent towards Lu Ming had reached its peak. He actually self-detonated. Lu Ming pursed his lips. He didn't want to kill Blue Maple so easily. He wanted to torture Blue Maple, but he didn't expect Blue Maple to be so decisive. Even if you self-destruct, half of your battle chi will be absorbed by me. Lu Ming mumbled to himself. He realized that when Blue Maple self-detonated, half of his battle chi had fused into his battle suit. He killed several top-notch geniuses in a row, especially Blue Maple. His battle aura was already extremely dense, and it had reached the level of a blue battle suit. After so many battle chis were integrated into Lu Ming's battle suit, the color of Lu Ming's battle suit constantly turned darker. After a while, the color of Lu Ming's battle suit reached the peak of blue. Lu Ming felt that he was only one step away from upgrading to a purple battle suit. It's about time. If I continue to absorb it, it will be detrimental to my future plans. I should find a place to hide and cultivate. After 3 months, I will go to the central region to snatch the divine throne. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then turned into a beam of light and left. Not long after, Lu Ming found a secluded place and went underground. He opened up a space underground and cultivated quietly. The people outside had completely lost track of Lu Ming. Why did Lu Ming go underground to cultivate? His battle suit is only one step away from upgrading to a purple battle suit. Once it is upgraded to a purple battle suit, it will definitely increase his strength greatly. That's right. He should seize the time to upgrade his battle suit. With his strength, if his battle suit is strong enough, he might be able to compete for the top 10. I don't understand. Some people discussed and shook their heads. They did not understand Lu Ming's thoughts. Only a few people were deep in thought, as if they had thought of something. In the spherical world, the killing continued. As time passed, the killing became more and more intense. As time went on, many people's battle suits were of higher grades. Killing one person would give them more battle chi. Some people with weaker cultivation were killed. As for the 10 heroes of the holy capital, Di Jianyi, Chu Chengkong and the rest, they were undoubtedly the brightest stars and attracted everyone's attention. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left. The 3-month period would be up. On this day, Lu Ming left the underground and rushed out, ending more than a month of seclusion. In more than a month, he naturally did not have any major breakthroughs, but his cultivation had become more stable. 3 more days, that's enough. Lu Ming rushed to the central region of the world. He did not hunt any battle beasts. Instead, he flew very quickly, like a Kuan Peng sweeping across the sky, quickly flying to the central region. 2 days later, he was not far from the central region. Just then, a terrifying force attacked Lu Ming from the side. It was shockingly fast. Lu Ming was shocked. He clenched his fist and a long spear condensed and swept to the side. That was a spear radiance. It bombarded the long spear in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming's body shook violently and flew to one side, breaking a mountain peak. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He steadied himself and looked in that direction. A burly young man in battle armor stepped on the air and approached. Chu Chengkong, no wonder. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. It was Chu Chengkong who attacked him. The surface of Chu Chengkong's battle armor was covered with a purple battle suit. A purple battle suit. It's Chu Chengkong. Chu Chengkong is going to attack Lu Ming. There was also an uproar outside. Many people were excited. Chu Chengkong was known as the strongest genius in the history of the War God clan. His combat strength was unfathomable. He was considered to be in the top 10, or even the top 3. As for Lu Ming, his previous performance could be said to be a dark horse. He was also ranked in the first tier. Now, who was stronger between Lu Ming and Chu Chengkong? Of course Chu Chengkong is stronger. Chu Chengkong is also a monster, but his cultivation is stronger. Lu Ming is definitely no match for him. Someone said with certainty, "That makes sense." Others nodded. Most people felt that although Lu Ming was strong, he was definitely no match for Chu Chengkong. Lu Ming, we finally meet. I'll take half of your battle chi. Chu Chengkong held the long spear in his hand. His body was covered with 2 layers of battle armor and battle suit. He looked more majestic and wild, as if the god of war had come back to life. He looked calm and walked toward Lu Ming step by step. He was full of confidence. Talk too much. If you want to fight, let's fight. I've been wanting to beat you up for a long time. Come on, so let's fight. Lu Ming shouted. As you wish. Chu Chengkong shouted coldly. His violent aura soared into the sky. A huge shadow of a spear thousands of miles long appeared. God of War strike. Chu Chengkong shouted and was about to perform the God of War strike. At this moment, Lu Ming's body flashed and flew away at an extremely fast speed. Chu Chengkong, keep half of your battle chi with you. I'll come back later to get it. Lu Ming's voice came from afar. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had flown hundreds of miles away. Chu Kong almost spat out blood. His aura had reached the peak and he was about to launch a thunderous attack. However, Lu Ming had escaped. He escaped. Chapter 32:20. Lu Ming fled without putting up a fight. In the blink of an eye, he had flown hundreds of miles away. All the onlookers were stunned. They had thought that Lu Ming would have a big fight with Chu Kong. Hee, I knew Lu Ming would not dare to fight. He knows that he is no match for Chu Kong. That's why he fled before the fight began. That's right. Chu Kong is definitely stronger than Lu Ming. I have a rough idea of Lu Ming's strength now. It's normal to flee without putting up a fight. Moreover, Chu Kong's combat suit is purple. It can enhance his combat strength even more. Discussions broke out. Everyone thought that Lu Ming had fled because he knew he was no match for Chu Kong. Even without the enhancement of the combat suit, Kong can still crush Lu Ming. An elder from the War God clan stroked his beard and said calmly. His face was full of confidence. That old man. He's speaking too early. Don't get slapped in the face later. Yu Linglong muttered unhappily. When the elder from the War God clan heard this, his eyes narrowed. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, Yu Linglong was standing in the crowd of the Wu clan. The elder from the War God clan could only stare at her. Young people are short-sighted and ignorant. The elder from the War God clan waved his sleeves and scolded. Yu Linglong made a face and didn't want to bother with him. In the spherical world, Chu Kong was furious when he saw Lu Ming flee. Where do you think you're going? Chu Kong roared and chased after Lu Ming. Don't go. Fight with me. Chu Kong shouted as he chased after Lu Ming. I'll see you later, Lu Ming said and continued flying. It was not that he was afraid of Chu Kong and did not dare to fight with him. It was that killing Chu Kong now would be detrimental to his future plans. It was better to leave Chu Kong for later. Lu Ming executed the Nine Heavens Garuda technique to the extreme and turned into a Garuda. His speed was extremely fast. The cultivation techniques of the War God clan were proficient in offensive techniques. Speed wasn't their forte. The distance between the two of them grew further and further. Lu Ming, stay here. Suddenly, two young men appeared in front of them. One of them shouted. What a coincidence! Lu Ming smirked because one of the young men was an old acquaintance. It was Yuan Yu, who had gone to Ninju Heavenly King Mansion to fight for the Divine Power Source Pearl. Yuan Yu's innate talent was astonishingly high. At the first heavenly layer of King God Realm, his god origin had awakened for the second time. Now, Yuan Yu had broken through to the second King God Realm. When he saw Lu Ming, his eyes exploded with a shocking killing intent. It was because of Lu Ming that he had lost the God Power Source bead. That Divine Power Source Pearl was a gift from the Nine Blades Heavenly King residence. When he found out the truth, he was so angry that he couldn't sleep for 3 months. Now that he saw Lu Ming, his anger grew. Lu Ming, let's fight again. Yuan Yu roared. His second heavenly layer of King God Realm cultivation was fully unleashed. Together with the God origin that had awakened for the second time, he performed his strongest move and attacked Lu Ming. However, as soon as he launched his attack, his eyes widened rapidly. This was because a group of 9-clawed divine dragons were charging towards him. Roar. A total of 36 9-clawed dragon drowned him in an instant. Then Yuan Yu and the young man disappeared and reappeared outside the sphere. Yuan Yu almost vomited blood. He was stunned. After more than 100 years, his cultivation had reached the second heavenly layer of King God Realm. He thought that he could defeat Lu Ming. However, he was killed by Lu Ming in one move. He suffered a huge blow. Lu Ming killed Yuan Yu and the other youth in seconds. His figure did not stop as he continued to fly. Soon, Lu Ming got rid of Chu Kong completely and continued to fly towards the central area. About half a day later, a dazzling light shone in front of him. Lu Ming saw a light shield. It was like an inverted bowl that was placed on the ground. Inside the light shield was a flat ground. There were 20 fighting stages on the ground. On the side of each battle platform, there was a seat. These were the divine thrones. This round was called the God Seats. It was to fight for the God Seats. First, the 20 participants would be selected. Then, the participants would be ranked according to their battle chi. After the ranking was determined, the last participant would start to challenge the others. Finally, the top 10 and top 3 would be determined. Many people had gathered near the light shield. Apparently, many of them had arrived. These people were wearing battle suits of different colors. Some were green, some were blue, and some were blue. Some were even purple. Lu Ming swept his gaze over them. Su Weia Yijifan, Yuan Jie. There was no doubt that the 10 prodigies of the holy capital were wearing purple battle suits. Di Jianyi, Qian Shengxian, and the others were also wearing purple battle suits. These people stood in the air like cranes in a flock of chickens. They were extremely dazzling. The others kept a distance from them. They were afraid that they would be killed and their battle chi would be stolen. Everyone kept a distance from each other and kept their guard up. Lu Ming's arrival attracted many people's attention. Some people's eyes were filled with hostility and greed. Although Lu Ming's battle suit was not purple, it emitted an intense blue light. Apparently, it had reached the limit of the blue battle suit. It was only one step away from purple. If they could kill Lu Ming, they would definitely obtain a large amount of battle chi. Many people had bad intentions but did not attack. They were afraid that with so many people, if they attacked Lu Ming, they would be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. They were afraid that others would take advantage of them. Among them, there was one with the coldest killing intent. It was Wu Fan's gaze. Wu Fan was also one of the 10 talents of the Saint Capital. His battle suit was purple, but it was only light purple. He stared at Lu Ming and wanted to kill Lu Ming. However, as one of the 10 talents of the Saint Capital, he had many opponents and many people were staring at him. He did not dare to attack here. He was afraid that he would be attacked by others. Lu Ming stood in the air and waited quietly. As time passed, more and more people gathered here, and more people came. Soon, there were about 500 people around the light shield. Rumble. Chu Qingkong flew over quickly, bringing with him a strong wind. Lu Ming. Chu Qingkong roared. Chu Qingkong roared furiously. As soon as he saw Lu Ming, he wanted to charge at him. However, in the next moment, he stopped and his body stiffened. The reason for that was because many gazes had landed on him. Those gazes were all filled with greed. The color of Chu Qingkong's battle suit was too dazzling. It was dark purple and emitted an intense purple light. How much battle chi did it contain? There were not many people whose battle suits were comparable to Chu Qingkong's. Even the 10 heroes of the holy capital were staring at Chu Qingkong, eager to make a move. Chu Qingkong did not dare to attack and made a defensive posture. In the end, no one attacked. There were too many masters present and they were all wary of each other. The first to attack would definitely be targeted by others. If they were not careful, they would become the prey of others. Chapter 32:21. Around the light shield, everyone was wary of each other. In the end, no one dared to make a move. Time passed by, second by second. In the end, there were about 500 people around the light shield. Obviously, the rest had been eliminated. More than 10,000 people had entered, but after 3 months of fighting, there were only about 500 people left. These 500 people were all elites and they were going to fight for the last 20 great thrones. As time passed, the atmosphere became more tense and dignified. Everyone stared at the great thrones in the light shield and got ready for battle. Buzz. Suddenly, the light barrier trembled slightly and shone brightly. In the next moment, with a bang, the light barrier exploded and turned into specks of light that dissipated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the light shield dissipated, figures dashed toward the 20 fighting platforms. More than 500 people split into 20 groups and charged toward 20 different fighting platforms. Get lost. You're the one who should get lost. While they were still in the air, a scuffle broke out. In an instant, dozens of people were killed in the scuffle. Swoosh. Finger radiance was shocking. Su Weia, the leader of the 10 heroes of the holy capital, pointed with 2 fingers. Every time he pointed, a young man's body would be pierced and he would die on the spot. In an instant, more than 10 geniuses were killed by Su Weia. It's the boundless finger. Let's go. The remaining young men were terrified and did not dare to compete with Su Wuya. They left the fighting platform and dashed toward other fighting platforms. In another fighting platform, sword radiance flashed and sword chi swept across 90,000 miles. Blood spurted out and more than 10 young men were killed by a sword. It was Di Jenny, the white-haired Di Jenny. The young man who was in the same fighting platform as him was terrified and left the fighting platform as well. The 10 heroes of the Holy Capital, Di Jenny, and the other top geniuses did not charge toward the same fighting platform. Instead, they spread out. It was not yet time for them to fight. With these geniuses on the fighting platforms, the other geniuses could not compete at all. Even the second-tier geniuses were easily killed. These top-notch geniuses easily occupied a fighting stage. Swoosh! Lu Ming also dashed toward a fighting platform. This fighting platform did not have any first-tier geniuses. Suddenly, at least a dozen attacks flew towards Lu Ming. The color of Lu Ming's battle suit was extremely rich. Many geniuses had their eyes on Lu Ming. Block it! Lu Ming roared on purpose, using the ice shackles and 9 layers of crimson gold armor to block the attack. Boom! Boom! More than a dozen attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming deliberately shook his body violently, pretending that he was no match for them, and retreated rapidly. The main reason was that there were too many people flying towards the battle platform. There were actually more than 100 people, and the number was still increasing. Because the other battle platforms had terrifying experts overseeing them, it was difficult for the others to compete. They all flew to this battle platform. With so many people around, Lu Ming was not that stupid. How tiring would it be to fight to the death right now? Therefore, he feigned weakness and pretended to be defeated. After Lu Ming was repelled, someone wanted to take advantage of the situation to pursue and kill Lu Ming. However, he was killed by someone else with 1 slash. With so many people, how could they all attack Lu Ming at the same time? They were all staring at each other. As long as there was a gap, they would attack ruthlessly. No one was staring at Lu Ming anymore. This battle platform erupted into a chaotic battle. Lu Ming dashed left and right in the crowd, looking very weak. Then, some people began to comment. This Lu Ming is indeed not good enough. He doesn't have first-tier combat strength. The other first-tier geniuses are dominating the crowd. No one dares to challenge them. They've already become gods. I was right. Although Lu Ming's combat strength is not bad, it's probably only at the peak of the second tier. He can't reach the first tier. Seeing Lu Ming like this, many people gloated, thinking that Lu Ming's strength was only SOSO. However, there were a few young people who frowned. They were the geniuses who had been killed by Lu Ming previously, such as Lan Feng and the others. When Lu Ming killed them previously, they felt that Lu Ming's strength was as deep as the sea and unfathomable. With such combat strength, he should not be so weak. This guy is pretending to be weak. Lan Feng guessed Lu Ming's purpose. He wished he could remind those geniuses to work together to defeat Lu Ming. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. On Lu Ming's battle platform, the battle was extremely fierce. There were more than 100 people fighting. There were only 2 such intense battle platforms. Every moment, there would be people being killed, turning into light and disappearing. Even so, the battle was still fierce. That was because they would not really die if they were killed here. Without any worries, they naturally fought with their lives on the line. Soon, there were only a few dozen people left on this battle platform, and the number was still decreasing. In the end, there were only a dozen people left fighting. These people were the second-tier geniuses. Their cultivation bases were at the 3rd heaven of the King God realm, and they had awakened their divine power factor twice. Their combat strength was about the same. After a chaotic battle, they were all injured, and their combat strength was greatly reduced. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped out. Lu Ming clasped his hands behind his back and stood in the air. He looked arrogant and said, "All of you, get lost. This battle platform is mine. F***ck off, die for me, kid, your battle chi is mine." Seeing Lu Ming's appearance, someone immediately attacked Lu Ming. "Stubborn," Lu Ming said in a pretentious manner. He then took out the gate of domination. Boom. The God's Gate became 10,000 zhang tall and pressed down. Those geniuses were already injured, so their combat strength was greatly reduced. How could they resist the God's Gate? They were killed by Lu Ming's God's Gate. Oh no, it's the secret technique of the origin. The remaining geniuses were shocked. Lu Ming continued to control the God's Gate and press down. Bam, bam, bam. More geniuses were killed by the God's Gate. More than 10 Sky Prides were instantly killed. Not a single one was left alive. Lu Ming was the only one left on the battle platform. Lu Ming smiled and walked toward the throne. Shameless. Shameless. He deliberately waited for others to be injured before attacking. How shameless! Outside, someone shouted, thinking that Lu Ming was taking advantage of the situation. Shameless? This is called strategy. Yu Linglong retorted. The argument outside couldn't change the fact inside. Lu Ming walked toward a divine throne and sat down on it. He then began to size it up. He saw Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon also took a throne and sat on the battle platform. It was worth mentioning that Autumn Moon's combat strength was also extremely shocking. She had completely reached the first level and shocked many people. Autumn Moon smiled at Lu Ming. Come on, get into the top 10. Lu Ming cheered for Autumn Moon. At this moment, there was only one battle platform left. There were only a dozen geniuses left. Chapter 32-22. Lan Ling was also competing in that battle stage. Unfortunately, although she had awakened the Origin Source secret skill, she had not awakened the Origin Source divine power factor enough. There was an extremely powerful supreme talent in that battle stage. Although he had not awakened the Origin Source secret skill, he had mastered a few other terrifying secret skills. His combat strength was shocking, and he was even stronger than Blue Maple. In the end, Lan Ling was killed out of this world, and she was eliminated from the competition. After a round of killing, the last battle stage was occupied by that powerful supreme talent. Although that supreme talent was not in the first tier, he was still at the peak of the second tier. Most importantly, the color of his battle suit was extremely rich. It was actually purple. It was evident that he was quite lucky. The purple battle suit had greatly increased his combat strength. Hence, he was able to defeat the other supreme talents and obtain victory, sitting on the last great divine throne. All 20 great divine thrones were taken. The 20 of them looked at each other from afar, and sparks flew. In the future, the 20 of them would be their opponents. The top 10 was the goal of many of them. At this stage, it was only meaningful to be in the top 10. There was no point in ranking between the 11th and 20th places. Only those in the top 10 would have the right to establish their own families. Only those in the top 3 could make a request to the Saint Emperor. That was everyone's goal. At this moment, the Imperial Advisor stepped out and stood in the air above the spherical world. He waved his hand, and a ray of light entered the spherical world. Then he spoke. His voice could be heard directly in the spherical world. All right, the top 20 have been decided. Now, I will make a preliminary ranking based on the amount of battle chi you have obtained. The Imperial Advisor's voice rang in the ears of Lu Ming and the rest. First place, Di Jenny. Then, the Imperial Advisor announced. Di Jenny's battle chi was the richest. This was within everyone's expectations. This was because one could roughly tell from the color of the battle suit. Di Jenny's purple battle suit was the richest. Second place, Su Wuya. Third place, Xian Shengxian. Fourth place, Chu Qingkong. 13th place, Autumn Moon. 18th place, Lu Ming. 19th place, Yu Xing. Soon, the Imperial Preceptor announced the battle chi rankings of the 20 participants. Of course, this was only the initial ranking. The final ranking still needed to be determined through challenges. I'm actually ranked 18th, and there are 2 people lower than me. Lu Ming muttered. He had purposely refrained from obtaining battle chi in order to lower his ranking in the final battle. He had not expected that there would be someone with a lower ranking than him. Rumble. At this moment, the 20 battle stages under their feet began to move and converged into an even larger battle stage. 20 top-notch geniuses sat on 20 divine thrones and were scattered around. According to the rules, the last person will start the challenge. Everyone only has one chance to challenge. If they win, they can choose to continue the challenge or take a break. If you fail your challenge, you won't have the chance to continue. You can only wait for others to challenge you. Now, we'll start from the 20th place. Gao Song, who do you want to challenge? The voice of the imperial advisor continued. Ranked 20th was Gao Song from Heavenly King Lu Guang's residence. Heavenly King Lu Guang's residence was ranked second among the 27 Heavenly King residences. It was ranked higher than Heavenly King residences. Gao Song was the strongest genius in Heavenly King Lu Guang's residence. He was also one of the first-tier geniuses. Gao Song took a step forward and landed on the battle stage. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on a young man. "Yu Jiuqian, come out and fight." Gao Song pointed at one of the young men. "He wants to challenge Yu Jiuqian." Many people were shocked. Yu Jiuqian was one of the 10 prodigies of the Holy Capital. He was ranked 9th in the Battle Chi rankings. That's normal. If it were me, I would also choose Yu Jiuqian. Everyone wants to be in the top 10 now. Gao Song's goal is obviously to be in the top 10 as well. He knows that with his strength, it's impossible for him to be in the top 3. So, his goal is to be in the top 10. Challenging Yu Jiuqian, who's ranked 9th, is the most suitable choice. As long as he defeats Yu Jiuqian, he'll be able to jump to the 9th place and wait for others to challenge him. Even if he loses a battle and falls back 1 place, he'll still be in the 10th place. Someone explained. That explanation won the approval of the crowd. Why didn't he challenge those who were ranked higher? Wouldn't that be safer? The reason was simple. Those who were ranked higher were stronger. Gao Song only had one chance to challenge them. If he failed, he would be stuck in the top 20 and would never have another chance. Therefore, choosing Yu Jiuqian, who was ranked 9th, was the best choice. "It's your mistake to choose me," Yu Jiuqian said indifferently. He took a step forward and landed on the battle stage. "Is that so? I've long wanted to meet the 10 prodigies of the Holy Capital. Since Chu Qingkong can defeat Yuan Jie, I can also defeat you." Gao Song smiled faintly and was very confident. Chu Qingkong and Yuan Jie snorted at the same time. Yuan Jie was inexplicably implicated and was unhappy. Chu Qingkong was disdainful. How could Gao Song be compared to him? Boom, boom. Both of them stopped talking nonsense and unleashed their powerful auras. Then the two figures collided with each other like shooting stars. A terrifying explosion was heard. The violent force swept out in all directions like a stormy sea. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Both of them were ranked first. There was no doubt that they were very strong. They were both in the 3rd King God realm and had awakened their divine origin twice. Moreover, they had awakened their origin's secret techniques. On the surface, the two of them seemed to be on par with each other. In fact, even if they seemed to be on par with each other, there was still a difference in their actual combat strength. The use of Origin's secret techniques, the mastery of other divine skills, secret techniques, and one's combat awareness and skills all determine the strength of one's combat strength. For example, if both of them had a strength of 100 gene, and one was an ordinary intellectual while the other was a well-trained special forces soldier, how could their combat strength be the same? There was also someone like Lu Ming. Other than his divine origin and Origin's secret techniques, he had also mastered other divine skills and secret techniques. His combat strength was also shocking. Therefore, there was also a gap between Yu Jiuqian and Gao Song's combat strength. Moreover, Gao Song was wearing a blue combat suit while Yu Jiuqian was wearing a purple combat suit. It boosted his combat strength more. After the two of them exchanged dozens of blows, Gao Song started to lose. He was at a disadvantage and was suppressed by Yu Jiuqian. Everyone at the scene was watching carefully. It was rare to see a battle between prodigies of this level. Lu Ming was also watching carefully. "Get down!" In the end, Yu Jiuqian roared and exerted all his strength to launch his strongest attack. Chapter 32-23. Yu Jiuqian and Gao Song used their strongest moves and began their battle. In the end, Gao Song's body shook violently and he was sent flying out of the stage, spitting out blood. Gao Song lost. In this battle, being sent out of the stage was considered a loss. Also, being killed was considered a loss. When Gao Song lost, waves of battle qi flew out of his body and merged into Yu Jiuqian's body, causing the color of Yu Jiuqian's battle robe to become even darker. You can absorb battle qi even if you defeat him. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. He had made the right bet. The expressions of the others also changed. If they were defeated, half of their battle qi would be absorbed. This would have a huge impact on the rest of the battle. Everyone had different thoughts in their minds. Gao Song's expression was extremely ugly. He was originally ranked last. Now that he had lost his challenge, he no longer had a chance. His ranking was fixed at 20th. As for Yu Jiuqian, he smiled gently and returned to his throne. Yu Jiuqian has won. The battle continues. Nether Xing, ranked 19th, begins his challenge. The Imperial Advisor continued to announce. Nether Xing was the #1 prodigy of the abysmal Heavenly Palace. He was also very strong and ranked above the first tier. His figure was like a ghost as he rushed onto the fighting ring in a flash. Then, his gaze swept across the crowd. Some people's eyes flickered, extremely wary of Nether Xing. Many people were guessing who Nether Xing would challenge. Finally, Nether Xing's gaze fell on Lu Ming. "Kid, get down here and die." Nether Xing pointed at Lu Ming and said coldly, "He's challenging Lu Ming?" Many people's hearts moved, feeling a little surprised. He had originally thought that Dark Star would do the same as Gao Song and directly challenge someone in the top 10. That would be the most efficient way to obtain a spot in the top 10. Challenging someone in the top 10 first and then challenging someone else would consume more divine power. Moreover, Nether Xing was challenging Lu Ming, who was ranked 18th. "Challenging me." Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. To be honest, this was exactly what he wanted. Lu Ming also took a step forward and came to the fighting ring, standing opposite Yu Xing. "Brat, you will suffer a terrible fate for killing the people of my 9th Abyss Heavenly King residence." Yu Xing said coldly. Ghostly energy swirled around him, making him look like a ghost king from hell. "So what if I killed him? I don't mind telling you that I've killed a few more before you. You'll be added to the list later." Lu Ming said indifferently, as if he did not place Nether Star in his eyes at all. "I will make you die a horrible death." Dark light constantly flowed out of Nether Xing's eyes as ghostly qi surged around him. His figure flickered as he charged towards Lu Ming. Ghost qi churned, and a huge ghost claw grabbed at Lu Ming. Ancient God tactic, moon slashing. Lu Ming's heart stirred and he unleashed the ancient God body. His body expanded and he transformed into a green-armored ancient god. Then, a huge spear appeared in his hand and he slashed out. The crescent-shaped spear light slashed towards Yu Xing's demonic claw. He actually dared to clash head-on with the people from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King residence. How foolish! Seeing this scene, many people shook their heads. Everyone knew that the attacks of the 9th Abyss Heavenly King residence were extremely strange and could affect the soul. Once they clashed with it, they would be invaded by the opponent's strange energy. Wasn't Lu Ming digging his own grave by doing this? Nether Xing's eyes also showed a smug look. Cold light flashed as the power of his demonic claw increased. Boom! The crescent-shaped spear light collided with Yu Xing's demonic claw, erupting with a violent explosion and overflowing energy. Sure enough, a strange energy charged towards Lu Ming, attacking Lu Ming's soul. However, Lu Ming's soul was protected by the startling feather scroll, so soul attacks were ineffective against him. Nether Xing did not know that his attack was ineffective against Lu Ming. He smiled viciously and said, "Die." His hand was like a knife, slicing towards Lu Ming's head. He wanted to use this move to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered, his aura exploding. The spear in his hand turned into a dazzling spear light that shot towards Yu Xing. This was the final move of the 3 Armageddon strikes, Exploding Star. The huge spear collided with Yu Xing and exploded. A terrifying destructive energy enveloped Yu Xing. Ugh. How can you still use your full strength? Yu Xing screamed as he retreated, his eyes filled with disbelief. He originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that Lu Ming's soul was affected and kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. He did not expect Lu Ming to be completely unaffected. "Small tricks are useless against me," Lu Ming said indifferently. "You have a treasure that can protect your soul?" Yu Xing thought of something and roared. "Kill." Lu Ming was too lazy to explain and charged towards Yu Xing. "Purgatory Ghoul King, come out." Yu Xing roared as ghostly chi surged around him. Then, with a mournful howl, a huge evil ghost took shape and pounced at Lu Ming. This was Yu Xing's origin secret technique, Purgatory Ghoul King. "Gate of God, appear," Lu Ming muttered as he circulated the 10 types of divine power in his body. The Gate of God appeared, emitting a blinding light that suppressed the Purgatory Ghoul King. The Purgatory Ghoul King roared as he slashed at the Gate of God with his ghost head blade. The Gate of God trembled slightly, emitting an ancient light as the Purgatory Ghoul King retreated. The Gate of God continued to suppress him. After Yu Xing's soul attack was ineffective against Lu Ming, he was weaker than other prodigies of the same level, so Lu Ming could easily deal with him. He controlled the Gate of God and continued to suppress him. After a dozen or so moves, the Purgatory Ghoul King exploded, and the Gate of God slammed into Yu Xing's shoulder. Yu Xing screamed as he was sent flying. Half of his body had exploded, and he looked terrible. "Ah, oh brat, I won't let you go." Nether Star roared and dragged his crippled body down the stage. With a wave of Lu Ming's hands, 9 ice chains flew out and shrouded the entire fighting ring. The Sun Moon Divine Power had already awakened its origin divine power factor. This made the ice chains even more frightening. The entire fighting ring was filled with coldness and was about to be frozen. Nether Star smashed his way through the ice, but he did not manage to break out of it. Shattering Star. Lu Ming shot out his spear again, and destructive power swept toward Yu Xing. Then, the Gate of God continued to suppress him. 2 killer moves were used at the same time. Yu Xing let out a blood-curdling scream as his body completely exploded. The next moment, Yu Xing's body appeared outside the sphere. He had been killed by Lu Ming and had been forced out of the sphere. Damn it, damn it. Even after being killed, Nether Star continued to roar, his temper as violent as thunder. "This brat deserves to die." Some of the 9 Serenity's Heavenly King Residence's experts were as thin as bones, and they were covered in black robes. They exuded a cold aura as they spoke. Many people couldn't help but distance themselves from these people. Chapter 32-24. Many of the onlookers were stunned by this result. Previously, many people thought that Lu Ming did not possess first-grade strength and was at most at the peak of second-grade strength. But now, Lu Ming had killed Serene Xing. But why did Lu Ming not even dare to fight Chu Qingkong when he met him? Why did he run away immediately? Someone asked. This is very simple. The main thing is that Chu Qingkong is too powerful. Given Chu Qingkong's combat capability, he can definitely compete for the top 3. Although Lu Ming is also at the first level, he is no match for Chu Qingkong. He knows his own limits and knows that he is no match for Chu Qingkong. That's why he ran away. I think his goal is the top 10. Also, although he defeated Serene Xing, he has a treasure that protects his soul. Serene Xing's killing move is useless against him. It will be easier for him to deal with Serene Xing. A white-haired old man explained, as if he had seen through everything. Senior is wise and insightful. A group of people flattered him. On the battle stage, after Lu Ming killed Serene Xing, a large amount of battle chi flew from Serene Xing's body into Lu Ming's battle suit. Lu Ming's battle suit emitted a bright light. The color was extremely rich, and then the color changed. The blue color faded and was replaced by purple. Lu Ming's battle suit finally leveled up to purple. His battle suit was originally at the peak of blue. After absorbing half of Serene Xing's battle chi, it finally leveled up. However, it was only a light purple color. There was still a big gap between it and Di Jinni, Chu Qingkong, and the others. Serene Xing has failed his challenge. The Imperial Advisor announced and continued. Now, Lu Ming, who is ranked 18th, will continue his challenge. Lu Ming is going to continue his challenge. He just fought. I wonder who he will challenge now? Everyone guessed. Lu Ming stood on the battle stage and did not retreat. He pointed his spear at a young man and said, "Jin Zhou, come down and fight." The young man who was challenged by Lu Ming's face darkened slightly. Then he stepped out and landed on the fighting stage. This Lu Ming actually challenged the Gold Continent. It's very simple, the Gold Continent is the weakest out of all the people here, and can only be considered as the peak of the second grade. If I don't challenge him, who else can I challenge? That's true. The Gold Continent was the one with the most intense competition on the last stage. Lan Ling was defeated by him. Although this person had obtained a lot of battle chi and was wearing a light purple battle suit, he was ranked 15th in the beginning. However, he was not very strong and was currently the weakest among all of them. He had yet to awaken an origin source secret technique. Even though I haven't awakened my ultimate technique, it won't be easy for you to defeat me. Wind God's tribulation, die. Jin Zhou roared as he unleashed his full strength, unleashing his strongest secret technique and killing move as he charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming directly brought out the Sovereign's Gate and smashed it towards the Gold Continent. Although Jin Zhou had mastered several powerful secret techniques, he wasn't strong enough. Under the suppression of the God's Gate, his body shook violently. After a few moves, he was sent flying to the edge of the fighting stage. His hand almost exploded, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Boom! Lu Ming continued to control the Sovereign's Gate. Jin Zhou gritted his teeth, turned around, and rushed down the fighting stage to admit defeat. If he admitted defeat, he still had one more chance to challenge. If he was killed by Lu Ming and killed his way out of this world, he wouldn't even have the chance to challenge again. The purple battle suit really boosts one's battle strength. Lu Ming muttered with a smile. Just now, under the enhancement of the purple battle suit, his strength had increased by a level. Even the power of the Sovereign's Gate had become stronger. That was why he could defeat Jin Zhou so easily. After Jin Zhou admitted defeat, half of his battle chi was absorbed by Lu Ming. The color of Lu Ming's battle suit suddenly deepened, slowly breaking away from the light purple category. Lu Ming's defeat of Jin Zhou wasn't unexpected. After all, Jin Zhou's strength was only at the second level. Lu Ming wins this battle. Lu Ming, will you continue to challenge, or will you take a break? The Imperial Preceptor continued to announce. Continue. Lu Ming's voice could be heard from afar. Many people's eyes lit up. Lu Ming wanted to continue to challenge. If he wanted to continue, he could only challenge the top 14 people. Every one of the top 14 people had extremely strong battle strength. Every one of them had the potential to enter the top 10. This time, they should be able to test Lu Ming's battle strength. Wu Fan, come out and fight. Just as the crowd was thinking, Lu Ming's voice rang out again. He wants to challenge Wu Fan? That's strange. Wu Fan is ranked 14th. He actually wants to challenge Wu Fan. I thought he would directly challenge the top 10 people. If he challenges like this, won't he use up a lot of divine power? I know, he seems to have a grudge against Wu Fan. However, it's unwise to challenge him like this. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people couldn't figure out Lu Ming's thoughts. Normally, those who challenged later on would directly challenge the top 10 people, just like Gao Song. This was because this was the best battle plan. The number of battles would be minimized. Now that everyone was an expert, every battle would consume a lot of divine power. If they were injured and couldn't recover in time, it would greatly affect their battle strength. It would be very disadvantageous for the later battles. Directly challenging the top 10 was the best choice. However, Lu Ming chose to challenge Wu Fan, who was ranked 14th. Moreover, Wu Fan was the son of the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor's face darkened slightly, but he didn't say anything. You want to challenge me? Very good, very good. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Seeing that he was being challenged by Lu Ming, Wu Fan's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Taking a step forward, Wu Fan came to the fighting ring. His body was surrounded by a strange gray fog, which made him look like he was drifting in and out of place. Boom! Powerful auras exploded from both of them at the same time. When they met in midair, it created a violent wave of energy. Wu Fan wanted to kill Lu Ming because of Lan Ling, and Lu Ming wanted to kill Wu Fan because of Blue Merchant. Both of them wanted to kill the other party. Ancient Sorcerer Fist, kill! Wu Fan shouted coldly as he charged towards Lu Ming. Like a mountain pressing down on Lu Ming, he threw a punch at Lu Ming. Divine Dragon Celestial Laksana. Lu Ming threw out continuous punches with both of his fists. 36 nine-clawed dragons were formed and they pounced towards Wu Fan. At the same time, Lu Ming took a step forward and a huge spear shot towards Wu Fan like a mountain range. At this moment, Lu Ming maintained the quadruple combat strength of the battle character incantation and the green-armored ancient god body. His strength was at its peak. Ancient sorcerer body. Wu Fan roared as his body swelled. His muscles bulged and he was filled with majestic strength. Boom, boom. He threw out continuous punches with both of his fists, piercing through the air and creating a violent whistling sound. With every punch, a nine-clawed dragon exploded. After dozens of punches, all 36 nine-clawed dragons exploded. Chapter 32:25. Wu Fan threw out dozens of punches in an instant. The power of each punch was shocking. The 36 nine-clawed dragons were defeated in an instant. The last punch landed on Lu Ming's long spear. Ding! A deafening sound reverberated throughout the area. The long spear vibrated violently. Lu Ming and Wu Fan's bodies shook slightly and they both took a few steps back. What a strong power! Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. Wu Fan's ancient sorcerer body seemed to be similar to the ancient god body. After using it, one's power would increase tremendously. However, Wu Fan's ancient sorcerer body was obviously not as strong as Lu Ming's ancient god body. Lu Ming took a step forward and waved his long spear as he continued to attack Wu Fan. Sky Splitter, Moon Slash, Starburst. Lu Ming used the 3 annihilation strikes consecutively. The spear radiance enveloped Wu Fan's body. Wu Fan shouted loudly as he unleashed his power to the maximum to fight against Lu Ming. However, after more than 10 moves, Wu Fan started to lose. He retreated and was gradually suppressed by Lu Ming. In a battle of pure power, Lu Ming had the upper hand. Lu Ming is so strong. He is only in the first level of the King God realm. Why is his power so shocking? He must have mastered a few terrifying secret skills. For example, a secret skill that can double one's fighting strength. His divine power is also extremely strange. It is so dense that it is frightening. He is indeed the chosen one. As a peerless genius, he can fight with someone who is 2 levels higher than him. I have lived for countless years and I have never seen anyone like him. Back then, the outstanding prince was only Essosit. I'm afraid he is not as good as Wu Fan. Many people were amazed that Lu Ming could force Wu Fan to this stage. On the other hand, the imperial tutor's face darkened. 100 beasts kill. At this moment, Wu Fan shouted angrily. His body emitted a strange red light. The red light was as red as blood, as if fresh blood was flowing. Following which, the red light turned into different divine beasts. There were divine dragons, phoenixes, Qilins, Taotai. A total of dozens of divine beasts pounced towards Lu Ming, each of them emitting a monstrous baleful aura. Boom! Lu Ming struck a divine dragon with his spear. The long spear shook violently. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. He could not help but retreat. At the same time, a strange red light followed the long spear and tried to penetrate Lu Ming's body. Being touched by the red light, Lu Ming felt a sharp pain in his body. What a terrifying power! This is an origin source secret technique. Lu Ming knew that Wu Fan had finally used his origin source secret technique and was going all out. Sovereign's Gate. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming unleashed the Sovereign's Gate and sent it crashing down. The Gate of Gods emitted an ancient light, and a powerful suction force spread out, acting on the divine beasts. Boom! Boom! The god beasts slammed into the Sovereign's Gate, unleashing all sorts of terrifying attacks. The 2 sides constantly clashed. Shatter it! Lu Ming shouted coldly. The 10 types of divine power in his body surged. With the sovereign's divine power as the core, they crazily surged towards the sovereign's gate. The sovereign's gate hummed and vibrated, unleashing an even stronger power. It was like a heavenly monument crushing down. Bam, bam. Several mythological beasts exploded one after another. Wu Fan's face changed. The red light on his body became even brighter, and his entire body was covered in blood. The divine beasts formed by the red light roared, and their power increased. Some divine beasts tried to avoid the sovereign's gate from the sides and attack Lu Ming directly. However, the sovereign's gate released a powerful suction force. It was like a black hole. The powerful suction force was like a cage, attracting the divine beasts. The collision continued, and both sides fought with all their might. Exploding star. At this moment, Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and stabbed it towards Wu Fan. A terrifying spear light shot towards Wu Fan. How can you still have energy left? Wu Fan roared in shock. He had already used all his strength to fight against Lu Ming. He no longer had the energy to activate other secret skills. However, how could Lu Ming still have energy left to activate other killer moves? Naturally, he did not know that Lu Ming had the quantifying formula. In order to deal with this assessment, Lu Ming had stored a large amount of divine power in the quantifying formula. Although controlling the sovereign's gate drained Lu Ming of his divine power, the quantifying formula immediately sent divine power into Lu Ming's body. The 10-star nuclei in his body were instantly replenished. Naturally, he had the ability to launch other attacks. Boom! The spear light formed by the exploding star hit Wu Fan and exploded. The destructive force completely enveloped Wu Fan. Wu Fan's body exploded inch by inch. He could no longer maintain the Origin's secret skill. The divine beasts collapsed in an instant. The sovereign's gate seized the opportunity and pressed down, smashing directly on Wu Fan's head. Wu Fan screamed. His body exploded and he died on the spot. Then, he reappeared outside the spherical world. Ming. Wu Fan's face was completely distorted. Like an evil spirit, he emitted a shocking murderous intent. He, one of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital, an unparalleled genius, had actually lost. Moreover, he had lost to Lu Ming. In his eyes, Lu Ming was his rival in love. He could not accept this. Moreover, now that he had lost, it meant that he had completely lost this assessment and had no chance of being in the top 10. He was about to explode in anger. Before the Taishu dynasty started, he had said that he would definitely be in the top 10 and even the top 3. But now, he had no chance of being in the top 10. What he had said in the past was simply a fart. It was a slap to his face. All of this was caused by Lu Ming. Damn bastard, bastard, Wu Fan roared angrily like a wild beast. Fan, calm down. Victory and defeat are common in war. A voice rang in Wu Fan's ears. Wu Fan's body shook and the vicious aura on his body finally dissipated a little. Yes, father. Wu Fan nodded at the state preceptor. The one who had spoken was naturally the Grand Tutor. You have to learn from this incident and strive to become stronger. The Grand Tutor nodded. Although the Grand Tutor said this, when he turned to look at Lu Ming, a cold, killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. After killing Wu Fan, half of Wu Fan's battle chi had been absorbed by Lu Ming. The battle chi on Lu Ming's body emitted a dazzling radiance. Its color had completely turned into a dark purple. It was second only to the battle chi on Di Jinni and Suya. Not bad. If I absorb more, it should be able to turn into a golden battle chi. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Lu Ming has won this battle. Lu Ming, do you want to continue the challenge or take a break? The Grand Tutor continued to ask. Continue. Lu Ming's answer was simple. He then pointed his spear at a youth and said, Yuan Jie, come down and fight. This time, Lu Ming had challenged Yuan Jie, one of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital. Yuan Jie was ranked 12th in the previous rankings, 2 ranks higher than Wu Fan. He actually challenged Yuan Jie. Is he trying to climb up the ranks step by step? Qiu Yu, who is ranked 13th, is one of his own. That's why he didn't challenge him. He is really trying to climb up the ranks step by step. Does he have so much divine power? Such a battle will consume a lot of divine power. Chapter 3226. The order of Lu Ming's challenge was really confusing. N W and W? 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 See? Many people were confused. Obviously, he wants to climb up step by step to absorb battle chi and upgrade his battle suit to increase his strength. Lu Ming's goal is not as simple as being in the top 10. Looks like he wants to be in the top 3. If I'm not wrong, he must have a treasure that can store divine power. Some experienced people finally guessed Lu Ming's purpose. However, they were still confused. Although treasures that could store divine power were rare, there were still some in the Taishu sacred capital. However, most of these treasures could only store 1 or 2 times the amount of divine power a person possessed. However, in such a battle between geniuses, even if they stored 2 or 3 times the divine power, it would not be enough. Although they did not have the same idea, their guesses were close to Lu Ming's plan. Yes, Lu Ming's plan was to climb up step by step and absorb others' battle chi to upgrade his battle suit. That was why Lu Ming had stopped absorbing battle chi a long time ago. If he had continued to absorb battle chi and absorbed enough battle chi, he would have been ranked at the top right from the start. How would he have had the chance to keep challenging? Moreover, he had not absorbed battle chi as fast as he did now. Now, all the geniuses here had absorbed a large amount of battle chi. As long as he defeated one of them, he would be able to absorb a large amount of battle chi. This speed was really fast and could upgrade his battle suit. Therefore, when Lu Ming met Chu Qingkong previously, he turned and left instead of fighting with him. Yuan Jie rushed into the fighting ring and pointed his spear at Lu Ming. Strong spear intent spread in all directions. Come on. Yuan Jie's words were simple. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Lu Ming. Deadly spear Yuan Jie's attack speed was extremely fast. Every move was a killing move. Lu Ming responded with rapt attention, and the two of them engaged in an intense battle. Yuan Jie was very strong, but his strength was about the same as Wu Fan's. After exchanging a few dozen blows with Lu Ming, he was defeated by Lu Ming and was sent flying out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming had absorbed half of Yuan Jie's battle chi and its color had become more intense. It was comparable to Di Jian's. After half of Yuan Jie's battle chi was absorbed, his battle suit was downgraded to a blue battle suit. This made Yuan Jie's expression turn ugly. The downgrade of his battle suit would reduce the increase in his combat power, which would be very disadvantageous for him in the following battles. After defeating Yuan Jie, Lu Ming did not stop his challenge. Next, he challenged a prodigy who was ranked 11th. This genius was also very powerful. After exchanging over 100 moves with Lu Ming, he was finally defeated by Lu Ming. Crash! Half of the opponent's battle chi was absorbed by Lu Ming. The color of Lu Ming's battle suit was so intense that it couldn't be dissolved. However, it was still purple and had not been upgraded. It's really difficult to upgrade it to a gold battle suit. Lu Ming sighed. His current battle chi had surpassed Di Jian's, but it had not been upgraded to a gold battle suit. As for the prodigy who was ranked 11th, his battle chi was already extremely intense. After half of his battle chi was absorbed, his battle chi did not drop in level. Instead, it barely maintained its light purple state. This made him very happy. Lu Ming, do you still want to continue your challenge? The Grand Tutor asked again. Yes. This was Lu Ming's answer. The crowd was already numb. Could it be that Lu Ming was going to fight his way up to first place? Some people couldn't help but think this way. Yu Jiuqian, come down and fight me. This time, Lu Ming directly jumped over the 10th place and challenged Yu Jiuqian, who was ranked 9th. The reason why Lu Ming challenged Yu Jiuqian was that he had seen Yu Jiuqian fight before. Hence, he was more confident. Yu Jiuqian stepped out and landed on the fighting ring. Lu Ming, you are very strong. We don't need to test your strength. Let's go all out and decide the victor. Yu Jiuqian said. He was very straightforward. His body was shrouded in divine light and a terrifying aura permeated the air. Then, golden carps appeared around his body. There was a total of 12 golden carps floating around Yu Jiuqian. Each carp was only the size of a palm and looked very lifelike. This was Yu Jiuqian's secret skill of the origin. There was nothing to test. The moment he attacked, he used his secret skill of the origin, his strongest killing move. Just what I want, Lu Ming said. Divine power surged and the gate of domination appeared. Kill! Yu Jiuqian shouted and moved his fingers. The 12 carps beside him twisted their bodies and flew towards Lu Ming. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The carps pierced through the air and let out terrifying whistles. They were like 12 rays of sword light and their speed was extremely fast. Lu Ming waited with rapt attention. 9-layered crimson golden armor appeared on his body and the ice chains surrounded him, forming multiple layers of defense. The gate of domination floated above his head and did not attack. Clang! One of the carps collided with the ice chains. It was as sharp as a sword light. Even with the current toughness of the ice chains, it could not block it. With a sizzling sound, it was cut open and hit several layers of crimson golden armor. In the end, even the 9-layered crimson golden armor could not block it. It left a sword wound on Lu Ming's body. What a strange secret skill of the origin. Each carp is a sword light, an extremely sharp sword light. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He then used all his strength to control the gate of domination. A terrifying suction force erupted from the gate of domination and enveloped a large area. The 12 carps were enveloped by the suction force of the gate of domination. Their speed was finally affected and they slowed down a little. At the same time, Lu Ming waved his spear and turned it into countless spear shadows to block the carps. Clang, 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 clang. The 12 carps turned into 12 sword lights and surrounded Lu Ming, constantly attacking him. Many people could not see the carps clearly. They could only see 12 sword lights flying around at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming is going to lose. Yes, he's being restrained. His secret skill of the origin is astonishing, but now it's being restrained. If he uses his secret skill of the origin, he can only block a few sword lights. Yu Jiuqian's other sword lights will be enough to defeat him. It was a mistake for him to challenge Yu Jiuqian. Many people thought that Lu Ming was finally going to lose and stop here. During this time, Lu Ming did try to control the gate of domination to counterattack. However, the 12 carps attacked from different directions. The gate of domination could only send a few flying. He used moves like sky piercing, moon slashing, and star shattering, but they were all blocked by the carps controlled by his opponent. Lu Ming, you are no match for me. Admit defeat, Yu Jiuqian said. He was confident that Lu Ming could not attack him at all. He was in an invincible position. Chapter 32:27. You're overconfident, Lu Ming said. He wasn't worried at all. www? www? W? See? Was that all he had? Of course not. Extreme I. At this moment, Lu Ming bellowed in a low voice. White lights suddenly appeared in his eyes, like 2 whirlpools. A whirlpool suddenly appeared above Yu Jiuqian's head. A terrifying chill was emitted from the whirlpool. In an instant, Yu Jiuqian's body was covered by a layer of ice. Yu Jiuqian's face changed drastically. He unleashed his divine power in an attempt to break free from the chill. However, Lu Ming had already cultivated the Sun-Moon divine power to the point of awakening the origin divine power. The power of the Yin-Yang Eye was even more terrifying. Even if it was just the extreme Yin Eye, it was extremely powerful. This was an ancient secret skill. Although it wasn't the origin secret skill, it was even more powerful than the origin secret skill. An even more terrifying chill emerged from the whirlpool and enveloped Yu Jiuqian's body. He couldn't break free for a while. As his body was covered by the chill, he couldn't circulate his divine power. Naturally, his control over the 12 carps was also greatly reduced. Lu Ming wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. He became one with his spear and rushed out of the encirclement of the 12 carps. He then controlled the gate of domination to suppress Yu Jiuqian. The ancient stone gate exuded a strong aura and was as heavy as a mountain. Bam! Yu Jiuqian was sent flying and spat out blood. I admit defeat. I admit defeat, Lu Ming was about to continue controlling the gate of domination when Yu Jiuqian shouted and admitted defeat. He had no choice but to admit defeat. If he was killed or severely injured by Lu Ming, it would be over for him. If he admitted defeat now, he still had a chance to keep his place in the top 10. You can go down by yourself. Lu Ming didn't continue attacking and stopped. After all, he didn't have any grudges with Yu Jiuqian. He didn't need to kill him. He just needed to defeat him. Yu Jiuqian rushed out of the battle stage. As soon as he was out of the battle stage, he immediately took out a divine pill and swallowed it to recover. If Yu Jiuqian rushed out of the battle platform, it meant that he had lost. Half of his battle chi was absorbed by Lu Ming. Finally, a bright light rushed out from Lu Ming's body. The color of his battle suit began to change. It was no longer purple and was replaced by gold. A pale golden battle suit covered Lu Ming's entire body. He became the first person to own a golden battle suit. So powerful. The golden battle suit boosts my combat power so much. Lu Ming felt it for a moment and was overjoyed. His plan had succeeded. He had indeed absorbed enough battle chi to transform it into a golden battle suit. The golden battle suit's enhancement of combat power was beyond his imagination. He actually has such a powerful secret technique? The others were shocked. Lu Ming not only had the origin source secret technique, but he also had the terrifying extreme Yin pupil. This was beyond many people's expectations. Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious in everyone's hearts. Many important figures' eyes flickered. No one knew what they were thinking. On the divine thrones around the battle stage, many prodigies looked solemn, especially those ranked 9th and below. Lu Ming had many tricks up his sleeve, which made them extremely wary. Would Lu Ming continue to challenge? This thought popped up in everyone's mind. Now that Lu Ming had defeated Yu Jiuqian, he had replaced Yu Jiuqian's ranking and became 9th. Yu Jiuqian's ranking had dropped to 10th. His original 10th place had dropped to 11th. Those who were ranked lower had automatically moved back one place. Lu Ming has won this battle. Lu Ming, will you continue to challenge or take a break? The Grand Preceptor asked again. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. They were all guessing if Lu Ming would continue to challenge. Take a break. This time, Lu Ming finally did not say that he would continue to challenge. Instead, he chose to take a break. He's finally taking a break. For some reason, many people secretly heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Lu Ming say that he was taking a break. Lu Ming had fought all the way until now. If he continued to fight, it would be too heaven-defying. It was difficult for them to accept. Lu Ming's decision to take a break meant that Lu Ming was still normal and could still get tired. Lu Ming was indeed tired. He had enough divine power because he had the quantifying character formula. However, maintaining the state of the green-armored ancient god had consumed too much of his physical strength. He needed a good rest. Lu Ming's body rapidly shrank and returned to normal. Then he landed on his divine throne, swallowed a divine pill to restore his physical strength, and began to recover. Okay, Lu Ming has taken a break. The challenge will start from the 18th place. The National Preceptor announced. The 18th place was the original 17th place. It was his turn to start the challenge. This person was also a peerless genius. After he landed on the fighting ring, he looked around. Obviously, he could not be like Lu Ming. He did not have enough divine power. If he was injured, he would not be able to continue fighting. His gaze landed on the top 10 sky prides. Di Jiani, Su Weia, Qian Xingxian, and Chu Qingkong were ignored. These people were obviously too strong. He was definitely no match for them. His gaze swept over the last few people in the top 10. He looked especially at Lu Ming and Yu Jiuqian. Yu Jiuqian and Lu Ming had just gone through a great battle. They were definitely not at their peak. However, Lu Ming and Yu Jiuqian were very powerful. This person had to assess his own condition. Especially Lu Ming, who had fought his way up. If Lu Ming was still at his peak, he would be asking for trouble if he challenged Lu Ming. I challenge Yu Jiuqian. In the end, this person challenged Yu Jiuqian. Yu Jiuqian had just been injured by Lu Ming. Among the top 10 geniuses, he should be the easiest to defeat. I admit defeat. Unexpectedly, Yu Jiuqian admitted defeat. He did not even want to fight. How decisive. However, this is the best way. That's right. Yu Jiuqian has admitted defeat and his ranking will drop. However, it doesn't matter. He still has one more chance to challenge. He can fight his way back. Now that he is injured, even if he wins, his injuries will only worsen. The challengers later will target him. He will be defeated sooner or later. It's better to admit defeat now. Some people analyzed. Yu Jiuqian admitted defeat. The challenger replaced Yu Jiuqian in the 10th place. Then, the challengers continued. The 16th place genius issued a challenge. This person also challenged the 10th place genius. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. In the end, the challenger won. Then, it was Autumn Moon's turn. This was because Wu Fan, who was ranked ahead of Autumn Moon, had already been killed by Lu Ming. Who are you challenging? Many people's gazes fell on Autumn Moon. Who would Autumn Moon challenge? Autumn Moon took a step forward and landed on the platform. Her long skirt fluttered in the wind like a fairy from the 9 heavens. I challenge her. Autumn Moon pointed at a young genius. Chapter 32:28. Autumn Moon pointed to a sky pride, which shocked many people. Ranwi? W? 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 Ina? That was because this genius was also a woman, a peerlessly beautiful woman. She was one of the 2 women in the Holy Capital's 10 prodigies, known as the 4 beauties of the Holy Capital. Her name was Miao Shui. In the original ranking, she was ranked 7th. Originally, everyone thought that Autumn Moon would challenge the 10th ranked Sky Pride. Because the 10th ranked Sky Pride had just gone through a great battle and was severely exhausted and injured, it was best for Autumn Moon to challenge that Sky Pride. Unexpectedly, Autumn Moon directly challenged Miao Shui, who was ranked 7th. However, many people began to get excited. After all, it was a battle between 2 beautiful women, which would undoubtedly be more interesting. Autumn Moon seems to be very close to Lu Ming. Both of them are from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. This time, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace is really something. They actually have 2 terrifying sky prides. And the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Palace has Chu Chingkong. These 2 Heavenly King Palaces that are ranked 1st and 2nd from the bottom are going to rise up. Many people exclaimed. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King's face was also full of smiles. The more sky prides there were, the stronger they were, the corresponding Heavenly King Palace would also be rewarded. Of course, most importantly, the greater the reputation of the corresponding Heavenly King Palace, the more experts they could attract to join them. The Taishu dynasty occupied a vast territory, and there were many star sectors. In such a vast territory, although most of them obeyed the orders of the Taishu dynasty and were under the jurisdiction of the Taishu dynasty, there were still many itinerant cultivators or forces that were not under the jurisdiction of the Taishu dynasty. On countless planets, there were also many independent experts who were cultivating alone. If the Heavenly King Palace was famous enough, it could attract these independent experts and itinerant cultivators to join them. It would be very useful to increase the strength of the Heavenly King Palace. If there were enough experts joining, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace would be able to get rid of the embarrassing situation of being ranked last. I'm looking forward to a battle with you. At this moment, Miao Shui spoke. Her graceful body twisted slightly, and she landed on the fighting ring. The 2 beauties stood facing each other, pleasing to the eye. Without a sound, an ancient stone machete floated out and was held in Autumn Moon's hand. Around Miao Shui's body, snowflakes began to appear. These snowflakes were very strange. They were very large, and each one was the size of a palm. There was nothing to hide. The 2 of them used their source secret techniques at the same time. Snowfall World. Miao Shui was the first to make a move. With a wave of her slender hand, snowflakes flew towards Autumn Moon. They were like blades of light, trying to envelop Autumn Moon. Boom! Autumn Moon's divine power exploded as she slashed out with her scimitar, turning into streaks of rainbow light that filled the sky. Clang, clang, clang. When the saber light struck the snowflakes, it actually produced a violent collision sound, and sparks flew in all directions. Then, the snowflakes flew back to where they came from. Miao Shui's expression changed slightly. She took a step forward and floated towards the autumn moon. Her body exploded into countless snowflakes. Miao Shui's body actually turned into snowflakes. The sky was filled with snowflakes, covering the autumn moon. Each snowflake contained a great killing intent that was incomparably terrifying. It could even cut through the toughest divine weapons. Qiu Yu's expression turned slightly serious. She shouted softly and the saber light exploded. Boundless saber light burst forth and enveloped Qiu Yu. Snowflakes were slashed away by autumn moon. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves, but autumn moon did not win. The strength of these top geniuses could not be measured by their cultivation base. Miao Shui's strength was very shocking. On the surface, Qiu Yu's cultivation base had reached the third king god realm. Moreover, she had cultivated the universe myriad Tao scripture, which allowed her to control 8 kinds of divine grade god power. Moreover, these 8 kinds of divine grade god power had awakened the original god power factor. Although they were all first awakenings, lagging behind Miao Shui's second awakening, in terms of divine power, Autumn Moon still had the upper hand. After all, she had 8 types of divine power. However, Miao Shui was able to block Autumn Moon's attacks for the time being. However, Lu Ming was not worried about Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon still had the god-killing light that she had not used yet. He believed that there were not many people who could fight Autumn Moon at the same level as her. Not even Miao Shui. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of collision continued. In a few breaths, Autumn Moon had already slashed out countless times. Moreover, the speed of her attacks was getting faster and faster. Snowflakes were sent flying by the Autumn Moon, dancing in all directions. Some of them even flew towards the geniuses on the divine thrones. Lu Ming and the others quickly set up their defenses to block these snowflakes. She's making her move. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a layer of black light emanating from Autumn Moon's saber. That was the god-killing light. Swoosh! Autumn Moon slashed out with her saber. The saber light flashed and slashed across the void. The entire sky seemed to have been split in half. The snowflakes also seemed to have been slashed apart. The snowflakes danced in the air before retreating and reforming into Miao Shui's appearance. At this moment, Miao Shui's face was pale. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. There was also a bloody mark on her chest. I've lost. Miao Shui looked at Autumn Moon with a complicated expression. She then moved and left the fighting ring. Miao Shui has lost. Many people let out a long sigh. Their eyes were filled with shock. Miao Shui, one of the Holy Capital's 10 prodigies and one of the Holy Capital's 4 beauties, had lost to a girl from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. Moreover, no one had heard of this girl before. From now on, there will be one more beauty among the Holy Capital's 4 beauties. The Holy Capital's 5 beauties. Moreover, Lady Qiu Yu is superior in both beauty and talent. Some young men's eyes lit up as if they had found a prey. Don't even think about it. Let me tell you, this Miss Autumn Moon is Lu Ming's wife. Someone from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence said. What? She's Lu Ming's wife? Oh my God, such a beauty is already taken. Heaven is unfair. My heart can't take it anymore. My heart is broken. Quick, help me to the sword. Then the crowd exclaimed. Miss Autumn Moon was Lu Ming's wife. Both of them were extremely talented. They were really a match made in heaven. After defeating Miao Shui, Miss Autumn Moon absorbed half of her battle chi. The color of Miss Autumn Moon's battle suit became more intense. However, it did not upgrade to gold. Miao Shui's battle suit did not upgrade either. It only turned into a light purple color. This battle is won by Miss Autumn Moon. Do you want to continue or stop the battle? The Imperial Advisor asked. Stop the battle. Miss Autumn Moon said and returned to her throne. After defeating Miao Shui, she replaced her in the 7th place. Miao Shui dropped 1 place to the 8th place. Lu Ming naturally dropped 1 place to the 10th place. The original 10th place was squeezed out of the 10th place and became the 11th place. That person's face turned ugly because he had already challenged before. Now that he was squeezed out of the top 10, he no longer had the chance to challenge again. The result was already decided. Chapter 32-29. Right now, there were only 2 people below the top 10 who had yet to challenge anyone. They were Yu Jiuqian and Yuan Jie. W. Aina. Com. Yu Jiuqian and Yuan Jie were ranked 12th and 13th respectively. The person ranked 11th had already lost the right to challenge the top 10. It was Yuan Jie's turn to challenge. Yuan Jie's gaze scanned the top 10 people. Of course, Lu Ming was ignored by him. He had been defeated by Lu Ming before. If he challenged Lu Ming again, he would be asking for humiliation. Therefore, his gaze swept across the 9 people in front of him. Finally, his gaze landed on Miao Shui. The top 10 were all top prodigies. None of them were easy to deal with. However, Miao Shui was easier to deal with because she had just fought a big battle and was exhausted. Although it was a little dishonest to challenge Miao Shui now, he would rather be looked down upon than enter the top 10 and gain the right to establish his own family. Miao Shui. In the end, Yuan Jie pointed his spear at Miao Shui. Miao Shui floated down and landed on the fighting ring. Yuan Jie, do you think you can defeat me just because I've just fought a battle? You're sorely mistaken. Miao Shui said coldly. Make your move. Yuan Jie did not say anything else and attacked with his spear. Miao Shui turned into snow again and fought with Yuan Jie. The 2 of them fought fiercely. Soon, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Although Miao Shui had just fought a fierce battle, she was still able to unleash her peak combat power in a short time. In the end, the 2 of them fought fiercely for more than 100 blows. Miao Shui defeated Yuan Jie and won. Yuan Jie's defeat meant that he had completely lost the right to compete for the top 10. Yuan Jie's face was gloomy and ugly. Before the Taishu Imperial Academy was held, he was ambitious. Although he might not be able to enter the top 3, he was confident that he could enter the top 10. However, he was defeated by Chu Qingkong before the Sacred Academy was held. After the Taishu Imperial Academy was held, he was defeated by Lu Ming. Now, he had no chance of entering the top 10. This was a huge blow to him. Outside, countless spectators were also amazed. This time, the Taishu Imperial Sacred Academy was too strange. Until now, there were only 4 people left in the top 10 of the Holy Capital's 10 greats. As for the 27 Heavenly Kings' palaces, they actually took up 6 of the spots. The current ranking was as follows: Di Jinni, Su Wia, Qian Shengxian, Chu Qingkong, Yu Jifan, Shui Hen, Qiu Autumn Moon, Miao Shui, Sui Hanqiu, and Lu Ming. Among them, Di Jinni came from Divine Sword Heavenly King Mansion. Qian Shengxian was from the Thousand Saints Heavenly King Mansion. Chu Qingkong was from the residence of 9 Blades Heavenly King. Autumn Moon and Lu Ming came from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Lu Shui Hen was from the number 1 Heavenly King Palace, Heavenly King Wushuang Palace. Only 4 of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital remained. They were Su Wia Jifan, Miao Shui, and Sui Hanqiu. This had never happened before. In the past, the 10 prodigies would take up at least half of the top 10 spots each time the Void Imperial Academy was held. Most of the time, all 10 spots were taken by the Holy Capital's 10 prodigies. Now there were only 4 spots left. This made the local people of the Great Void Sacred Academy pale. They felt ashamed. The local people of the Great Void Sacred Academy had always been high and mighty. They looked down on those from the Heavenly King's palaces, the Marquis palaces, and the General's palaces. This situation was simply a slap to their faces. Now, only Yu Jiuqian has hope. I hope he can pull down one of the Heavenly King's palaces. This way, the Holy Capital's 10 prodigies can at least keep half of the top 10 spots and not create history. That's right, but it's difficult. Many of the local people of the Holy Capital were discussing and looking at Yu Jiuqian hopefully. Now, only Yu Jiuqian was qualified to challenge the top 10. After Yu Jiuqian finished his challenge, if he lost, the top 10 would be confirmed. If Yu Jiuqian won, there would be more variables. However, it was also a crucial battle. Many people could not help but feel nervous. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King was especially nervous. If after this battle, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon could still keep their registration, they would have a great chance of entering the top 10. Who would Yu Jiuqian challenge? Now, it's Yu Jiuqian's turn to challenge. The Imperial Advisor announced. Yu Jiuqian stepped into the fighting ring and looked around. He frowned slightly. Whoever he challenged now would not be easy to deal with. Of course, the best candidate to challenge was Miao Shui. Miao Shui had been through a series of battles and was the most exhausted. However, challenging Miao Shui would be taking advantage of her. He would definitely be criticized and criticized. Moreover, challenging Miao Shui was equivalent to the Holy Capital's 10 prodigies killing each other. He would probably be scolded to death by the local people of the Holy Capital. In the end, Yu Jiuqian's gaze fell on Shui Wuhan. Yu Jiuqian challenged Shui Hen. This was something that could not be helped. Among the 6 sky prides of the Heavenly King's palaces, he had been defeated by Lu Ming. Naturally, he would not challenge Lu Ming again. On the other hand, Autumn Moon's strength seemed to be unfathomable and unpredictable. He was not confident in defeating her. After thinking about it, Shui Hen seemed to be the only one who was more active. "It's your mistake to challenge me." Shui Hen's eyes flashed. To be honest, he was also very unhappy. As the strongest sky pride of the 27 Heavenly King's palaces, he was being looked down upon. Among the 6 sky prides of the Heavenly King's palaces, Yu Jiuqian had challenged him. Boom! Without saying anything else, the two of them engaged in an intense battle. Yu Jiuqian used his origin secret technique to form 12 carps to attack Shui Hen. On the other hand, Shui Hen condensed an ocean directly. This was his origin secret technique. The ocean stirred up thousands of waves that slapped continuously. The power was boundless and sent the 12 carps flying. The two of them exchanged hundreds of blows. In the end, Shui Hen was stronger and defeated Yu Jiuqian. He absorbed half of Yu Jiuqian's battle chi. However, half of Yu Jiuqian's battle chi had already been absorbed by Lu Ming. It would be useless for Shui Hen to absorb the other half. In the end, it was still a purple battle suit. With Yu Jiuqian defeated, the top 10 were confirmed. Because if they continued to challenge, they would be challenging those in the top 10. No matter how they fought or how they fell, the top 10 would still be the top 10. The 9 Extremes Heavenly King was overjoyed. This time, there were 2 people from the 9 Extremes Heavenly King Palace who had entered the top 10. This was a unique glory for the 27 Heavenly Kings' palaces. Many of the Heavenly Kings had already congratulated the 9 Extremes Heavenly King. This made the 9 Sabers Heavenly King extremely unhappy. Humph, when Chu Qingkong enters the top 3, his glory will not be comparable to those 2. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King snorted. Top 3? How can you think that Lu Ming and Autumn Moon can't enter? The 9 Extremes Heavenly King sneered. Chapter 3230. Haha, do you think that Lu Ming and Autumn Moon can enter the top 3? What a joke, what a joke. Juju, you must have lost your mind. The 9 Blades Heavenly King laughed loudly. W? W? W. Then you think Chu Qingkong can enter the top 3? The 9 Extinction Heavenly King responded with a similarly mocking expression. Oh, then let's make a bet. 9 Blades Sky King said. Take a gamble? What are we betting? The 9 Absolutes Heavenly King asked. Starcrux Dawn. 10 Starcrux Dawn. Do you dare? 9 Blades Sky King said. The 9 Extremes Heavenly King's expression changed. By the side, the faces of the other people who were watching the show also changed. 10 Starcrux Pills. This bet was a little too big. The Starcrux pill was an extremely precious divine pill. Even if a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse saw it, they would crave it and fight for it with all their might. This was because the Starcrux pill was extremely useful to Divine Lord powerhouses. It could increase their cultivation. It was priceless. Now, the 9 Blades Celestial Lord had asked for 10 Starcrux elixirs. This was simply a huge gamble. What? Jiu, have you lost your confidence and don't dare to gamble? The 9 Blades Heavenly King sneered. What kind of bet? What are the conditions for winning or losing? 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion asked. It's simple. Let's see which side can enter the top 3. If Chu Qingkong enters the top 3, I win. If Lu Ming or Autumn Moon enters the top 3, you win. If both of us have someone enter the top 3, or if neither of us enters the top 3, then it will be considered a draw. What do you think? Nine-Blade Sky King said. Alright, I promise you. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King blurted out and agreed immediately. Jiu, thank you for the 10 Starcrux pills. The Nine Sabers Heavenly King was overjoyed to see the Nine Sabers Heavenly King agree. Hee, you think you've won for sure? Don't slap your own face when the time comes. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King responded coldly. It was easier said than done to enter the top 3. Even if Lu Ming and Autumn Moon could not make it to the top 3, Chu Qingkong might not make it either. Di Jianyi, Su Weia, Qian Xingxian, none of them were easy to deal with. Behind them, Li Fen, Lu Shuohin, and the others were still eyeing them covetously. Although the Nine Extinction Heavenly King did not think that he could win, he did not think that he would lose either. Alright, the top 10 spots have been confirmed. They are Emperor Sword 1. At this moment, the Imperial Preceptor spoke again and announced the top 10 this time. Among the top 10 this time, the 27 Heavenly Kings' palaces took up 6 spots, breaking history. The top 10 will be granted the right to establish their own clan. After the competition, His Majesty the Sage Emperor will bestow upon them a decree to establish their own clan. The Imperial Advisor continued. Many people's eyes were burning with envy. After obtaining the mansion opening token, one would have the right to establish their own clan. How glorious would it be to be the ancestor of a clan? In the future, as long as they became stronger and stronger, they would eventually become the general's residence, the marquis residence, or even the heavenly monarch's residence. This was the dream of all young people. Don't be discouraged, the manor opening token doesn't necessarily belong to the top 10 of the Holy Court. As long as you work hard on your cultivation and contribute greatly to the Holy Court, you will still be able to obtain the manor opening token. Some older generation figures warned their juniors. Many young people were filled with confidence. They clenched their fists and swore to themselves that they would definitely obtain the manor opening token in the future. Alright, the top 10 has been confirmed. However, the challenges will continue. Now we will decide the top 3. However, the rules will be slightly changed for the next challenge. After each battle, you will be given time to recover. Once you have recovered to your peak state, you will continue the battle. The Imperial Preceptor announced. Lu Ming and the others' eyes lit up as they pondered. Alright, the challenges will continue. Lu Ming has already challenged before. Let's start from the 9th place. The 9th place is Sui Hanqiu. Who would you like to challenge? The Imperial Preceptor's voice was heard. Sui Hanqiu stepped onto the fighting ring and glanced at the crowd. Now, Sui Hanqiu had 2 choices. The first was to challenge one of the top 3 and replace their position. Anyway, he had time to recover his strength. As long as he was strong enough, he would take over the top 3 and accept the challenges of others. The second was to learn from Lu Ming and challenge those who were ahead of him step by step. As long as he was strong enough and was confident that he could defeat his opponent, he would be able to absorb the battle chi of those who were ahead of him step by step and improve the level of his battle suit. However, there was a disadvantage to this. Once he failed, he would have no chance to be in the top 3. Sui Hanqiu's eyes flickered. He was thinking about which challenge to choose. I challenge Autumn Moon. Finally, Sui Hanqiu looked at Autumn Moon. Obviously, he chose the second option. He wanted to learn from Lu Ming and improve the level of his battle suit step by step. Autumn Moon stepped onto the fighting ring and clenched his fist. The blade of domination appeared in his hand. Sui Hanqiu shouted coldly as he unsheathed his sword. The sound of the sword resounded in all directions. The two of them turned into 2 streaks of light and fought fiercely. Saber chi and sword chi were everywhere as they fought fiercely. However, after dozens of moves, Autumn Moon performed the god-killing light and began to gain the upper hand. After dozens of moves, Sui Hanqiu coughed out blood and was knocked out of the fighting ring by Autumn Moon. Sui Hanqiu was defeated. Autumn Moon absorbed Sui Hanqiu's battle chi and the color of her battle suit became darker. It was dark purple. Autumn Moon is so powerful. That divine light is terrifying. I've never heard of it before. Autumn Moon and Lu Ming are both dark horses. The fact that Autumn Moon had defeated Sui Hanqiu caused a lot of discussion. Next, Autumn Moon, who do you want to challenge? The National Master continued to ask. I want to challenge the Cliff of Oblivion. Autumn Moon's voice resounded in the entire arena. What? She wants to challenge the Cliff of Oblivion? This time, everyone was taken aback. Even Lu Ming was shocked. Autumn Moon wanted to challenge the Cliff of Oblivion. Why is this girl so impulsive? Lu Ming was also speechless. With Autumn Moon's strength, she might be able to win if she continued to challenge the Cliff of Oblivion step by step. If she won and upgraded her battle suit, she would have a higher chance of winning if she challenged the top 3. But now, Autumn Moon wanted to challenge the Cliff of Oblivion. Their battle suits were of the same level. Could Autumn Moon be a match for the Cliff of Oblivion? This girl is still inexperienced in the Jianghu. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Lu Ming knew that Autumn Moon wanted to challenge the Cliff of Oblivion because she wanted to be in the top 3 and help Lu Ming save Blue Merchant. However, Autumn Moon was still inexperienced. In the past, Autumn Moon was either with Lu Ming's parents or with Lu Ming himself. She did not have many opportunities to explore the outside world alone, so she was inexperienced. Naturally, she was not as scheming as Lu Ming, who was a wily old fox. Interesting. Su Weia was also stunned. Then he stepped out and landed in the arena. Make your move. You're strong, but you're still not strong enough to challenge me. Su Weia said. Even though he had seen Autumn Moon fight, he was still very confident. Su Weia was the leader of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital. He had the right to be confident.